Riverside Livestream Marathon. I am super excited to have you all joining today because we have back-to-back sessions all day from pros like you see here with Kevin Kolbe joining me to start off. And all day as we're hosting this webinar, we are going to be raising funds for youth creators in New York City. So every view counts. So every person we're going to have tuning in, we're donating $1 to DCTV's youth media program. So first of all, just for joining, you are doing a great thing for a great cause. But also, we're going to be talking about just different live stream skills as we go through the entire day. And this leads me to, first off, we have Kevin Kolbe joining me. So thank you so much for joining.
Oh, super cool. Super pumped to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. And so, for anyone who hasn't ever been on a Riverside live stream, first of all, welcome. Riverside, for anyone who doesn't know, is an end-to-end content creation platform. So you can record your content, go live, transcribe, edit, clip for social media, and you're going to see some of the live stream capabilities that we have throughout the day. And first is one of my favorites. So, session one, set up your streams for success. How cool is that? I love to play with these things. So, Kevin, thank you. And as we're filing in, our
hmm
live chat is also open. So feel free to ask us questions, tell us where you're watching from. And my first question to everyone in the chat is, are you currently live streaming? Are you already you have your setup for live? Or is it something that you want to get started with? Tell us kind of where you are on that live stream journey. And to lead us in, Kevin, tell us about you and where you are on your live stream journey.
Well, I'm waiting to start. No, I'm just joking. So, it's funny.
Good time too.
My kind of my creative journey, as I put it, started a long time ago. I actually got into radio years and years ago when I started college. And I grew up wanting to be on radio. I actually grew up wanting to be a lot of things, and radio was one of them. I was fascinated by radio. And I would have a little turntable with a stack of 45s, which I'm sure people will have to Google what the heck is he talking about, it's world records. And I would play DJ in my bedroom. And I got into radio and thought, wow, this is super cool. And then I got into television. I was in TV for a long, long time. The reason I share that is because in TV, we were kind of live streaming, if you will, every night when we would do the news. Actually, every night we would do hours and hours and hours of news. My team, I was a creative director of my last job in television, and we did live shows, kind of a lot like we were a Fox affiliate, so it was a little like American Idol. And we would produce them around American Idol, where we'd have a big finale, and so in a way, you're going live in front of many, many people. And when I started doing my own thing, I love live streaming. I don't
Hmm.
necessarily get to do it as much as I would like now, just because life takes over sometimes and you can't do it. But it is like the absolute one of my favorite types of creating. And again, probably my background of just turning on a microphone on radio and talking, and you're kind of envisioning you're talking to somebody, transferred for me to video, because again, even though I can see you on the screen, I'm talking to a lens, a big black hole with glass on it. And I'm still, if I'm just doing a video or just live streaming, I've got to imagine that I'm talking to somebody. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. And we already have, I just want to, Jaren in the chat says, we stream through Zoom in the process of switching to Riverside, trying to see the best way. We also use the content created on TV and on digital. So I'll also say, stay tuned for the next session. We're going to be showing you step by step how you can use Riverside to create really engaging live streams. So definitely stay tuned for that. But for this session, we called it setting up your streams for success. And I first want to ask you, what is a successful live stream to you? Like when you're sitting down and live streaming,
Mm.
what do you think is kind of your measurement of success? Because for some people, especially if they're just starting out, it's not getting hundreds of views on your live streams. Like,
Yeah.
how do you walk away feeling like you're successful? And then we're going to talk about how people in the audience can do that.
And that's a great question. I know when I first did the first few on my YouTube channel, and you'd have like maybe a half dozen people watch. You're like, well, dang, I really thought there would be more people. And then over time, I realized that the majority of live streams, I think, have it's kind of like it's a twofer. So if you go into it thinking, okay, I'm going to be live, and I'm going to have this audience, then a lot of times, especially on YouTube, most of the views will come on the replay. And so it's even whatever how many people you may have watching that first time, it could multiply or not, but you can also learn from that as well. So, I mean, for me, it's a lot of different things. It's like, did I present the information that I wanted to? I can be overcritical of myself, so I'm like, oh man, I forgot that, I didn't do that. But you let it roll. Did people in the audience get something out of it? Was there a connection? I will tell you something though that I just thought about. I did a live stream once, and what I realized is people in the community were starting to talk to each other. Kind of actually
Hmm.
forgot I was doing a live stream. Very rude if you think about it. but I thought, "Oh, that is so cool." Now they're talking to each other and they're helping each other. And that I thought, what a great success to have on a live stream. But there's other things too. I mean, did I teach what I wanted to? Did I help somebody? Did it come across? So there's a lot of different things. I would say most of the time after a live stream, I'm like, man, that felt good. That really felt good. And I think sometimes that is based on engagement and questions, but you got to be careful too, because there's some tricks you can do just in case you don't have anybody watching, at least live. But again, I think to me the benchmark is if the community is getting something out of it, and then they're carrying on a conversation as well, like it's a big dinner party or something.
Yeah, so I want to talk about when people are planning their live streams. We have a lot of people in the chat saying that they haven't live streamed before. So let's start at the beginning with how are you deciding what to live stream about? Like, how do you consider what content to put out in live versus what you'd record
Yeah,
regularly
and
as
and that's a
not
that's a
live?
great question. So I keep a running list of ideas. If I stopped collecting ideas, and I use Apple Notes, and if I stopped collecting ideas right now, Kendall, I and just started producing all the ideas, I'd go for years on content. So I have more ideas than I can produce. So sometimes it's like, well, would it be just better? I started to say easier just to do this as live, just to get it out there, as opposed to spend days producing it, doing graphics maybe I don't need, over editing it, overthinking it, as opposed to just getting it out there. So I think it depends a lot on what I'm doing at the time. And then sometimes it's like it's like driving a stick shift. My first car was a stick shift. I had no idea how to drive a stick shift. I had a friend of mine. I thought he was going to help me, and he just really wanted to see me keep stalling it out at red lights. I found out later, but I had to learn to drive that stick shift, and eventually it just became muscle memory. I got in the car, I didn't think about it. I Live streaming for me is like, oh, I haven't live streamed in a while. Let me just do it. Let me kind of go through that process, and oh, I forgot the rush. So a lot of it is like that. It's like, I just want to do this as a live and then see the replay, or I want to do it as a bigger live stream. So maybe I can take a part of it later, which I've done before, and do shorter videos, not shorts, but shorter videos from that. So a lot of it depends on what I'm doing. Right now, I typically try and go live every month to my channel members on my YouTube channel. So it's like a live hangout, Q&A. There's nothing really prepared. We're just kind of there, just having fun and talking.
I actually just saw a comment from Zach, which I'm going to share on the screen. Live streaming is my next big step and it terrifies me. And we also have somebody in the chat that's saying, me too. I want to hear in the chat, like, what scares you about live streaming? And then I think, Kevin, let's like go through and address those different things to be able to set people up for success when they actually want to start live streaming. Because you actually, I remember when we were talking, one of the things that scares people, I think, is the idea that nobody's going to show up.
Yeah.
Like you go
Yep.
live and you're kind of just talking to the ether. So, what you have some pretty cool tips on what you did when you started out, just in case nobody really showed up to it. And
Yeah.
while you're answering, I'll have some people in the chat answer
Yeah.
what scares
Yeah.
them about it.
Well, and it's possibly, and I realize everybody has different backgrounds, right? So I might have gotten over a little of the maybe nobody's going to watch when I was in radio, because there was a point when I was in radio, I I pulled the Christmas night shift, Christmas Eve shift, and I was on from midnight to 6 a.m. And there's a point in the early morning hours, Kendall, where nobody's calling you anymore and listening because the parents have gone to bed, if you know what I mean. And so you're like, I hope somebody heard this record I just played, and that was the greatest intro ever. So, there's a point where how you prepare, I think, is you I don't personally think it should be any different than a produced video. Meaning, whether I'm going to go live or produced video, I'm hoping I'm putting something out there that I want to produce, that I'm passionate about, I'm interested in, I want to teach something, I want to help somebody, hoping at least one person will connect with it and get something out of it. So if that's the case, I go into the live stream and if nobody watches while I'm doing it, I still do it as if somebody's there because they may see it later. I've never ever unlisted a live stream that I can remember ever. Even the ones that just sucked. just I leave them up. So, I just kind of go in prepared to talk about whatever I'm going to talk about. I do have a couple little tricks if you want me to share that about,
Yeah,
just
for
in
sure.
case. So, if I always have a question in mind. So let's say I'm going to do something and and it's going to be about whatever, uploading YouTube videos. I'm making something up. And there's
We
not a
wing it on
lot of
live.
engagement or something going. Do what? What?
I said we wing it on live. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're
That's
making up
fine.
shows. Yeah.
Yeah. But what I might do is just say I have some questions already in mind that I get. And so, therefore, I can still engage and say, well, here's a question I've gotten before, or here's a question I see a lot of, or here's a question that you may have, pull you in, when you're uploading a video, blah, blah, blah. So, that is a trick. And then I've also done this before where if I do want to have Q&A at the end, but I don't know that anybody is really going to stay to the end, depends on how long I go and how relatable I am or compelling, or maybe just nobody is watching live. I've said things like, now, by the way, we're going to take some questions at the end if we have time. Now, I'm not trying to be disingenuous.
Smart.
That's kind of my little play to say if nobody has a question or nobody's watching by the time I'm ready to end the stream, to the person watching, we ran out of time. Now, again, you can always go back and ask the question on the replay, and I go back and check those because that's engagement as well. So those are a couple little things I do. I will say, if you're a solo show like me, it can be a little, if you have a lot of people like in the chat and they're asking questions, it can be a little distracting. So there's other things you can say is like, by the way, if you have a question, put a Q beside it. So if I'm looking through, I can see that. And then you can see that at a glance. Some people will, some people won't. And then there's some people that just get off topic and you just got to roll with that and be okay with saying, it's a great question. I don't really know the answer to that, and just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting on the stream right now in the live chat. David says yes, 100%. Nobody watching is something that worries him. We have fear no one shows up and talking to myself. But so those are some really great tips of having a question in your back pocket. So for example, I want to show and tell during this live stream that we're doing. So I know that people have the fear of no one showing up. No one, like Zach, thank you, Zach, had asked that question in the chat before. But otherwise, that was the question that I had in my back pocket. Okay, I know that people are scared that
Mm-hmm.
people might show up. Let's start with that kind of question. So have those kinds of questions in your back pocket to be able to use if you decide that you want to go live and are worried that maybe there isn't going to be the kind of engagement that you want in the stream. So there's also a few questions here. And I think that if people want to talk about tech, we could definitely talk about tech because Sandy had talked about that
Attack!
the tech is something that worries her. Or Donna wrote, for me, I'm a one woman show. It's the tech issues that scare me. So, how are you when we talk about setting up your streams for success? What are you doing beforehand to make sure that technically you're safe and sound, besides using Riverside, of course?
Besides using Riverside. And you know, so I do a lot of different things. I never ever, and I learned this the hard way. I don't ever install any updates usually the day I'm going live, ever, because I've done that before and had the software stop working, not Riverside, or my camera or my computer. It's like, well, maybe this is going to be a quick iOS update. Oh, it says 12 hours. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. That type thing. So I don't do things like that. I have what's called a dummy battery. So I have a camera mounted to my desk. And I think we have a little video ready, but I don't know if we want to play that or not, of just kind of me showing my setup. But I have what's called a dummy battery. So basically on my camera, I have power going to it all the time. And the reason that's important is because the camera on and being used a lot can drain your battery faster. Again, I learned the hard way because I had a battery. I didn't have a dummy battery, and the battery stopped and died in the middle of it. And so, I'm frozen like that. Uh, I'm hardwired, meaning I don't do Wi-Fi. In my office studio place here, I have internet going straight into my computer. So as long as the internet company doesn't cut the cord, or I pay the bill, I'm going to always have that. So there's some things like that. Double checking my mic, just make sure the input, because there are some programs, not Riverside, that will revert to your last mic you used or your last sound card. So always make sure that my input's right and things like that, And I kind of check my background, but I don't get overly wound up about this because this is the same background I've got all the time. So it's just little things like that. The more you do it, it's more muscle memory. The more you just get used to going through those steps as well. And then the other thing I'll do is if I've got a presentation or I'm going to present something, I'll do a run through. And I'll just do a quick run through and just cycle through the graphics or whatever, kind of get them in my head. I might have my notes over to the side, and if I glance at them, it's okay. And I just kind of go, okay, that's fine as well, just to get an idea in my head. I don't script, which if anybody sees my videos, they're going to say, yeah, we figured that out. I don't script, but I will use bullet points type things.
Mhm.
So those are a bunch of things.
That's a tip that I actually take from my background's in journalism. And so when we'd have people go on TV, a tip that we would use is to have 3 bullet points. Like,
Mm.
don't write out all of your questions, don't write out all of your talking points. Take 3 bullet points about things that you want to talk about, and very quick bullet points, and have them as like a post-it, like somewhere.
Yep.
And if you find yourself veering off topic, if you find yourself getting overwhelmed by, oh my gosh, what do I say next? Take one of those bullet points and just riff off of that.
Yeah.
It's a great way to keep you grounded. And we prepared some live streaming checklist, Kevin's live streaming checklist. Check it out. That's a clickable link, which you can put on your Riverside live streams, people. But you can actually use that checklist, and it goes through all of the steps that he takes before he goes through his live streams. And so it's a great way to make sure that you're covered before
Mhm.
yours. And I asked in the chat, do the people want to see the video of your setup? And the people say, "What? Yes, please." So let me get that all set up and let's check out your tour. So I'm gonna share my screen over
This is really
here.
weird watching myself. I'm just saying this right now.
Oh,
What?
says the YouTuber. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Well, hey there, Kevin Kolbe here. But you already knew that, right? So I thought I would give you a behind the scenes look at my setup. Now, this desk I use for everything. I edit on here, I shoot videos on here, I live stream from here, I watch videos on here, I do email, I do client calls. Everything is done right here. My office is actually a former bedroom, 11 by 13. I don't know what the square footage is. I'm not a math guy, but I have different places set up here I can shoot and record from. But this is set up where I can literally turn everything on and go. So let me show you just quickly how I've got it all set up so I can be streaming. I can't snap. Okay, so first of all, I'll start with the desk just quickly. It's an electric standing desk. I like to stand a lot when I'm working, even editing, but most of the time I'm sitting down because I'm lazy. Here is the basic setup. I have this monitor. It's a 27-inch Dell monitor. Nothing fancy, but it has a really good picture. One of the reasons I like this is because it can go up and down. So for example, if I just literally do this, oh, look, there's the camera. I actually have my camera, here, I'll turn it on. I have my camera mounted just over my monitor. The reason is because I like it close to, if I'm talking to a guest, I can see, but also it's a good angle right there because it's not totally looking down at me. As far as, oh, by the way, if you want to know, it's a Canon M6 Mark II, and it's way more camera than I need. And just in case, I have this on it. This is it's a little bitty cage, and this handle allows me to adjust it so I can stand here and record or stream. I'm using this mic right here that's on a boom. This is the Rode Video Mic Go 2. It's like $99, has a great sound. I actually have it on a boom arm and it's connected directly to the camera. And the reason I do that is if I'm streaming or recording, there's one signal that comes in here, and so I don't have to sync anything, but I can always go with an external mic if I wanted to. I have this light, and it's from Godox, and what I like about it is it has, where's this remote? Right here. So if I hit the remote, and then I can turn it on and turn it off, and this is rechargeable. You just pop it on the back. Now, I do have this soft box on there. This is actually a diffused light. This actually knocks it down a little bit more because it's very bright, and if you notice, I don't know if it'll pick up, but I have it set at 5%, and it's very bright. So the light stays mounted to the desk. And again, the reason I do this is so I can turn the camera on, I can turn the light on, I can power up Riverside, or if I'm just recording straight on, I can do that. And then I am going, and it's that simple. A couple little things too. I don't know if you'll be able to see it here, but this cord, I have what's called a dummy battery in the camera, which means it's going to have power all the time. But the reason that is good is because well, it's like I just said, it will never run out of battery. Having done that before, it's not cool. So if you use any type of camera, you want to make sure it's got power as well. I have this, it's the new Mac Mini M4. It is the base model. It's a beast. It's all I need because I have hard drives like an external hard drive over here. I think that's a 4 terabyte. And then I also have this one over here, which is a 1 terabyte SSD that I edit off of. So to show you how easy it is, I come back and I go right over here because I'm lazy, and there's Riverside. I hit Riverside. It'll launch the program and I can go ahead and join the studio, and you see how quick it is. So that's one of the reasons I like the Stream Deck. And bang, I can be live streaming or recording to whatever I want to do. And that's pretty much it. Here, I'll put this back down again so you can see it. So the idea is when I'm ready to go, all I've got to do is power up and go, and it's that simple.
Super cool. Thank you for sharing that. That's a really
Thanks.
great tour of your desk. If anyone has any questions about any of the equipment that he shared during that tour, leave them in the chat. But I also wanted to ask you, because I was looking through some more of the comments when we're talking about being successful in live streaming and talking about how you think of your content. So we see your tech setup there, but something that Coach said in the chat is the thing that scares me is the dead space. It's easy to interact when there are questions or making comments. How, when you're preparing, like, let's talk about how you prepare the structure of your live stream and how you fill that dead space.
Well, here's the thing. Dead space, or as we used to call it in radio, dead air, TV, dead air, it's not a bad thing. We think it is. We think, I've asked a guest a question, well, tell me about your most embarrassing moment. 1001, 1002. Okay, they have an answer. All right. So let me ask you that. And it's like, wait a minute. It's just like, I like to approach video live streaming like I'm at a coffee shop with a friend. And if I sit down and I say, well, how's your day been? And they don't immediately respond, I don't go, oh, well, they got nothing to talk about. I'll just keep talking. Dead space isn't a bad thing. I think it depends on what you're doing. If I'm just doing a presentation, period, then I may have my points. I may pause. I may look away. I may say, okay, now let me see if we have a question I want to get to. I'm reading them. It's okay. I think we, the creator of the stream, we get far more wound up about things like that than the viewer just really cares about or even notices. People can be listening to your stream as well, especially if you're running it as a video podcast, which I would recommend. And then if you have a guest, that's okay too. To have some breathing room in there, to pause, to reflect. I mean, what if your guest says something and you're like, oh, dang, I didn't even know that. Well, you may want to go, hang on, hang on. So you were saying, so it's not a bad thing. I think it's where we get hung up is like, if it's like a minute has gone by, it's like, well, I don't know what I want to say now, but you know what? That happens. You learn from it and you prepare for the next one.
Yeah, I am going to be keeping these ideas in mind because at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be hosting community calls and kind of taking this into practice because if no one shows up, which please do, it is scary to be live and to be hoping that somebody's going to call in or have a question. So it's nice to be able to plan your content and be able
Yep.
to kind of map out what you're going to say beforehand because it's going to make it a lot less intimidating. And while you were answering that, a bunch of questions were floating in, and a lot of people were asking if you could provide some links to your setup. So, Kevin, shoot me
Yes.
over an email with
Yeah.
links to your setup
I'll
because
do that.
that's definitely
Yeah.
something that we want to share with all of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I say something
And
about my setup too?
yeah, do
So
it.
here's the thing. If you look at what I have and you go, wow, it's awful fancy, as we used to say, or, I don't have a camera like that. Use this as a guide. You can, I mean, especially with Riverside, use your phone. I mean, I've got one of my favorite pieces of gear is a DJI Osmo Pocket 3, which is right there. And that can be a webcam. So, if you're, I'm a Canon guy. I like Canon cameras, but if you've got a Sony camera and it's a small point and shoot, use that. So, just look at how what I'm using, and you don't have to spend a lot. You can use what you've got, but yeah, I will send that over to Kendall, and you guys can definitely see at least what I have now.
I mean, what
It
I
may
was
change over
using,
time.
yeah, it might change in another day. He sent me a
Yeah,
whole a whole list of pictures of his desk setup, and I couldn't figure out when was from what time because it was just like there were so many changes. But I actually, when I started doing Riverside webinars, I was using my phone.
yeah,
I was using my iPhone and my Mac and doing continuity camera,
yeah,
and you can use it through Riverside. And
yep,
I was getting really great video and didn't have to spend anything on a webcam. So
yeah.
that was just a webcam that I had in my pocket. And I also want to shout out that Tanya Smith is in the chat, and she is going to be hosting later on a session about how to basically use live streaming in your marketing strategy. And we're going to go step by step through how she does it using ChatGPT to plan out a marketing strategy that uses live streams that actually ends up making you money. So that's definitely a session that I want you to stay tuned for later on. And I also forgot to mention, as we're going through this live stream, um, tell us your takeaways on
Mm.
Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and tag us, tag Riverside, and we'll be giving out some T-shirts to a few of the people that tell us some of the takeaways that they had and shout out some of the things that they learned in today's live stream marathon. So definitely give us a shout out there. But what I'm seeing with a lot of people in the chat, here's Zach saying the only time I delete dead space is my magic clips, otherwise I leave things alone. Which leads me over to a question that I had about how you're using your live streams after you go live. So there's success when you have your stream, but how are you structuring your content? How are you structuring your questions to make it so that your live streams can really live on into repurposed content for other platforms?
And that's a great question. And I think it comes about in planning or kind of knowing what the goal of it is. So, for example, if I know that I'm going to be interviewing a guest and I think ahead of time, I'm going to be creating what I'll call like video chunks from the interviews, then I may pause between a question. I may phrase it that way. You can also ask your guest to rephrase the question as well if you want to cut yourself out of there. So if I ask Kendall, well, Kendall, how did you get started, at Riverside? Kendall could say, well, I got started at Riverside and then I don't even need myself in there. It's just another little bonus trick. But also in the way of your presenting. So let's say I'm not doing an interview, but I want to present something. I want to talk about like there's a new YouTube study out called Why We Watch, and I'm actually working on a video on that. So what if I just say, well, I'll just do that as a live, but I'm going to present it and I'm going to present the points ahead of time, and then the questions will come at the end. And so what I can do is I can do another version of that, and then I can just have the meat and potatoes, if you will, that doesn't include the question. So it's all kind of the structure going into it. What is this going to be about? Um, I did that once. Probably the most successful I've done that at, depending on how you depending on how you gauge success, is when YouTube rolled out Shorts, and I did a live stream with a couple of friends of mine, and Desiree Martinez and Shelly Saves the Day, and we talked about that. And I had several questions, and what I did after the live stream is I created 4 or 5 videos just on each one of those questions. So, like, we talked about thumbnails and we talked about promotion and the kind of the hot button things at the time. Every one of those individual videos did far better than the live stream. So, think about that too. You may touch on something in a presentation, in an interview, that all of a sudden gets a lot more traction, and you could create a whole nother video out of just that. And I think that's huge. So a lot of it just is going into thinking, what am I going to do with this? Now, you may just want to do a live hangout. You're just going to do Q&A, let's just hang out and stuff like that. And then it's just a matter of answering questions when you want to. You may have something in your back pocket you want to talk about to start eliciting, getting questions and things like that. So,
I also what I saw your clips that you were talking about, and I think that's something really cool that you did is that you framed every question so that you can clip it later.
hmm
So you're like, I don't know if this was the exact question that you asked, but thumbnails. What's the most important thing to keep into it? Right, to keep in them.
yeah,
Clip that. Like
yeah,
you like introducing your questions with the idea that later you're going to want to clip those questions to make them into shorts. I think it's
hmm
just a really smart way to go about it.
and I packaged each one differently. So each one of those videos were shorter videos that had different thumbnails, different titles, but yet it was still pulled from that live stream. And here's the kicker: in your description, you can point back to the original. Hey, if you want to see the entire interview, if you want to see the entire podcast, the entire video, click here, and that'll take you back to the original video as well. So you can kind of create that viewing loop.
Exactly. And I think also when we're talking about we've been talking a lot about making yourself comfortable on live streams, but then there's the whole other part that if you're having a guest on and you're nervous, it's
Hmm.
really hard. But how can you, like, what are you doing before you go live or during the live that's actually making your guests feel comfortable? Because I think that the real beauty of live is that two people are just having a conversation. So, are there things that you would recommend in setup wise that you think make streams more successful in what you do with your guests?
I can tell you what I don't do.
Yeah,
In
that works
because
too.
that's what some people do. I know there are some folks that they do pre-interview calls, and I don't do that. One, because it's time I've got to find time to do, and two, I typically know why I'm asking the person on. So, like, if I extend the invite to Kendall to be on my channel talking about whatever it is, maybe it's going from journalism to YouTube. I kind of know that going in. I'll send the email. Hey, here's some of the things we're going to talk about. So it's not like a 60 minutes gotcha interview or anything like that. So I I want them to feel very comfortable. I ask them up front, is there anything that you want us to talk about specifically? Do you have an online course, a new book coming out? Like, there's a person I'm going to be interviewing soon that just published a new book, so we're going to be talking about his new book. I mean, so it's those types of things. I never share questions in advance because I like it to feel organic, like it's a conversation, like two people just sitting down and talking. And chances are, if I've done my homework, which I should have, then I know things to stay away from. Um, that if they've been sensitive about maybe some family tragedy, and that's not the focus of the interview, I don't touch on that at all. But I usually ask people to also pop on like 15 minutes before, and then as I'm setting up and everything, we're just chatting, we're having fun. I can tell you a funny moment that years ago when I worked at the Fox station, I got to interview a lot of stars, and so I was interviewing Gordon Ramsay once, and
Oh,
and as he comes on, it's all via satellite, like this, virtual. And as he comes on, he's drinking out of like a In and Out burger cup or whatever, or something like that. And I said, "So what are you drinking there, chef?" And he goes, "Oh, this," and he starts going on about his like guilty pleasure smoothie he has and stuff like that. Now, I didn't have to like warm Gordon up for the interview, But the idea is it just kind of broke the ice. And then when we talked, it just felt more natural, and that's even harder because especially when you get to that Hollywood realm, they're just going from interview to interview to interview to interview to interview. And so that's kind of how I do it. I mean, I'm pretty loose with it. I just want the other person to feel respected and heard and have fun and stuff like that. I mean, to me, a win is if the guest emails me back later before I can email them saying, "Wow, that was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on. Let me know if you want to do it again." To me, that's a huge win.
And that's a sign of success. Yeah, exactly what we were talking about. And tell me in the chat, like, are you guys asking questions before? Are you doing a pre-interview? Because I'm with Kevin here. Like, I like what I like to do, and people who have watched previous webinars that I've done, I love to share this tip. But what I love to do is, when I worked in TV, one of the things that we would do is we would come into the green room like 15 minutes before somebody went on, and we would just have a conversation with them, not about what they were going to talk about. Like, just a conversation to kind of get them loose and excited to be on and just talking like a normal person. And what that would do is like by the time that we'd get them on the set, I mean, if you're sitting there silently and then you go on set and you press record, like you need a minute to kind of warm up. So what I like to do is I kind of channel that into my webinars, podcasts, things like that is like a 15-minute green room conversation. Bonus points if I can record that because I actually think that sometimes you get like really good content out of those conversations. But in it, you get to know each other and you can use some of those things later for your conversation. Like I have Gordon here. He some background note. He's sipping on his favorite smoothie. We're gonna get to that later. Like just having
Yeah.
a little moment like that, I think is just really important. And so we have in the chat, we have people saying pre-chat for sure. It breaks the ice, but is no one's doing a pre-interview, it seems.
Well,
And people
Kendall and I
also,
talked before this just because we had not met, but we agreed. She was like, "Do you want, I'm not going to send you questions." I'm like, "Please don't." In fact, I think
I
I
let you
said to
know.
her,
Yeah,
"I'll ignore them."
exactly. Like I just, especially sometimes, I mean, for anyone who's had me on their podcast, I'm gonna apologize, but like sometimes when people send me their pre-questions, I still don't read them. Like because I like to just like I
Yeah.
think that that makes a more interesting listen. Like
Yeah.
I'll read them, I'll skim them, but I'm not sitting there like writing all of my points about how I'm gonna answer each question. And I think that that makes for a better conversation because I'm actually sitting there saying like, oh, I didn't actually think about this. This is a really cool take on this question or this idea. There's some that I'll like if I'm going into it and I know that I want to have numbers or something when I'm
Yeah.
talking. I did a webinar on webinars, for example, and I wanted to talk about like an actual use case. We put out this email and got this kind of feedback. Like that's actionable for people. So I'll have that in my back pocket. But otherwise, as far as questions, as far as pre-interview, I'm not really doing that. But there are other ways that you can actually make your guests feel comfortable.
Hmm.
And that I think is by showing them, even if you're faking it, that you're comfortable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Is there anything else that you're doing with that, like as far as making guests feel comfortable?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's always about the guest and then the viewer. I've been a guest on shows before where it sounds so cocky, but it's like, did they remember they invited me on? It's like, they're sharing my story and they're talking and, we're 15 minutes in and I haven't got the first question. And that's not an ego thing. It's just like, you always make it about the guest. The other thing too is like if I think there's preparing, knowing what you can about your guest again or your subject, but let's just talk about guests here. But at the same time, if you have a list of questions and you're going to stick to those questions, you don't allow for any spontaneity. And then all
Mm-hmm.
of a sudden your guest says something and instead of you going down that going, whoa, let's talk about that, then you just keep jumping into your planned questions and you miss a moment. I can almost guarantee you every person I've interviewed has said something at some point I had no idea, wasn't prepared for, hadn't thought about that led to a better conversation because I let them take that lead on that.
I agree. I also think that those moments, to kind of loop it back to what you were saying before, happen a lot in the silence.
Mm,
Like if you let somebody who's on your live stream or your podcast, like they also want to fill those dead spaces we talked about. Like, oh no, I should say something else, you know? And in those kind of moments, you find that your guests will let their guard down a bit more and add something else that maybe you weren't even going to ask them about. So I like to let there be a bit of a beat before kind of jumping back in if they've
mm,
really expanded on something, because then they might just add, there's sometimes that they'll add just like one last sentence that you're like, ooh, like
yeah,
that was the moment. And I'm so
yeah.
glad I didn't speak during that time, you know?
Even when I've done interviews as I do a lot also as recorded as live. In other words, we won't live stream it, but we'll just do this. I go in telling them that we're going to record it as live, meaning that if you forget the question, just tell me, I'm sorry, what was the question? And we're just going to roll with it, you know? And I think that for the most part, at least people I've talked to, that just kind of loosens them up. They realize, oh, okay, it's not the end of the world. You know, it's not a gotcha. I don't do those type of interviews anyway. So it's again, as much as you can make your guest feel comfortable, the better it's going to be. I 100% guarantee that.
I completely agree. And I actually, for the people in the chat that were nervous about going live, that haven't gone live, and your podcasters, that's what I would recommend that you do. Try one show live. It's also great because you do less editing later, I feel.
No.
Like, try one show that you do it live
Yep.
and see how that works for you. See if it's something that you actually enjoy doing. And if not, I mean, you just recorded an episode anyway. If you're recording on
Yep.
Riverside, you just take those files, edit them however you want, which I think that live takes less editing.
Yep.
But you are like, that's a really great way to jump into it. I actually also wanted to show we have another guide, Kevin's guide for interviews. I know. You just have so much to share that I wanted to make so many guides for it. But so I will also share this in an email afterwards. But we took some of Kevin's favorite tips for interviews and turned them into a guide on our Riverside Community Hub. So you can all download them there. And we only have a few minutes left. So I want to make sure that I've gotten to all of your questions. So if you have any questions in the chat for Kevin, like we're opening it up for a Q and A.
While you're
Um,
looking, I want to add to Kendall's challenge for you. Don't just do the live stream, but publish it as public. You know, it's kind of like shooting your first video on your phone and you keep it on your camera reel. And it's like, well, okay, great. So you went through you figured out how to turn record on and off, but you got to put it out there and see. Now, I think people are also concerned about haters and trolls. They're there, but I don't think they're rampant. I think you're going to find far more supporters and things like that. But the more you put it out there publicly, I think it's just gets you more comfortable with doing it because private and unpublished or unlisted, yeah, it's there, but so what? So I would say just take the step and put it out there.
exactly. And that was actually an answer to one question in the chat that was, isn't Riverside always live? The idea that I'm saying is to push it live onto YouTube or
Hmm.
something like that, like make it public. And actually, if you watch along to the next session where we talk about methods for engaging with the audience, one of the videos I'm going to show is how Steven and I kind of dealt with a troll in the comments for one of our live streams. So, one of our live stream demos. So check it out. And I did see a lot of questions in the chat about Riverside and how you can use Riverside for live and different ways to engage your audience. And that is our next session that I'll be on with Steven. So stay tuned for that. And you're also going to get the recording, but stay tuned. I want to point out, I'll go through the chat. Scott also said that the biggest thing to him is listening. If you're too focused on your own questions, you may accidentally tune out their answers as they're getting ready to ask for your next question, and you may miss something really good that your guest said. I actually was speaking with Matt Gilhooly. He's a podcaster in our Riverside community. And one of the best things that he told me when I was getting started on my journey is to like let yourself forget the follow up.
Hmm.
Like, if I have so many times I'm listening to somebody talk about something and I'm in my head being like, don't drop that follow up question because you're so nervous to drop it. But then you miss the second half of what they said.
Yeah.
So allow yourself to drop it and listen and think of that other follow-up question based on what they're saying. So Scott, really incredible
Yeah, great
tip
point.
there.
Yeah.
Completely agree with you. And we have, what tips do you have about dealing with a guest who just keeps talking and you can't get in a question, from Kathleen?
Well, that's happened and it will happen. Sadly I can become kind of chatty. And sometimes in my head I'm hearing myself go, "Stop talking. Stop talking." I think there's times where you have to just interject yourself, and assuming the guest can hear you, you just kind of have to take back part of that. And you can say things like, by the way, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you brought up a good point, and then kind of redirect it as that way. Ultimately, if you have a guest that just kind of takes over, you just have to wing it. Now, if there's a point where, and I think the more you do it, the more you get comfortable with this. If you really feel like, and I can't give you an absolute how, if you feel like the interview is just not working, it's going off the rails, the person's kind of taking a different direction or whatever, you can always choose to wrap it gracefully. Like, well, we're kind of out of time right now for this conversation, but and at least that there's some dignity and respect there. But I mean, it can happen. Um, but again, I think if you're listening, you hear those beats to interrupt, and you can say, what, hey, I hate to interrupt, but that bring, you kind of just have to insert yourself a little in it and be okay with it. It's your show ultimately that the guest is on.
You like another user told me one time, another person in our community had one time told me that like it's your job as a host to speak for your listeners.
Yeah.
So it's being like that's when you formulate your questions, but that's also when you know that okay, this person's going a little bit long. Like it's on you as the host to know that your listeners probably also think that too. So trusting that gut and being able to kind of jump in. Speaking of figuring out what your gut's saying, David, hello, David, had asked Kevin, do you feel live versus a recorded interview is different?
I mean, it can be. I go into all of my, like, I've got an interview scheduled next week, and it's going to be recorded, but I've already told my guests that we're going to be recording as live, meaning the minute we go, we go. We don't do any redos. I also I also don't, so this might be a little different. I don't do intros and outros, meaning if I'm doing live, I'm going to set up what it's about, who the guest is, why this is important, and then we'll jump into it. If it's pre-recorded, I don't do that. I've been a guest on shows before, and typically most of them were new hosts where I sat through them doing a dozen intros before they got it right, before they got to me. And one time I just told the guy, he was a friend, I said, you know what? You can do that later. Let's just jump into the conversation. So there is a little bit of difference there. So I can just get into it. And then later I'll come back and maybe pull a clip from it or set it up. Today we're talking to or whatever. So I think it's all the mentality thing. And some people freak out over live. They're like, "No, is this going to be live?" And it's like, yeah, but we'll be okay and stuff like that. And then sometimes they realize, oh, people are watching, they're asking questions. That changes it too. So there is some differences. A lot of mine now are done as live, just strictly because of my schedule. But I also do. I love doing like this. This is cool because we don't know the questions. I don't know what Kendall's going to throw at me.
What's
And
next? What's
so
next? Well, now we're ready in the live chat, so you can see some. You can see what's coming up. But we have a question from Zach. Do you have any plans to discuss email marketing, promoting, and mailing lists? If you want to talk about strategy and how to promote your live streams and kind of talk about the plan for for promoting and marketing, that is going to be during our session that's at 12 to 1 with Tanya, where we're going to be talking about a 90-day live stream playbook, how to take your live stream and basically create a 90-day kind of marketing plan out of
yeah,
it. So definitely stay tuned for that. Um, we also have a question. Um, I'll find another question in here. The beauty of live. Find a question. Um, Where do you make public? Social media, YouTube, website, where else? Particularly for an older audience.
I think a lot of that comes down to where your audience is, where you are. I mean, I leaned into YouTube 100% quite a while ago. In fact, I haven't been on social media since the end of November. I just decided to take a break. I just wanted to. But even then, I would be on X a little. I'd be on Facebook, but for different reasons. Um, I my creative world is all around YouTube, and so when I do YouTube, I do YouTube. But if you have an audience that lives also on Facebook, that's okay. If you know your LinkedIn in there, I mean, I still think YouTube is the best platform in terms of getting your message out and reaching anybody anywhere. And there's a lot more tools on it for creators. That's probably a whole nother session. But let's say you have an impact on LinkedIn. Well, then that's fine. I mean, be on LinkedIn as well. So I try not to move people from platforms where they're on to platforms where I want them to be because I think that's just a lot of wasted time. And I just focus on YouTube. I let YouTube do YouTube. And I treat my email differently. So I think it all depends on where your audience is and how they work. And by the way, there isn't a lot. There's an older audience on YouTube, so don't believe what you hear. I know that for a fact.
And our last question I'll take from the chat is how to break for ads. Do it live and just look in the camera while guest sits there, or do you put them in later? How do you kind of deal with ads? Do you have ads on your content?
I do. I have sponsored ads, but I do those on the production side. It depends on how I'm doing it. So like the interview I'm going to do next week will have an ad in it, and I'll add that later in the edit. So in other words, I will just do the interview as the interview, and then I'll come back later and find a logical, as seamless as possible place to add that, which is completely different if I'm producing a promo and there's a way to segue into the ad. I think if you're doing it live, you create something that we used to call it in television, radio, run of show. So it's like, okay, after this point, I'm gonna go to the ad, and you can say as simple as, Kendall's just answered something, say that's great. So when we get back, we're going to ask more about Kendall's background in journalism. But right now, let's hear from the sponsor of this, Riverside. And you just roll it and go into it just like it's a commercial, like a lot of podcasts do. So, again, it's a little bit more planning depending on live or produced.
And if you're doing it on Riverside, you can record right from your editor. So you could be editing your podcast or content. Those were the two words I was trying to say at one time. And you can just go in and record straight from there. And I just want to put this on screen that Shane said, yes, that's why I follow you. I'm a beginning creator at the age of 55. Thanks for the inspiration, Kevin.
Thank
So
you.
I think that Shane speaks for all of us when we say thank you for this inspiring conversation. This has been really great to hear your tips. And I'm going to be sharing things like Kevin's guide, and I'll put them on the screen again. So you can download Kevin's guide for interviews. That's available on our community hub. Boom. You can download Kevin's live stream checklist. Boom. And that has all the stuff that he uses before his live streams. He's going to be, reminder, sharing with me links to his setup that I'll be sharing with all of you, and just a few other places that you can find Kevin. Here is a link to his YouTube channel so you can watch more of him. Can't get enough. Just want more Kevin. You can go
It'll be
onto
a
his
t-shirt.
YouTube channel. Exactly.
Need
It'll
more,
be
Kevin.
replaced by River in the next session. I'm kidding. And also, again, I saw that we have a lot of questions about Riverside and how you can kind of implement a lot of these. So, in our next session, we're going to be having methods to engage your audience with Steven. He's going to be going through, we're going to be talking about how to use Riverside, but how to use each tool to actually engage your audience. We're going to be using real life tips. We're going to be showing some clips from how we've done it in the past, so you can actually really apply a lot of the things that you're learning in this next session to your own streams. And again, We'll be going live all day. So we have a marketing strategy coming up after that, community call-ins. So I'm going to be accepting call-ins if you want to share your questions and maybe some advice that you have for the community. We had a lot of questions about equipment. We have Marc Aflalo, and he's from Your Tech Report on Sirius XM.
Mhm.
He's going to be giving us his tech report on how he uses different pieces of tech and recommending his own, but answering your questions too. And then we're going to be talking to Steve Folland on how to build your community. And he showed me a lot of the stuff that he's putting out with his community, and it's hilarious and actually really actionable. So
Hmm.
definitely stay tuned for any of those. But tune in all day to help us make a difference. We are throughout this donating $1 for everyone, every view that we have on these streams for New York youth creators. So thank you for watching and learning. And you can actually stay on this stream for the next session. So thank you, Kevin, for
Hey,
joining
thanks
this
for having
session
me.
and starting me off.
Thanks
Yeah,
everybody for watching and the great questions too. And just do it. Just get out there. Just create.
just do it. All right, cool. Thank you so much. And I'll meet you back here in just a few minutes. All right. All right. We are back. I drank some water. We're going to keep going. We are doing Riverside's live stream marathon. So, all day, back to back sessions with some industry pros to teach you everything you need to know about live streaming. And while we're doing it, we're also doing it for a great cause. So, for every view that we get on this live stream all day, we're going to be donating $1 for every one of those views to DCTV's youth media program, and they offer a free program for young creators in New York City to learn how to use media, video, audio to tell their stories and ignite social change. So, first of all, thank you all for joining because you're already helping donate to an incredible cause, and you're also learning skills for your own live streaming goals. So, as we're starting off this session, tell us in the chat, are you starting off live streaming? Are you a seasoned pro? Are you intermediate? Like, tell me about your live streaming journey, where you want to go. In this session, I'm going to be bringing in, let me bring him in now. Here we are, Steven. We're live. There we are.
It's a
Stop
pleasure to
looking
be
down at your
here.
phone.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining. We're going to be talking about methods to engage your audience today. But we're going to be also going through, a lot of you in the last session had questions about Riverside. So what we're going to be doing in this session is we're going to be breaking down different ways to engage with your audience and how to do it on Riverside. So we have a lot to show you. And Stephen, I'm excited to have you on the stream. Thanks for joining.
So it's like our monthly webinar, a mini version of that, but you're doing it
Exactly.
all day.
Exactly, all day. If you stay tuned for all hours, you'll just see me slowly devolve. But it'll be fine. In the meantime, we've got Steven, and as Ben says in the chat, Steven is, in fact, the man.
That's
So,
great.
so with
Appreciate it.
that kind of wind up, yeah, Steven
Yeah.
is our video producer and podcaster here at Riverside. We host a monthly demo where we show end to end everything that you can do with Riverside. And kind of as a lead up to this, if you're new to Riverside, you are right now using either our YouTube live stream or in the audience link on our Riverside studio. But we are an end-to-end content creation platform. So you can record, you can go live, get your recordings transcribed, edit them, create social clips, put them online, all of that through Riverside. So today we're going to be showing you just a piece of it, just the live stream section of it, and how to use all of it to engage your audience. So, yeah, Stephen,
Let's do
let's
it.
talk about let's do it. Let's talk about. I want to start off if you want to share your screen, and let's talk first about thinking when you're talking about engaging with your audience. First, you kind of have to get in front of the audience. So I guess let's start with multi-streaming, talking about when you're thinking of live streaming, Stephen, how are you thinking of where to go live?
Yeah, so you want to go wherever your audience is or potential audience. And so one of the great things about the recent Riverside live streaming tools is you can multicast to so many different platforms, YouTube, Facebook, X, and you can do it all simultaneously, and Riverside handles it all for you. Plus the advantage is you get that high quality recording, which a lot of times it puts a lot of strain on your computer, not when you use Riverside. Riverside will take care of the recording and streaming. And so here in the studio settings, you can do it here and one other place, but I can connect my Twitch account, my YouTube channel, and you want to, if you have your largest following on YouTube like me, I want to make sure I add that channel as a destination. And if you're trying to grow, maybe your LinkedIn following, live stream to there too. They're pushing more video all the time. And one of the great things, a recent feature, is once you connect these platforms like YouTube, you can then schedule a future live stream, and I'll just call this live stream. And you can add those live stream destinations right here when you schedule it, and Riverside will create that scheduled event on your YouTube channel, Facebook, or LinkedIn page, which is great because now your subscribers can see you have a live stream coming up. They can put it on their calendars, get excited for it, and it'll even carry over your title and custom thumbnail if you schedule it on YouTube. So just be where your audience is at or potentially where you hope to find them.
And we're coming in hot because that is a new feature. So for anyone who's already been using Riverside for live streaming, that is new. Let's jump into the studio. But
Yeah.
let's go through. So one of the things that I think is so important when you're live streaming is interacting with the chat. So actually, you're going to go and pull up the studio. But first, when you're thinking about your live stream chat, um, what are some of the methods that you're using to actually get it started, to get people engaged? Because I think that's why people are live streaming, is they want that direct communication with the people that they're live streaming in front of. So what are you doing while you're live streaming to encourage that chat?
I mean, obviously, asking for questions and answering them live on air immediately helps an audience feel like they're connected and you're actually paying attention to them. And even just doing things like we do on our monthly webinar. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know the name of your show, your podcast, your channel, and calling those out. It just helps reiterate that we are live. I think in a recent webinar, someone asked, are you guys really live or is this recorded? And, being able to say, yes, we'll show your comment on screen right now. And I'm actually going to go live in my studio right here to kind of show some of these features live. And I'm going to send this to a Twitch destination. And I just saw someone in the chat, I think it was Ben, asking, do you need to play video games to live stream on Twitch? Absolutely not. You can live stream whatever you want on Twitch, and it's a great method for discovery. And so I'm going to open the Twitch channel here that I'm streaming to. And the Riverside just puts these links nicely here, kind of right at the top of the studio, so you can access them quickly. And so if someone's here on Twitch and they're watching the stream, it's going to be a little delayed because I'm live streaming from Riverside and sharing my screen. But if someone says a message like, hey, this is a great stream, and they have that chat in Twitch, well, the great part is I'll actually see that here in my Riverside studio under the live stream chat. And so we're actually seeing all your messages right here in this chat window. But when you live stream to multiple destinations like Twitch and YouTube, you see all the comments here in one place, which really helps. So you can engage your audience wherever they are, on YouTube, on Twitch, on LinkedIn. You'll see those comments. You even see what platform they're on. So actually you'll see here it says Twitch under the message. This way you can say things like, hey, Steven watching on Twitch, which again just helps someone realize like, oh yeah, they're really seeing me, the viewer, not only my name, but also the platform. And so one of the great things we can do is just show this comment on screen, and you'll see it down there. I'm going to change the branding for my studio, which we may get to in a second. But if I change the branding, it'll be easier to see. Look, now the comment is there, the person's username was there, and I can show it again if I wanted to. And it also shows the little platform icon, a little Twitch icon there in the bottom left corner. So just asking questions, letting people know, doing shout outs where they might be watching from or viewing from is a great way to do it. And I do a lot of personally shortcuts and automations videos. And so taking requests and questions from that, again, is just a great way to stay connected to the audience and helps them feel like you're really paying attention.
That is great. I'm going to ask you to stop with your screen share for a second because I want to take a break for a second to talk about engaging with your chat. So one of the ways to get people engaged is what we like to do. I mean, I did it at the top of the stream, is tell us in the chat where you are on your live stream journey. It's a really great way, if you started off with a question, getting people to engage with you. Or, for example, for the last session that we just did, Kevin had a video that we were deciding whether or not we were going to share of his entire studio tour. So I just asked in the chat, do you want a tour of Kevin's studio? Do you want to see the video? Getting people to say yes. It shows that you're listening to them, and it's actually a really cool way if you don't know where you're going to go next with your stream. So, for example, I can say, do you guys want to hear about tech next, or do you guys want to hear about content and how to plan your content? And asking people in the chat exactly what they would like to hear helps you, first of all, speak directly to your users, or your audience, but also helps you create something that they want to watch. And one of the things I actually wanted to bring up, we had a pretty funny moment in one of our demos recently where somebody in the comments was saying that they didn't think that we were live. So I'm actually going to play that moment because it's a really fun way that you can interact with people in the chat and directly answer their questions while you are in your live stream. So let me just play that. I want to really quickly just mention when we talk about studio chat, because somebody had asked, I'll show it on the stream, could you show how to bring comments onto the screen? You don't have any comments there, and I'm not sure that it can work when you put your own comment, But basically, what you do is, oh, you're gonna show it.
I'm gonna go live right now.
You're gonna go live. We're gonna show what's going on. And while we're talking about live, we did have a comment that says, "This is not live. I saw this last year, and I just want to show that we're live. We do this every month, so we're here. We're real. We're
In
live
the flesh. I don't know.
in the flesh."
I don't know. I should. If I had a newspaper, I would hold up the date. I don't know how to. The second best thing, I guess, in 2025, you hold up your phone screen, right? And you can show the date on screen.
Is
There
that
we
what
go.
people do?
I mean, just to show you. Look at that. You got January 8th, Wednesday, 12th. There you
Ooh,
go. There you go.
boom. Kidding.
He's trolling it. I see. How
We
it is.
love
That's
we
good.
love it. So that is a way that you can actually interact with your chat. So it's definitely a fun way to get to actually speak with people. And if you do have these moments where somebody's dropping onto your stream and saying something, it is a way to show off your personality and make something authentic. So just wanted to share that moment with you guys here right now. And so as we're kind of talking about that, we're talking about not waiting for engagement, creating moments where people can engage in the chat. I also then want to jump into, we talked about chats on screen, but I also want to talk about how you can show other things on your screen to make it more engaging. So for example, we're right now in session 2, methods to engage your audience. There are ways that you can make people want to keep watching by showing those types of things on your stream. Or for example, you can watch more Steven on our YouTube channel. That's a clickable link that you can use within Riverside. So Steven, do you want to show how you can do this using Riverside?
100%. And I see some questions in the chat. Scott was asking, how can we share those kinds of video clips like intros and outros? We are going to do that in a second. But I'll show you real quick how to make those lower thirds, even with a link. That's in our text tool here in the studio. And you'll see here I have some pre-made ones. And I can show any of these on screen, like subscribe to my channel. That goes to the Riverside YouTube channel. Then I can just show it, and it will automatically hide after 5, 10, or 20 seconds, or I can manually hide it as well. So if I wanted to create one, I can just click the plus icon here, and these stay in your studio, so you can make a bunch of these before your live stream, so they're ready for you, and they'll just be here waiting. And then you could say something like, join our community. And then for that live stream, if I wanted to add a link, I can click the little add link button, paste our Facebook community link in here, and I can even go further to customize it, change the size, small, medium, large, go with a different color scheme, light, dark, or the color under the brand tab, placement, and the timer. So 5, 10, 20 seconds, or manually show and hide it. Then I can save and show it immediately or save for later. And so now here's our join our community lower third. I can quickly adjust the timer just by clicking here if I wanted to. Let's see, 5 seconds, and I just click show. And now I have a lower third on top of my video. If it had that clickable link, people can click it using Riverside audience mode, and that 5-second timer means it goes away by itself, and I don't even have to think about it. And it's really the same kind of timer and show on stream as for comments. And so just really easy to go back and forth between chat, the text tool, show your lower thirds, and all the ones you've created in the past are saved here. So even this one says live with Stephen Robles. There you go. I can show that. You can put a little emoji down there in the lower third to make it a little more visually interesting, and you can manually hide it as well when you're done using it. So that's our text tool.
And something that I really love to do, and it's really important to do before you do your live streams, is I always go into my studio and load in all of those, whether that's the clickable links that I want to show, whether that's the kind of live text that I showed, that's session 2. All of those things I load in beforehand, so I can just really produce on the fly as I'm doing my live stream. So definitely a tip for keeping things engaging. Another thing that we're talking about when I talk about the text that shows on your screen is one of the things that I like to do in my live streams is, as we're kind of going through, I like to kind of play around with the name on my stream. So for example, under Steven, you could see video creator. Under Kendall, you could see Riverside Community Manager. So first of all, you're able to change those styles, which Steven will show you in a second. But something that I always like to do also is you can update them as you go. So I'll write question answerer. And that's what I'm acting as right now. So making those kind of fun moments where you're engaging and you're live, those are fun ways to just kind of keep your streams as something that people want to watch and follow along on. So somebody had made a comment in the chat about the speaker names. So Stephen, do you want to show off how to really brand those with your live stream to make everything kind of look like a cohesive branded podcast or live stream?
For sure. I was just trying to change my lower third and put my social handles in
Ooh.
there. So, yeah, now let me show you how to do that. Share my screen. So, for you and your remote guests, when you're here in the studio, I'm actually going to make, well, I can roll my mouse over here where the names are, and you see it just becomes an editing little bubble. And so, where it says small, I'm actually going to go large. This way it's a little easier to see. And if I wanted to change my name, I can just select the text here, and I have no idea what to write. I'll just do John Smith. So I can change my name there. And as the host, you can change your guest's name as well if you wanted to change their title or name, and then I could just change it back. And you can also, again, choose the color scheme, light, dark, or the colored of your brand. And you can also choose from different styles, which will open up the brand tool here on the right. And you can go with the clean look, the bold, the edgy, all that. I typically like the bold. And then underneath your name, you can do a title like that. Or if you want to say something like on social and then do your social media tag, that's a great way for people to be able to find you. And it's just going to sit there for the entirety of the live stream, or if you want to change it later. And again, if you have a special guest, interview guest, you can put their social handle down there, however you'd like.
And while we're on this, I want to talk about the branding in general, because that's something that's really important when you're live streaming, is you want people to recognize your live streams. You want them to see your branding. So Stephen, could you walk us through some of the branding that we have on Riverside? And some of this is available through our live studio add-on. So we'll be talking about what's available for everyone and then what's available through our live studio add-on. For anyone who's going live, it's a really great tool to kind of tack on there.
For sure. So built in, you get two themes. You get the standard Riverside theme and the News Flash theme. That's available to anyone. When you add the Live Studio add-on, which is something, an upgrade to our standard and pro plans, you get all these other color options. I really like prismatic, but you also get the option to do a custom hex code color, so you can precisely match your brand if you would like. I'll just do a kind of red here for a second, but then you can also upload a custom background image if you'd like to do that. I actually do this for my podcast personally, do a custom background image so it matches the brand of the show. And so we can go back to a color scheme there, and those colors affect the name labels down here and also those lower thirds like we were showing you before when you show them on stream. It pulls from that branded color. And you can also add a logo on stream and choose where it goes. So right here, I actually have a live on Riverside logo. And so that's nice, a nice little tag. You can do a PNG, so there's some transparency there. But maybe you're doing a really long live stream like Kendall's doing today. Maybe there's multiple brands, multiple guests. Well, you can quickly swap that logo throughout the live stream as well. I can just click the little arrows here. And if I have a different logo uploaded, we'll just choose the standard Riverside. I can just swap that out. And so now if you have a special guest and they want to show their show art for a podcast or their channel, profile image, whatever, you can upload those logos right here, save them all. Again, these stay in here just like your lower thirds in the text tool and your media board files, and then you can swap between them as you go. And you can also place it in whatever corner you would like.
And I also, like when I'm setting up my live stream, I will go in beforehand and put all of the hex colors for everything that I want. We do a different, depending on the studio, we'll do a different look for our live demos. We'll do a different look for this Livestream Marathon. So you're able to really kind of play around and make different layouts, different backgrounds for different studios. I actually just said layouts, which made me realize that I want to show how to have different layouts, which is something new that you can use in Riverside. So for example, we want to show Stephen full screen right now, or I want to show in a grid. Maybe I want to do a little split screen picture-in-picture type of deal. You're able to use that, and you're able to do shortcuts with, so you're able to use shortcuts to kind of switch between different views. So Stephen, if you want to show how to use layouts, because as you're looking at a live stream, you want to make sure that it's dynamic by being able to engage people and keep people watching on the screen. So let's share some layouts.
Let's do it. And hold on one second. I just added another device.
It's the beauty of live.
That's the beauty of live. Okay, there we go. So I had to add a second guest. This is Mr. Manatee. My son 3D printed that. So let me change his title, actually.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll add his title there. I'm going to say he's the live stream expert. And so we have some live stream layouts we can do. And this tool is right here on the right-hand side. If I go to layout, I can choose something called speaker full screen. And what that's going to do is actually focus on the active speaker via audio. And both microphones are picking me up right now, so it's not going to switch live. But this means Riverside will automatically focus on whoever's speaking and make them large full screen. That's speaker full screen. Or you can do speaker split screen, and that will put the active speaker large, but everyone else is still visible, smaller in picture down below. And you can switch between those layouts by clicking here in the layout tool, but also there's some keyboard shortcuts. So I'll see option 1, 2, and 3 here on a Mac. I believe it's control 1, 2, and 3 on Windows. And now I can switch between grid view, speaker full screen, and speaker picture-in-picture just by doing those keyboard shortcuts while I'm not even looking. So you can, again, make it visually engaging. Now you can also rearrange the grid and do fit and fill for the video. So for instance, maybe I want to be on the left, Mr. Manatee on the right. I can actually put my mouse here at the top, click and drag on those 6 dots, move it over, and now I've rearranged the grid. And this works even if you have 3, 4, 5, up to 10 people here in the studio. And if I go back to layouts, I can also choose the fit option if I want to show the full 16:9 video for me and my guests rather than that zoomed in option. And this still applies if you do something like the speaker full screen. It'll show the full 16:9 and the picture-in-picture as well. And these actually, and if you wanted to, maybe you have a very special guest and you want them to be large the whole time no matter what. Well, you can pin someone, so I can roll over their video, click the pin icon, and they're just going to be made large the entire time no matter who's speaking. So maybe you get to throw in some comments here and there or ask a question, but you don't want it to change from your guest. You want them to be large, in focus the whole time. You can just pin their video and then unpin it if you would like. And there's also slightly different layouts when you share your screen or play some slides. So if I share my screen here, this is actually a slideshow presentation. You'll see me and Mr. Manatee are in picture-in-picture down below. But I can also go to the speaker full screen, and that will just focus on the slides. My guests and those watching live will still hear us, but they'll just see the slides on screen if you want to do that. Or again, you can go to picture-in-picture or even overlay the active speaker on the slides a little bit, so you can have that kind of overlap there. So lots of different options for those live stream layouts. Make it look exactly how you'd like.
And you brought up a slideshow. I also want to talk about something that we love to do, and you might have seen it in the beginning of this session, using the media board as part of your live stream. So whether you're playing videos or you can even use it as a bumper in and out. Steven, show us part of the media board, and also I want to definitely talk about how to use it as a bumper, because it's your and my new favorite thing to do with the media board, between using Hide and Show, which is a live studio add-on bonus that you get when you use the live studio add-on, but also using that media board. So let's jump into that. Oh, you're muted. Beauty Alive.
I coughed. I was sparing everyone. So there's also a video coming up on the YouTube channel very soon where I do a long-form masterclass about hosting live events on Riverside. And we talk about all these features as well. So that'll be on the YouTube channel in the coming weeks. But the media board, this is really great. If you're doing webinars, live streams like this, and let's say you want a countdown. Maybe you're having multiple sessions like Kendall is today. Well, I've loaded a 2-minute countdown here in my media board. And you can upload video files. They just have to be 100 megabytes or less. Upload that video. And now I can play it live. And now we have a countdown video. But maybe I want to hide me and my guests until that countdown hits 0. Well, for that, I can go up to the People tab. And then I can hide both Mr. Manatee and myself. And now we have a clean countdown video leading up into our next session. And so if I go down to the media board too, I'm going to kind of skip forward a little bit and get to the end of the countdown here. And let's say we were starting the session, the video's about to end. It's going to go away as soon as the video ends. So once it hits 0 and it fades out, and then I can click show on myself, and boom, that easily. I had the countdown video seamlessly go to 0. I clicked show in the people tab, and now I'd be live presenting to the live viewers. And then if we have an interview guest or another presenter for the next session, I can introduce them. Mr. Manatee, he is a live stream expert. Let's bring him on stage. I can click show in the people tab, and there he is. And echoed again. But that's a way you can use media board files like for countdowns, hiding and showing guests, and you can upload lots of media files and audio. And remember, you can comment over them while you're live streaming if you want to play a video clip. But here's another video I have right here. I can preview it and show it live. I'll click play. And now this will play with me and Mr. Manatee. We're still visible, so we can be commenting over it, talking about it. And when we're ready to hide it, I can just click preview, and then it will go away. And all of that is going to your live stream. And the magic of Riverside is the high quality recording you're getting. You're getting a separate video track for you, for every remote guest, clean track video and audio that you can download later. And every time you do a media board file playing a video, every time you share your screen, you get a separate video track for all of those elements. And so Riverside will put it all together for you in the editor. But if you wanted those separate tracks too, you get a separate clean recording of all the media you play, all your screen shares. Let me see. Did I lose Kendall? Kendall, can you hear me?
Oh, no, I'm here. I lost internet for a second.
Okay.
You can hear me?
I can hear you now. You're good to go.
Okay. Awesome. Cool. So one of the questions that we got in the chat was it was more of a statement that you can actually use that to put in ad breaks.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do ad breaks, countdowns, play video clips. You know, a lot of people, I've seen questions recently, we want to comment on video clips. Maybe it's news segments. The media board is a great place to upload those video clips and then play them as you record. Or if you wanted to, you can share your screen in a tab. So I'll actually go, I'm going to pull up a YouTube tab real quick, and we can do that. Let me mute it. And let's say we wanted to share a video clip from our web browser. Maybe we have a bunch of YouTube videos open in different tabs. Well, here I am in my studio, and maybe I want to share some video clips. I'm going to click Share Screen, and then I can share either a whole window, so my web browser window, or an individual Chrome tab. And when I do the window, I can share it, and then we can comment on the video, and we see it playing here. It just happens to be my tech podcast. It was the first thing that came up. It wasn't planned, but you could do that.
Oh, this old thing.
Yeah, this old thing. Or if you want to play audio from that clip, you can share your screen, choose a Chrome tab, but also you'll see this also share tab audio. And that's what you want to make sure you have toggled on. So if you're going to play a video clip like from YouTube or something, this way the audio will actually come through the screen share as you're playing it and live streaming it. So that's how you can do all that.
And one thing, actually, an example of a time that we engaged our audience and used screen sharing. We actually used the presentation. We put up some slides beforehand. And what we did was we had a webinar about YouTube. And I showed 2 different examples of a YouTube thumbnail that we kind of A/B tested on our channel, and had people in the chat guess whether the one on the left or the one on the right got more engagement and got more views. And what you can actually do, not only is that a really engaging moment that we had on our live stream because we communicated directly with the people in our audience, but we were able to clip that and put that on social media. And it actually performed really well on our social media because people were able to guess again in the comments. So let me actually play that for you guys so you can see what that was like. Which of these 2 of Steven's incredible thumbnails do you think performed better on the Riverside YouTube channel? Right in the side if it was 1 or option 1 on the left, option 2 on the right. We so far have an overwhelming majority, it seems, saying option 1. And
That's
it's a good thing
amazing.
you joined this webinar because, Stephen, what's the answer? So we cut it off right before Stephen actually answers, which was key because then we're able to get people that are continuing to guess. And actually, while we're in this chat, feel free to guess if you actually think it was option 1 or option 2 on the left or on the right that actually got more engagement. Stephen, I don't remember which one it was on the left or the right. Do you remember which one it was?
I do, but now I forget what was actually shown.
Oh, hold on. Let me show this again.
Okay.
Which of these two, of Stephen's incredible
Oh, yeah.
thumbnail, which
Uh,
one was it?
I think it was actually the one on the left, which was surprising to me.
I'm pretty sure it was the one on the left.
Yeah, it was the one on the left. I thought the graphs on the right would do more, but yeah, I think the arrows, you have to kind of get into some psychology here. I do think the arrows are a quicker recognition for people to say like up and down and things like that. So
Exactly. So, well, I think we've run through a lot of the features that we're able to use to engage audiences. Or do you think there's anything that we have missed, besides the fact that you're able to, when you get the Live Studio add-on, you're able to also live stream in 1080p. So if you want to be really engaging, you also have to make sure that your live streams look good. So that is something that comes with our live stream add-on. But I want to take your questions in the chat about anything that we just showed. So we did have a few questions about using a video switcher, I believe.
yeah,
Stephen, can you talk more about that and how you kind of use that with Riverside?
for sure. So I use a video switcher. I'm using it right now, actually. My main A-roll camera is going into a Blackmagic A10 Mini Pro. And the A10 Mini Pro and the newer Rodecaster Video, or Rode Video Caster, I forget exactly the name. I'm trying to get my hands on one to test, but you can connect those directly to your computer, the A10 Mini Pro, with a USB cable, and Riverside recognizes it as a video input, and you can just choose it. I can actually show you real quick if I share my screen, but it's, recognizes it seamlessly. And so if I go down here to camera, you'll see the Blackmagic design. That's actually my video switcher. And, benefit there is I can have multiple cameras and actually switch to them live while we're recording using the switcher. But it also gives me that full 1080p out of a mirrorless, which if you have a mirrorless camera, you can connect it directly with a USB-C cable to your computer in webcam mode. But a lot of mirrorless cameras will have a lower resolution than 1080p when they're doing that like webcam utility mode. So I like using the Blackmagic 810, and then I can even do things like, let me try to switch to it right here. But I have also an Apple TV hooked up to my A10 Mini Pro, and so I can switch to my Apple TV. And I also have my secondary display for my Mac going into the A10 Mini, and so I can actually show my Mac secondary display where I had that slideshow as well. So it gives me a lot of flexibility when I'm live streaming. I also have a top-down camera that I'll use if I'm doing like product type stuff. And having the switcher and Riverside, it's a great combination.
Tiago had asked, can I embed a live stream on my website?
Yes, this is a great question. And Riverside does not have embed code for the live stream right now. So what I would recommend is live stream to YouTube or Twitch, and then you can embed that live stream. Personally, I would do YouTube. So live stream to YouTube. And if you do the scheduled event like we showed earlier, where you schedule the stream in Riverside, syncs over to your YouTube channel, you can get the embed code before the event starts and then put that on your website and embed the YouTube live stream. So that's what I would recommend doing.
And we have a couple of people in the chat asking how to get the Riverside live stream add-on. So I'm putting a link in the chat from the pricing page, and you're able to add the live stream add-on from there. Stephen, another question. Is there anything that you're doing during your live streams that's kind of a trick that you might have in order to get more people to engage, or in order to kind of improve your engagement? Whether that's, we already talked about speaking directly with the people in the chat. We've already talked about kind of showing text and making different layouts. Is there anything else that you're doing that helps encourage people to really engage within the chat?
Two quick little tricks. First of all, if you do whatever your camera shot is, put something weird or interesting in the background, and a lot of times that might just generate comments and engagement, and that's kind of a fun way to do it. So, I'll put my 3D printed manatee in the background, or like silly things. I recently got this. If you've seen the movie, well, I just dropped it. Inception. I have like one of the Inception tops, and so I'll put that in the background of some of my camera shots. And especially when it's a video that's going to be living on your YouTube channel that people will watch in the future, it's a nice way to get people to ask questions like, what is that? And any engagement is good engagement. But second, and more importantly, when I do a live stream, I do a lot of tech unboxing type things. And you have to know your audience, like know what is important to them, what kind of things are they interested in. And as I'm live streaming, I'll ask questions. And like one of the things that we talk about a lot on the podcast is like on your phone, do you have the battery percentage on or off in your on your iPhone status bar? And it's one of those silly questions where people sometimes have strong feelings about it, but it's something where they can answer easily. There's kind of a low risk to answer. There's no wrong answer or whatever. And it just gets people talking quickly, and pretty much everybody can answer a question like that and offer their opinion. And, getting to know somebody a little bit too. So that's what I would do. Put some interesting stuff in the background and then ask questions that are just easy entry, low barrier kind of questions.
Yeah, I agree. And something that I was actually talking about in the last session was that kind of the beauty of live is not just the live, it's what happens after the live and repurposing that content, putting it on social media, just like the clip that I just showed that had guess which one of these performed better. So, Stephen, if you can quickly talk about repurposing these clips, how to kind of use Riverside, whether that's the magic clips or whether that's creating your own clips, how you're creating those clips and repurposing your content after you go live.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple. Someone already commented battery percentage on, and that was Nate there in the chat. See, it works. It works almost immediately. And also, someone asked. I'm logging into a different account here, so I'm biding time. Someone asked, how do I do all these things without getting distracted? Having things like a video switcher, sharing your screen. And I will say it does take practice. I've been podcasting for like 14 years and obviously doing video more recently in the last 3. And it is one of the things is knowing your equipment intimately, kind of knowing how everything works. Having a consistent setup helps for that. But so you don't have to think, like if I want to show the Apple TV on screen, I know I can just click a button over here on my Stream Deck and then it just happens. So practicing with your gear so you can do things without thinking is one. That also means practicing with Riverside. Know where the media board is, know that you click a video and then click live instead of preview so that video is being shown, how to share your screen, tab window versus entire display. And so just doing these things over and over. So a lot of those kind of visually engaging moments you can do without thinking. And that's one of the ways when I repurpose my content, like Kendall was saying, this is, I'll show my tech podcast here. And one of the things I do to keep, tech news podcasts, which can typically be maybe a little dry, I try to make sure to share visuals regularly. And so this was actually our latest episode. And when it comes to repurposing, it's kind of plays into that as well. I'm going to jump into the Riverside editor just to show you how I do this. But basically, we have a note for every episode, and I have links to articles that I'm going to show on screen. And I have all those tabs already open when we record. This was actually, we recorded this podcast while I was traveling. Riverside works great in a hotel room. I've used it multiple times. But I'll share my screen every time we're talking about a news story. And the great thing is Riverside, when you're repurposing, puts it together for me. So I don't even have to think about it. So we have scenes here, and it'll show the screen share that I did live while we were recording. And then it'll go back to me and my co-host when there's not a screen share and back and forth. And so I basically have this multicam edit while I did it while we recorded. And so the edit is basically done once we're done recording. And there's also an amazing feature called Smart Scenes, which will focus on the active speaker full screen and go back and forth. and we'll include those screen shares. So that's just one, keeping it visually engaging for something like a podcast. And when it comes to repurposing, I use Magic Clips every week. Magic Clips right here lets me create those vertical videos in seconds. I can choose how long I want my Magic Clips to be. I typically do 30 to 60 seconds. You can even type in a topic. So I can say Chat GPT, and when if we talked about that in the episode, Magic Clips will just pull clips based on that topic. And then all these Magic Clips, they're basically done. I mean, I'll go in and I'll look at the animated captions, and look, it has the screen share, me and my co-host, animated captions. All of that was done for me. I just really didn't have to do anything. I export it, and then I share these on our YouTube channel as YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok. And now my hour-long podcast is dozens of clips that I can share throughout the week.
Another thing when you were talking about, like, here's the question, how to use all these tools during a live recording and not get distracted. I think that's something that people need to keep in mind, is that I keep joking about like the beauty of live, but there really is that beauty of live that's able to kind of break down and humanize the creator and the person that's doing it. So for example, when Steven had his mic muted, and I was just making a joke about that, like, it even happens to Steven. Like, you create those, you have to let go of the fact while you're going live that not everything is going to be perfect. And the things that you want to be perfect, you can edit later if you want to do that. But making sure that, like, when people are live and when you're going live, it is a bit more forgiving, especially within among the audience that's watching you. So when you're using these different features, try them all out, but make sure not to overwhelm yourself. But even if you are like trying something new and maybe you need a second to set that up, like exactly what Steven just did here. I'm just going to give some tips while I'm loading this screen up, is what he was saying. Using these moments to, like, we've all been there. We're all trying to load up a screen and talking through that process. Use those moments as ways to highlight the fact that you're live and really connect with your audience. It's another way to keep things engaging and keep people wanting to watch more of you.
And multitasking is another skill that you will develop as you live stream more often, where I can talk while I'm logging into my account. Something as simple as that. It does take practice. One of the questions I keep seeing asked in the chat too is, this was from Adrian, but I think most people asked it, what if you can't do it all at once? Can someone do it for you? And this is kind of a special feature, Riverside business platform mostly, but there is something called the producer role in Riverside, where you can assign someone to do things like share screen, play presentation slides, play media board files, but they could be behind the scenes, not being recorded. And so if you want to learn more about the producer role, we have some videos on the YouTube channel about that, and I explain it in detail.
Yeah, and you were also talking about Magic Clips, and something that we did just recently add is workflows. So you're actually able to go in and set exactly when you want the clips to, like how long you want them to be, who to focus on. You're able to set what the captions are going to be every time. So you can also just repurpose your content really quickly and easily, because a lot of you have podcasts, plus you want to do live streams, and then you want to get content out. It's like, who has time for all of that? Now you do, if you use Magic Clips and workflows. So Steven, yeah, I definitely want to show that off.
Yeah, so not only are workflows amazing for Magic Clips, so I can choose the ratio. Maybe you like 1x1 squares instead of 9x16. You can set that as the default. You can set smart scenes as the default, meaning it will focus on the active speaker. Apply your brand, like we have a background image that we use and the fonts. Setting the pace, which is our remove silence feature, but you can choose, do I want it super fast paced, removing all silences, or more balanced? And you can also do Magic Mute, which is helpful if someone's not speaking, it'll mute their track. So you can set this up for Magic Clips, and then also click this to run the workflow automatically every time you record. So when you're done recording, your video files process, there's going to be a bunch of Magic Clips waiting for you already without you having to do anything. And another great workflow is the full episode workflow, and you can customize this differently than the Magic Clips. So maybe this you want 16:9 because it's widescreen, long form for YouTube. I can still do my smart scenes, apply the brand, but maybe the set pace feature where I remove silence, I want it to be more balanced, or only remove silences that are 3 seconds or more. Well, I can have that differently set for my full episode edit. I can also apply smooth speech to remove filler words for my full episode, and I can, again, choose to run this automatically. So now, when you're done recording, you could basically have a full episode edit almost ready to go with silences removed, filler words removed, active speaker live, like a multicam edit. That will be done for you in a few seconds, and magic clips will automatically be generated as well. So now your editing process is like 80 to 90% of the way there. And we record, at least my podcast, in a way that gets me pretty much there. I'll maybe add some chapter markers in the editor and export, and I'm done.
I even like to use magic clips. Like, so let's say that you recorded your live stream and then you kind of want to have a cold open, a bumper of just a really fun moment from the streams to get people excited in the beginning, because especially when you're putting it on YouTube, you want to have that retention and people are watching the first couple of seconds of your video. So what I like to do is I like to take a magic clip, put that in the beginning, like go into the editor and put that in the beginning of my recording, and then have that play, and then you jump into the conversation. Hi, I'm here with Steven. It's kind of this like fun little teaser in the beginning to get people to watch for that moment. So that is a little bit of a way to keep not just your live streams engaging, but also the video that you put out afterwards.
That's huge. There was one question I wanted to answer. Someone was asking, are the lower thirds that you do live, are they in the recording? And those are not. So any lower thirds you show while you're live streaming in the studio, they don't carry over to the editor right now. But you do have a text tool in the editor where you can then go in and add whatever you want, names, websites, lower thirds, things like that. And they obviously won't be clickable because this is video you're going to export, but you have access to the text tool, plus you can do image overlays and all of that here in the Riverside editor. And the text tool is actually pretty smart. If the chapters that are automatically generated on top is what you're looking for, you can literally add that text on screen with a click. And now I have a text overlay with the chapter title already there, which is pretty sweet.
Absolutely. So I also want to just shout out, speaking of these text overlays, that we have a downloadable guide. I'll show that on screen right now. So you can actually click on this text at the bottom of the screen and you're able to see the engagement methods for live streaming guide that we've created that you'll be able to find on your on our Riverside Community Hub. So make sure to check that out. You can download it for free, and we go step by step through different things that you can do within the Riverside studio, and then not only what the tools are, but how you can best leverage them in order to create some really engaging live streams. Let me just show that again, or that's the wrong one, but that is more Steven on YouTube. Let me just show that again here. So, do we have any more questions in the chat or any more suggestions that people want to share about how they engage their audience?
One thing I'll show as we're waiting for questions, like Kendall was saying, finding an engaging moment and putting it at the beginning. Riverside makes that easy to do right here in the editor as well. So let's say there was a moment that I wanted to put at the beginning. Let's say it's this right here. I can select the text because you get this transcription every time here in the editor, and I can copy the text here in the transcript, go back up to the top, and then paste it, and that will actually paste the video and audio of that. And so that's a great way to take a clip from later in the recording and put it at the beginning that's going to be visually engaging. Just copy paste.
And I was letting in our next guests backstage. So maybe we have a question in the chat. But otherwise, speaking of our next guest backstage, we do have Tanya Smith backstage. For anyone who wants to tune in to the next session that we're going to be hosting, we are going to be talking about a marketing strategy for how to use live streams as kind of the base for your marketing strategy. And so you're able to drive people to maybe download guides, for example, that we're showing. You're able to drive people towards whatever action that you're looking to do. Maybe they want to download your app. Maybe they want to go and listen to your podcast. You can use live streaming as a base to create some marketing and create some promotion for those assets that you are trying to promote. So we're actually going to be talking with Tanya during the next session, and we're going to be talking about how to create a 90-day plan using AI, using ChatGPT, of how to know exactly where to stream, when to stream, to create your entire strategy. And we're going to be going through and creating a live strategy and showing you all how you can do it yourselves. So really using live stream as a means for growth, whether that's for your brand, for your business, whatever you're looking to do. And just want to remind you that we are going to be live streaming all day. So we have a full lineup. You were just with Steven for methods to engage your audience, but next we have Tanya. Later on, I'm going to be taking call-ins and doing a Q&A. Steven will be back here with me. To maybe you want to ask your questions live, maybe you want to share your own tips. We're going to be taking those call-ins. If you are into equipment and want equipment recommendations, we're going to be bringing Marc from Your Tech Report on SiriusXM, and he's going to be talking about which equipment he loves to use and recommend. And then later on, we're going to be talking about how to build your community using live streams with Steve Folland from the Being Freelance community. And after that, we're actually going to be talking with some of the people from DCTV. That's the organization, the nonprofit that we're raising money for all day. So not only are you all learning really incredible skills for live streaming, but you're also helping raise money for a really incredible cause, helping youth creators. And on that note, Stephen, speaking of that, when did you want to start creating? Tell me about kind of when that first started with you, because that's kind of the theme of the day, is how people get their start.
Well, so I've been podcasting for a long time. I started, I think, 14 years ago, where you had to write your own XML feed. And I think it was just, I heard podcasts for the first time and I got into them quickly. And it just felt like such a unique medium where you listen to these people talk for hours on end. And it just creates this parasocial relationship that I did not find from other mediums. And so podcasting is just one of my first loved mediums there. And I've done it ever since. And then when it came to YouTube, I'd wanted to get into it for a long time, and it just wasn't the right moment. But I wanted to do it because I felt like I can teach things. And there were many times in my life where I would help someone with their tech or their computer or their phone, and they always thought it was very helpful, and that they said I was good at explaining things. And so I was like, you know what, I want to try my hand at doing this on a larger scale. And so that's when I started YouTube, and thankful for Riverside for taking the chance on me, because I didn't have a lot of content out there at the time. But I just love doing it. I love being able to empower people and tell them and show them it doesn't have to be difficult. You can learn how to do this. You can create content or live stream or podcast, whatever it is. And I know it's daunting at first, but anybody can do it. And just to, starting small and just starting to create, doing it over and over again, you'll develop the skills you need to do it long term. And I just love being able to do that.
I completely agree with you. I think that there's nothing like live streaming or podcasting that is out there, because you're able to actually have real conversations. And in a world where we're clipping things and watching 2-minute video or a minute video on TikTok, that type of stuff, like, I think that there is so much to be said for being able to sit and have a conversation and have people like you in the audience tune in and listen and share your feedback. So thank you all for tuning in. We are going to be live with our next session with Tanya coming up very shortly in 5 minutes. So stay tuned and invite your friends to watch, because especially if you are if you're a marketer, if you're live streaming for your brand, or if you're live streaming for your small business, this next session is going to be filled with really incredible, actionable tips. We're going to show you everything that you can do to create your strategy end to end. So stay for that. And thank you all for tuning in and for helping us raise money for a great cause. We will see you soon. Thank you, Stephen, for joining me.
It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. All right. So, on that note, I will play our little bumper, and you guys all know that we how to do that now. So, I'll talk to you all. See you all on the other side. All right. We are back. Testing, testing. Thank you all again for joining this live stream marathon. We are actually now on session number 3, the 90-day live stream strategy, your playbook for growth. So if you're using live streams as a basis for your marketing, if you want to use live streams as a way to grow your brand, your business, this is definitely the session for you. So thank you for tuning in. And also, all day, we're raising money for DCTV's youth media program. And that is a free program for New York City youth to teach them how to use video and audio to help share their stories. And really excited to be raising money for such an incredible cause. And I'm going to be bringing in, here we are, we have Tanya. Oh, we have a little bit of an echo over here. Let me try to figure that out for you. Hold on. If you press echo cancellation, can you press echo cancellation on your side? How is this working?
For that. I'm looking for it now.
How's this working for everyone here? Is it echo canceled now? Or are we still hearing some echo? Da-da. Okay. Sounds good. All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Tanya, for joining us today.
Hey, I'm excited.
Yeah, we're raising money for a great cause.
Yeah. I mean, that's what this is all about to me, is the opportunity to really be able to give back. I mean, the title alone was enough for me to say yes.
Exactly. And we're really glad to have you on also because not only are we giving back, but we're also going to be giving some creators some really incredible tips on how to use live streaming as a way to grow. But first, for anyone who's not familiar with Tanya's work, Tanya, I'd love for you to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'll actually start by saying it's Tanya.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Tanya.
It's
Hello.
okay. Look, the default is Tanya. So for those of you who are in the audience, if you've ever, seen the name spelling, you probably say that too. So it's not a big deal. But yeah, my name is Tanya Smith, and I am a live stream marketing strategist and a business coach. And I didn't fall in love with live streaming right off the bat, I'll be honest, because I'm an introvert and because I liked being behind the scenes. I'm kind of geeky like that. So my thought, the reason why I decided to get into streaming, which we might get into a little deeper later, is I realized there was an opportunity, and something that you said as you were talking with Steven and some of the other folks that have been on really kind of resonates with me, in that it's about creating connection with people. And right now, people really need human connection.
I absolutely think so too. I think that it's one of the best things about long form. It's one of the best things about, as we were just saying at the end of the last session, like we're all obsessed with creating these clips, but I think that the people that are in the chat and you and I and everyone joining today know that really long form is where you're actually able to create conversations. And that's one of the things that I also love about Riverside is that it makes it so that you no longer need $1 million studio to be able to tell your story. And when we get more people able to open up their computers and go live and be able to record, you're able to have more people share their stories, and by that learn more people's stories. So I think that that's one of the best things about this long form content.
Yes, absolutely.
So then I mean, my obvious follow-up is kind of like, so how does an introvert start live streaming? Because during our first session, we had a lot of people saying that they were so scared to go live because they're scared of people like filling that dead space. What if no one shows up? Like maybe for an introvert, it might be better if no one shows up. I'm kidding. But yeah, tell me about how you go from that to live streaming.
Okay, so it's funny because, yeah, I was one of those people who was like, okay, I'm going to do this, but I hope nobody shows up. Right? That was my first thought. Look,
it's ideal.
Just because I'm an introvert, and some of the folks who are in the chat, I can see also are introverts as well. So heads up. I will say this, it doesn't mean we're shy. It doesn't mean I'm shy. It doesn't mean I don't know how to speak out. It just means I process things a little bit differently. And so I was processing, and I do process things a little bit more internally. And when I started live streaming, it was honestly out of a sense of desperation because I have been a business coach for 20 years now. And at the early part of my business, I was doing okay by sending, at the time it was Twitter. I built a large audience on Twitter initially. And I was posting and I was teaching and I was doing audio summits.
Oh,
But
very cool.
I kept doing voiceovers. If I ever had to do any type of video, I would have a slide and do that. So there came a point where I noticed that the organic reach for all of my different platforms was really in the dump. And I needed to make a change. And sometimes we have to come out of our shell and our safety zone and make a decision that is going to be completely wild. And for me, video was that wild thing. And I realized that a lot of the different platforms were saying, we want you to keep people on our platform, and we want you to do more video. So I said, okay, I'm going to suck it up and do this video thing. But I couldn't just do it halfway because I know myself. I give up easily if I do that. I committed to doing one live stream a week for an entire year. Now that's a big commitment, Kendall.
That is a big commitment.
But I think sometimes we need to give ourselves enough of a runway to have the success and to see the success. And for me, that's what it did. I didn't come in immediately and instantly with people showing up. So there were definitely crickets. And I think I heard you refer to this earlier too. Sometimes you show up and it is totally quiet. And so it
Mm-hmm.
makes it a little bit difficult because you feel like you're talking to yourself. But what happened was I started to give up. And then I noticed that people were messaging me saying, hey, I thought you were supposed to be on live today. Hey, I thought you were good. Like you were talking about this thing over here, and that really like made me curious and I want to know more. People were sending me notes and saying, where are you? And I realized people were watching the replay and that all I needed to do is tweak and reset a little bit and figure out the best timing for me and for my audience to show up.
That's so incredible to be able to like realize that you have that audience and hear that they're kind of waiting for your content. I mean, I think that there's nothing more gratifying when you're a creator than having somebody provide that feedback that they're listening and that what you're doing is actually having an impact on them. So I think that that's really for anyone who's watching right now and is thinking, maybe I'll start live streaming. I'm not so sure. I think that this is a really great story to get inspired by on kind of how you can start your live stream journey. So thank you,
You're
Tanya, for
welcome.
joining. Yeah,
And it
yeah.
definitely wasn't in a fancy studio. It was like in a walk-in closet initially.
Well, we've
So,
actually gotten some comments on the fact that they love your microphone. So
thank you.
it looks like we've upgraded from the closet. So
Yes.
very exciting. So I really want this to be because you've had so much success with your live streams, and I really want this session to be actionable for the people that are watching on how they can create successful live streams that grow, whether that's their business, whether that's their brand, whether that's their podcast, whatever they're creating, how they can actually step by step create their own process. And when I was looking at some of the notes that you had taken and some of your content, it seems like it really starts with topic selection. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Um, I would make a quick tweak to that
Tell me about it.
because I think that the first part of this really is understanding who you want to talk to.
Okay.
It's
So how
hard
do you
to,
understand that?
yeah, you have to understand, you have to research it, you have to play around with it, experiment with it. But your initial thing is, who do I like to talk to and what do I like to talk about? And as a matter of fact, it's even broader than that. There's three things. I'll give you this. It is about three M's. So your market, which is your audience, who I'm talking to, your mastery, which is what your expertise is or your topic or your niche thing that you really want to dive into. And I know there's a lot of multi-passionate folks out there, but I'm talking about making sure that you hone in on something so clearly, a topic so clear that when you get onto YouTube or other platforms where you're broadcasting, it's clear to that platform where they need to put you in front of or who they need to put you in front of. So your market, your mastery, and what's your message. So I think you really kind of have to, all of those three things have to go, they have to coincide. You need to understand what those three things are. To figure that out, Kendall, it's not like you just wake up one day and say, I think I'm going to be a leader at this and put a label on your head and say, I'm now a master of. I mean, I know people are doing that right now, especially with the, introduction of AI and other tools, but I'm saying, what do you really get passionate about talking about? What could you talk about all day if nobody ever listened? And if you were talking to a tree, what is something that you could really talk about and dive into? And as you're figuring that out, you get to start to research and figure out, well, where are other people that play in this space? Where are other people that care about this topic and are passionate about this too? How do I find them and put myself in front of them versus chasing them? So that's another, I think, benefit of really identifying a specific, as much as you can, a niche or a theme so that you can plant your flag there and build your audience around that topic.
I am writing down right now, getting in front of people versus chasing them, because I really want to get to that. And I want to talk with you. So, just by creating something actionable, how did you think about that? How were you thinking about the marketing, the mastery, the message for your own content? Where did you start? How did you kind of map that out for yourself?
So I have been through a number of iterations, and I'm going to be really transparent with your audience because I think it will be helpful, hopefully, for them if they're in that mindset right now of I'm not sure, right? I have been through an iteration. I've been through probably about 20 different iterations of my business in 20 years. That's facts. So when I started, here's how I figured it out. I started in HR, okay, because I was in my corporate life, I was in human resources. And so I thought, okay, well, I'm in HR, so that means I need to be a career coach. And I tested the waters and I did some career coaching and I studied and I got certifications and all of that. And then I figured out I hated talking to people about resumes. I didn't want to write resumes. And that's what people were coming to me for and asking me. And so as my life, because this is what's going to happen, life is going to happen to you. And life was happening. And what I realized is that I had more people because I put my toe in the water and I was putting myself out there and being visible. I had more people that were in the audience asking me how I was doing the systems behind the coaching versus asking me about career. They were saying, well, how did you do that audio summit that you did? And what mic are you using? And, what is the system that you set up so that you could be consistent? They were asking those questions. And so I morphed and I shifted and I figured out, okay, who is asking me these questions? And I realized there were more coaches and there were more service providers. I really didn't have an in with product creators, but I had a really great in with people who were providing services, relationship coaching, counselors in financial industry, those type of things. Those were the people that I saw coming back. And so I realized, okay, I need to start paying more attention to the people who are paying attention to me. And it just really morphs over time, Kendall. Yeah.
It does. That's such like a relatable thing to be hearing, because I mean, even my own journey, it morphs over time. I was doing journalism, and then after that, I was like, oh, maybe I'll love content writing because of marketing and writing, and then I realized that I actually didn't love the writing portion of it. I loved in journalism talking and interviewing with people, which kind of led me here. So we all have those journeys, and I think that there's one thing of kind of understanding that mastery, understanding like the message that you want to send. But if you do find that we've talked about this a bit, like there's kind of this chaos in, oh my gosh, I found this thing. I want to talk about this and I want to talk about that.
Yeah.
And there's an excitement in it, which is great. but I want to talk about honing that excitement into an actual strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to walk through that.
So I know I shared with you my notes, and I'm going to pull these notes. I won't show them on screen, but I can if I need to show anything, I could do that. So, specifically around chaos, one of the things that I talked about is the idea that you do go from chaos to becoming a content master or master of content, if you want to call it. Chaos to content genius. How about that? So, what you're doing when you're understanding what chaos is, first of all, chaos is the idea that there are things that are going to happen that are unpredictable. And I think a lot of us are living in that time right now where you just don't know what's next. And that's a space that maybe you will be fearful of, and you think, I'm just going to sit back and wait and not do anything. But that actually is the best time for you to dive in. That's the best time for you to dive in and figure out what it is that you're great at. And so there's different little touch points that you're taking. There's different little actions that you're trying, and you're tweaking as you go and figuring out what to do. The thing about chaos is that if you don't have a plan, because my plan was I'm going to go live and I'm going to do it once a week and I'm going to do it at this time of day, and I'm going to talk about these next 5 things and see how they flow. And if, 3 of them don't work, then I'm going to go all in on the other 2. Without a plan, the chaos remains chaos. With a plan, when you put systems in place, when you have workflows in place, then things start to calm, and it's easier for you to master where you are and what you want to do next. And so when it came to live streaming, one of the things that ended up happening as a result of me sticking with it and staying consistent is that I started to figure out exactly, these are the topics that I want to talk about. Here's how I want to tie them to the offers that I'm making. Here's the people I want to talk to that I love and enjoy working with. And honestly, if you start with, once you figure some of those things out I mentioned earlier, if you work backwards from the offers of service, programs, and products that you want to create, it makes it even easier, because now you're saying, okay, I've got to get them what's next at the end of this live stream. So what is the what's next? The what's next is where you're reverse engineering now, because you've gotten smarter about where you want to play. So I think that the biggest thing when it comes to the whole chaos idea that I mentioned is that if you have systems in place, it's going to make everything so much easier. If you know what you're going to be talking about, if you know where you're leading people to, and if you know how you're converting people from being lurkers on your live into becoming leads and into becoming paying clients.
And I just want to jump in because I think that it'd be great to know with people in the chat, where are you trying to lead people to? Is there something that is it your podcast? Is it a coaching program that you're running? I'd love to know where you're trying to make your live streams kind of lead into something else, because I think that it'd be great to know as we kind of talk through what that strategy is. And so we've kind of talked about how to figure out what you want to live stream about, how to kind of take all that excitement and turn it into the beginnings of a strategy. So let's keep going. So far, I'm just going to say I really love the way that you're framing all of this. And I think that you're a perfect person to, because I think that the way that you're framing all of this just makes it feel very manageable and safe and like strategic in a very like I just wanted to say that it's about you as a presenter as we go through this. Yeah. So we have some people in the chat who are talking about how we've had great takeaways so far. And I want to talk about kind of how you establish your system. We've gotten to where people want to go, and we're going to wait for some more people in the chat to talk about where they want to bring their live stream leads to, whether that's their podcast, whether that's their website, wherever that is. And I want to talk about how you create a strategy that kind of lays the foundation for what you're going to be live streaming about and when.
Okay. So should we dig into the 90-day plan now, or?
Let's dig into the 90-day plan.
Okay. We'll talk a little bit about that. So I'm going to make sure. So I see some people saying I want to lead my YouTube subs to my relocation coaching program. Okay, awesome.
And we have Zach saying that he wants to lead people over into his podcast. I'm going to
Okay,
show the
good.
other one on screen.
All right.
Awesome.
How long it takes for most? Okay, I see some questions too that we can get to. Yeah, there's a lot of content here, so I love it. Enroll into a tourism program to be certified. Okay, all right, all right. So there is. Let me give you a little bit of a snippet of this plan, and if we get a chance, if you'll allow me to show the prompts, I will. Not just yet, but I can show those if we can do that on here too.
Absolutely.
What I'm going to do, first of all, let me set the tone. And this is that we are going to use Chat GPT, y'all. But it doesn't start there. It starts with what we just talked about. It starts about with you identifying what you really love to talk about, what your programs are that you want to lead people to. It starts with you understanding your own personality so that you can show up authentically and genuinely as yourself. Because let me say this, when I first showed up, I was looking at all these other people who were doing well on YouTube, and I was like, well, gosh, and on Facebook, because that's really where I started with the live. I was like, oh, yeah, well, I need to look like them. So I need to be just bubbly and just over the top. And that was not my personality. And it made it feel like a job. And I didn't want to do it. So for a period of time, I realized I was being totally fake and not myself. So be you. You got to come from that place first. So as you're creating your 90-day stream plan, we're going to use ChatGPT to enhance what we already know about our strategy and what we want to do. Okay. And the first step really is going to be that you're going to identify who your ideal client avatar is, ICA. And guess what? ChatGPT actually knows what that means. It knows what an ICA is. So I can put, let me see if I have these prompts ready to go.
As you're getting them ready, I'm just going to pull up. We have Sandy saying that she wants to point people towards newsletter subscribers and paid clients for workshops. We have
Okay.
Mag saying, goal is my website, buying my inspirational music. Live stream would be on inspirational topics and talk to guests who have overcome challenges. Zach is saying email marketing. Stroke is saying inspiration and taking action. So I think
Okay.
that I like, and I also just want to really hone in on what you were just talking about there about being authentic. I think that one of the best things about specifically live streams, so that's what this whole marathon we're talking about is live streaming. The reason why live streaming can be so engaging and can be so impactful is because there's no better way of showing off who you are. If you're going
Yes.
to be on a live stream where you're like, if it's not you to be like, welcome everyone, like, that's not going to be something that actually fulfills you. It's not going to be something that people are going to watch and connect to because you're not connecting with yourself. So being authentic, showing up authentically as you want to be, don't watch other people to see how they engage their audiences, how maybe they have tricks for how they're promoting their live streams. But I wouldn't watch other people to kind of emulate what they are because that's not who you are. So staying
That's
true to
right.
yourself, I want to hone in on that just really quickly again before we dive in on it because I completely agree.
I also pulled myself out of the dark because apparently it got really cloudy here. So hopefully we'll be okay and there's no storm coming. But um, yes, absolutely, all those things. I'm going to give you the 5 steps that I usually work with, okay? And we're going to tweak them a little bit according to what people have put into the comments that they want to do. Now, being a business coach, I will tell you right up front that my ultimate goal is if I'm sending people to free items, I do want them to at some point go into a paid service or program with me because I know that I can deliver transformation that will be beyond just picking up a free guide or taking a free course or even accessing one of my free custom GPTs, right? So when I share this 5 step method with you, I'm focusing primarily on generation of income. Okay. So I'm going to start by saying the number one thing, the first step is, and I'll give you the 5 steps, then we can walk through the prompts. The first step is to define your monthly revenue target. So when you're thinking as a business owner in particular, and you're trying to decide, okay, well, what is it exactly that I want to do? We're working backwards. Okay. So we're reverse engineering. I want to make $10,000 a month. I want to make $1,500 a month, whatever your monthly target is. And we're going to start there and think about what does that look like. The second thing is we're going to identify the offers of service that will get us to that revenue goal. And so some of you have mentioned, like, I want people on my email list. I want them to download my whatever, right? I'm making a big assumption that that lead magnet that you've created is leading people to a paid service. So I really want you to hone in on the offer of service in step number 2. The 3 is that's where you create your live stream schedule and your topics. This is where you're now saying, okay, if I want to lead people in this direction, what is it that I want to talk about in order to help them to solve particular problems, to get a taste of what it would be like to get more access so that they can truly make the full transformation that they want. So someone, for instance, mentioned email marketing. If the transformation is you want to help people go from not sending any emails at all, not building a community, having like a list of like 3 people, to transforming them into having a thriving email community where they can share trends and tips, they can talk about personal things and exchange communication and build their community. That's a transformation, right? So you need to figure out, okay, if I'm giving this transformation, step number 3 is you're creating your live stream schedule with your topics. Thank you, Scott. I saw that. And the topics are based on you getting people into that transformation process. Step number 4 is going to be, actually, let me fix this. 3 is create the live stream schedule. 4 is create or develop the stream topics and the outlines. And then we've got number 5, which is I want you to repurpose your live stream to social media and to other spaces where you are connecting with people and drawing them back to your main live stream because you're doing this on a regular, right? You have a cadence. Okay, so now that I've kind of walked you through those 5 steps, and thank you, whoever that is that's putting it into the comments, thank you.
That's me.
Okay, good. Because I mentioned to you, Kendall, that I'd make sure that people would have access to the guide. So we can talk about that later. But
Yes.
let's go through these steps. Are you able to switch me over to ChatGPT so people can see?
Yes, if you share your screen,
Okay.
go to the bottom, you can
So
share your
let's
screen
do
and you can
that.
show people what we're talking about.
All right, we're going to do it. We're on it. I am switching over to this screen right here. And, well, I'm trying to. Hold on, I think my window might be a little too small. There we go. Okay. Okay, so you should be able to see ChatGPT.
Yep.
Now, you can decide if you want to use any other type of tool. So another platform like Claude, I know that there are a lot of people using different things, some new things that have been coming out, right? So it's totally up to you. But I'm going to type in the prompt or just paste the prompt that I want you to use. And so the first thing we're doing, remember, is we're identifying what our revenue goal is. So let me get this, try to paste this over in here. Now, I want you to notice what I'm doing. And by the way, again, let me pop it up so that you can actually see. This is the big ticket item. This is the big one on screen that you can see. I'm saying I would like my monthly revenue goal to be at least whatever your amount is per month. I am a whatever your occupation is, and I'm working with this target audience. So remember I said you want to think about who is it that I'm working with. Help me come up with a clear picture of my ICA, my ideal client avatar. So let's go back into ChatGPT, and I'm just going to put a couple of things in here. Actually, I'm going to do one that's already created, but now you can actually see the prompt that I'm using. And I will do one, we'll use a sample. So I'm going to say I would like my monthly revenue goal to be at least $5,000 per month. I'm a relationship coach who works with women over 50 recently divorced. Help me come up with a clear picture of my ICA. So for you, you're going to enter whatever that information is for you so that you can get the clarity on who your ideal client avatar is. And then when we put that prompt in, what's going to happen is you're going to get information back that will share some details. Now, this is what I want to say to you. While you're going to see that ChatGPT is going to give you some answers, see, I'm doing air quotes, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the right answer. So you're going to want to review, you're going to want to take a look. And if you're experienced in your field, you're really going to want to make sure that it aligns with what you're talking about and who you're talking to. But notice that it's giving me a lot of information in regards to life stage, career status, etc., goals and aspirations, okay? So the next prompt we're going to put in is, let's go to this one. With this avatar as my target audience member and my expertise in whatever your niche is, what specific offers, including courses, could I provide that might appeal to them? So what is it that I need to be looking at as ideas? Now, you may already have some. So if you have some, you can say, hey, with this avatar as my target audience member, my expertise is in this area. I have these ideas for offers. Help me to come up with ideas on how to improve these offers, okay? Because we're getting clarity around what these offers are. So with this example one, I have some language that I'm going to copy and paste in here. All right. Okay, so I'm going to say, what specific offers, including courses, could I provide that might appeal to them? And I may even say, give me like 3. What 3 offers, including courses, could I provide that might appeal? Okay, so now I'm going to get some information about what I can be selling. Now, for those of you who have the lead magnets, but you're not sure that they lead to anything, what you could also do, and I didn't bake this prompt in, but you can add this. You can also say, based on these offers, I'm interested in sharing offer number 1 and 2. Give me some ideas, Chatty, that will help me to lead people to these offers via free lead magnets. Like, give me some ideas for free lead magnets, right? We're not going to do that in this instance for sake of time, but what this gave me is, oh, you can come up with the Confident Dating Blueprint, a self-paced course for $297. It's even giving me suggestions for what I need to charge. But again, this is something you're going to want to vet and look and research and see in your industry. Are there other similar courses and programs out there? Is this the right thing? Because chat is going to give you suggestions. Always take it as a suggestion, but always do your homework and research. Okay. Date with Confidence VIP coaching, an 8-week small group program. I kind of like that idea. So that's an idea, and it gave me another one for a 90-day private coaching experience for $3,500. So it's really giving me like low ticket to high ticket offer ideas. So the offers that you're saying you really want to go forward with, you identify those, okay? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to pull up this next prompt. And this prompt is saying, okay, so I've chosen these offers. Now help me create a schedule where I can focus on one offer per month. I'm just plugging that in there now I'm going to explain why I have this. It says with planned days, weeks, or months off. I'll tell you why I'm saying that in just a second. With a rest without launching offers. For each offer, give me an idea for a tripwire and a lead magnet. Okay, genius. I actually did have this in here and forgot I had it in there. So it'll give you ideas for lead magnet too. Please suggest a weekly live stream topic I can focus on that will complement the offer. Bingo. This is where we're now figuring out, okay, we're not just on screen talking just to be talking. We're not just doing live streams randomly and saying, here's how my day went. And I went to Wendy's today and then I went over to, we're not doing that. We're talking about purposeful and intentional content that's helping someone and making an impact and also helping us to drive business. I hope you're seeing that, right? So help me create this schedule. Now, I want to say this. When I say create a schedule where I can focus on whatever number of offers per month with certain planned days, weeks, or months off, here's what I'm trying to get at. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen for just a second because I really want to be super crystal clear with folks on this. I'm over 50. Now, some of you are not. I'm in a whole different time of my life now than I was 20, 30 years ago. What's important to me today, and some of you who may even be in your 20s or teens and you get this, but what I realized is that creator burnout is real. And there was a place when I was doing live streams early on where I realized this is too much. Like, I'm just all over the place. I'm doing way too much. So my prompt, I created in such a way that it would recognize, look, I'm going to be taking some vacations sometimes. I need a break. I don't want to do this 24/7. And I definitely don't want to be promoting offers, all my life. Like, I just need a break sometimes. So I said, build in the prompt, a way for me to be able to do these lives regularly. Also, give me a week off. Maybe I'll do 3 a month, right? Maybe 2 of them are going to be with a guest and one of them is going to be a solo, and then I'm taking a break. Because I feel that it is so important for you to focus on your wellness, and especially if you are younger, it's important to start now versus waiting until something happens. So I just wanted to make sure to say that because content creation is a lot. It
It
is.
definitely is.
And I see Adrian saying, I'm 77 and have never burned out, but I travel 5 months a year. Yes. So you can tell this thing, you can tell chat, hey, this is my schedule. I'm going to go live like for 30 days and then I'm taking 30 days off, whatever it is you want to build into the prompt. But that was important for me. And I wanted to share with you the context behind why that language is there. I hope that helps.
I love that you included that language. And I think that I also see this a lot during the holiday times that people will write, like, what's everyone doing about their podcast during the holidays? I think that we talk a lot about consistency when it comes to creation.
We
And
do.
I think that it puts a weight onto creators that in order to be successful, in order to like find it to grow however you'd like to grow, that you need to be consistent, which is true. But
It's
I
true.
think that there's also a consideration that that consistency can come with breaks. That consistency can come if you're a podcaster, for example, with a pre-recorded episode that you put out during the holiday
Yes.
season. Just remember that. I know there's a lot of pressure that people put on. That consistency can also come with batching your episodes, doing a few recordings and scheduling those to go out later. So just keep that in mind because no matter what content you're putting out, if you're burnt out, it's going to affect the quality of it. And you want to be loving what you're doing because that makes people love what they're watching. So I'm happy that you took a moment to talk about that because I endorse that message.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure people like really understand how important it is to take care of yourself, especially if you're doing content, because a lot of us are out here doing so much. So big. We're doing all the things, hashtag all the things. And sometimes we need a little bit of grace. We need to give ourselves that grace. So I'm going
Absolutely.
to give you, let's just do this. We'll pop this one in here. I've got the sample wording that will pop back in. Okay. And so in this instance, I said, help me to create this schedule where I can focus on one main offer per month and with 1 week off. For each offer, give me an idea for a tripwire. Now, a tripwire, for those of you who don't know what that is, that's like a low ticket item that you can send people to that helps to train them mentally. They understand that you are not for free. Your knowledge and your expertise is not for free. So it could be like a $7 item, a report or something, a $7 access to a video or webinar or a mini course that you created. But the purpose of the tripwire is that it's helping people to be led into your next thing, right? The $97 offer. And it's training them that it's okay to trust you to spend their dollars with you. So tripwire,
Can I
and then
ask
a
a
lead magnet is a free thing. Go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
Oh, good question. Okay. So I decided 90 days because initially I was like, let me try a year again. And Kendall, I burned out so fast on that year. I had a whole year of topics planned out, and I was like, yeah, I got a daughter graduating, my husband's overseas, this is happening, that is happening. So, for the same exact reason, but also, so the reason that I mentioned earlier, which is life, but also right now in this moment in our society, things move so quick. It doesn't really matter what your niche is, there could be trends that impact and affect what you're talking about. So it's easier for you to pivot and change the topics if you need to, if you've only set a calendar for 90 days versus an entire year that you just throw into the wastebasket because, heck, AI just, is evolving. And now my whole thing that I used to do that worked no longer works anymore, and I have to make a shift. So that's about being flexible.
Hmm. Okay, that's a great point. I think that it's about planning ahead, but not too
Yes,
far ahead, so that you're still a little
correct.
flexible. Yeah.
We want to be nimble. We want to be agile. We want to be able to move when culture, when society, when things are changing that are affecting our businesses, we need to be able to move quickly. So for me, 90 days is it. um, okay. So for each offer, give me something I can promote, plus suggest a weekly live stream topic that I can focus on. So it's going to give me the schedule. And then in real life, you get to play around with this and say, okay, I like this part, but I don't like that part. Change this, shift this. Okay. But in our instance, in the case that we're looking at here, it's giving us all the things. So it's giving us a lead magnet, it's giving us a tripwire. So it's saying, hey, dating after divorce, 5 common mistakes women over 50 make and how to avoid them is a great free PDF guide. If you're going to do a $7 to $47 dating profile makeover mini course, that's a good one to lead people into your sales process and build trust. And then the weekly live stream topics are, hey, the number one mindset shift for successful dating. Then it gives you 2 more. Then it gives you the week off. You get to figure out where you plug that weekend. But then it just breaks this on down and continues to give us the 90 days. So I love that this is simple, but then you can go back in and make it more robust or just go with what you have. So that is one of the last bullets. And then here's the last prompt, I think. I've got 2 more prompts, but we may cut it with one for the sake of time because you'll get access to the worksheet if you or the workbook if you want it. Here's what I will do because I know we need to leave time for questions as well. Create a bulleted outline for the live stream topics that you suggested for month 1. I want to make sure the content is engaging, that it showcases my experience and skills and helps me lead viewers to the offer. And so I'm going to end with this one because there's another one that's a little bit more complex. But I will end with this one, and I'm going to go ahead and put wording into chat so you can see what this will look like. And then I'll turn it over to you, Kendall, for anything further as far as questions. Okay. So I just popped in, develop a monthly content calendar from this stuff, aligning with engaging content. I gave it more specific information that I wanted it to include. And then it is spitting out the full-blown 3-month social content calendar. So it's giving me a social media content calendar on top of the live stream topic calendar. And that social media content is helping me to now promote the live stream, but also in essence, the final offer that I'm trying to make. So I'm giving you, yeah, you can do this in the free version, David. Yes, you can. Now, of course, if you're paying for the models, if you're paying for ChatGPT, you'll probably be less likely to run out of, bandwidth or whatever. But I would try it even if you have the free version because you're probably going to get some information. I had people in my class when I taught this that were able to get lots of really good info out of just the free model. So definitely try that and see what works for you. Okay, did that
This was
help?
incredible. Oh, yeah, definitely. We've gotten so many comments in the live chat talking about how helpful this is. And feel free to continue to ask questions while we have the last few minutes to wrap up. But while we're waiting for those questions to come in, I have one, which is we're talking about using ChatGPT to kind of make an efficient plan. What other tools are you using to automate that process? So once you get the plan, how
Hmm.
are you using anything to automate it?
Oh, yeah. So one of the things that I use, of course, is Riverside FM. Hey. So
Amazing.
after, when I'm done with my live stream, I'm all about repurposing everything. So I call it my live stream multiplier method. And what I do is I use that stream to become multiple pieces of content. It's going to turn into a newsletter. It's going to turn into a podcast on Spotify that also goes to Amazon and Apple. It's now, as of recently, going to also be put onto my Substack because I started doing Substack. So that video is going to go every possible place that it can go because for the most part, my content is going to be evergreen. And by evergreen, I mean that even a year to 2 years to 3 years from now, my content will still be relevant, hopefully. Right? If it's more time sensitive content, I think about whether or not I want it to go into all those places because I don't want to have to go back and retract from all those different places. But I use Riverside specifically to go and edit the live stream, the original live stream, condense it down further so that it becomes that audio podcast. I use the show notes from Riverside. I even used clips from Riverside, but I'm going to be honest and say I also use Opus clips. So
We'll forgive you.
please forgive.
But we'll convert you. We'll forgive
Okay.
now and convert later.
Okay, fine. So Opus is one of them. And I use something called Cast Magic as well, which has been really just golden for me to be able to take every live stream I have, every meeting, every coaching session, anything, and convert it into a different type of content, whether it becomes my next keynote or if it becomes social media content that I can use. So, yeah, I do. I'm all about efficiency and being productive. And I love this technology. I think we're in a great age.
I think so too. I will also just make a recommendation, and I've put this in a few of our other webinars, but in case you haven't heard my favorite recommendation, which is that you can also take things like your transcript of your conversation that you get with Riverside. And if you're using the free ChatGPT plan, you know that nothing is more annoying. Also with Google Translate, things like that when you paste in like a large amount of text and it's saying too many characters. So I actually am going to put in the chat. I use this prompt splitter. And what I do is I'll take my entire transcript, put it into this prompt splitter, and what it does is it will split up the entire transcript into chunks that's just long enough for that free version. And then from
Wow.
there, I can say, yeah, I can say, take this conversation and write a LinkedIn post summary from this as far as
Yes.
repurposing. Yeah. And I'll even, another tip that I'll just add here is don't sleep on the live chat. So if somebody, I always download the live chat after I'm done streaming. And so I'll take comments that of people saying, this was so helpful. I loved this session. You can turn that into an Instagram post. And that gets people excited and feeling a little bit of FOMO. I want to be part of the next one. Or it's
Yeah.
great testimonials. You like every bit of content that you're creating, every bit of content that's on your screen, like your live chat, is something that you can use later to then kind of repurpose into this plan that we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
those are my recommendations here. And we had one question. Um, I use ChatGPT, but discovered Google Gemini for consumer research. Do you use it?
Um, I have Google Gemini, and I actually have because I have Google Workspace. I have used it. It's not my typical go-to. My go-to typically is going to be Claude or ChatGPT. Claude a lot for um, just the contextual writing that it gives me. So when I give it content, it gives it back to me in a very user-friendly way. But I ChatGPT is a close second for me. The other thing I use specifically for research, and I mean when I say research, research anything, is free Perplexity. Perplexity is my go-to for a lot of things, just daily life things. It's like my new Wikipedia or encyclopedia for those of you who know what an encyclopedia is from way back. But yeah, Perplexity is it's the
I'm
jam.
putting that in the chat right now. You also sent me something that was really cool. It was like a mind map that you did. Is it
Hmm.
did you speak and like to record something and then it created that map for you?
Oh goodness, yes. Okay, so let me
Super
share it
cool.
because I'm
Yeah.
such a geek. I'm such a nerd, and I'm owning it now. But when I was a kid, I was teased about being a nerd. So for those of you who are fellow nerds out there, hey, we're uniting. Let me show you something. I'm gonna pop this up really fast. It's called goodness. Every time I have to move this real quick here, it's called Mapify. Okay, and you can use the free version. Let's see. The free version does this. Well, actually, I have the paid version now because I loved it so much. But the free version will give you some level of access to this. But what I do is I literally can go into Mapify, y'all, and I can paste a YouTube link. So from my live stream, I can paste my YouTube link and it will then give a version of that video. So here's one of my episodes. It breaks it down into a mind map literally with timestamps. So I didn't even send you that cool part, Kendall. You didn't
That
even know
was
this
I was
part.
gonna say I didn't even know about that. I just saw like
Right.
I was expanding and I was like, wait, did she record this? And then it like created this mind map. It was such a cool way to work through like it's because it's called mind map. That map in your mind of like I want things to go this way. You can kind of just like talk at it and it'll
Yes.
organize all of your thoughts. So that was like when you sent me that, I was like, what in the world? So cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I now have started incorporating this into my email list when I send a review or send an overview of what I talked about in my live stream with key points that I pull out. I will send this mind map as well. And it will go to each, just click on a specific point that you want to learn more about, and it's going to take you to that point in the video, which is nuts. So, yeah, Mapify is one of the things. And I use this with another app called Xmind because I like all my stuff to be super branded. But that's probably going a little too far. I'm just sharing.
And I wanted to close out, if anyone has any more questions in the chat, I wanted to close out because, of course, first and foremost, we're raising money for young creators who are, and basically DCTV is offering a free program that they're able to try video and audio production to learn how to tell their stories, to ignite change. So I actually wanted to ask you, what did you want to be when you were younger? And how did that kind of, yeah, what is the first thing that what is the first profession that you wanted to go after?
My very first profession that I wanted to pursue was to be a scientist. I wanted to actually study astrological spaces, and I thought, hey, one day maybe I could go into space, right? Um, that died off by the time I was grown and had bills to pay. but but that was a thing for me. It was something I was interested in. I ended up majoring in psychology, and I found that I use a lot of that in studying and understanding people. And it has been super helpful compared or combined with my master's in business administration to be able to do the type of work that I do.
I'm shocked to hear that answer because something when I found out that people like go to space for like long like years, I was like, what do they do up there that whole time? Maybe it's
Mm-hmm.
watched a lot of YouTube videos. Who
I
knows?
know, right?
So maybe you are in space and people watching your content. So in the
Right.
end, it all comes full circle. And actually, speaking of your content, we did have a comment on the chat of people saying that this has been there we go, that this has been a really helpful session. They subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Thank
And
you.
so with that, I really just want to put that on to the screen now. So that's a clickable link right there. So you can watch more content on YouTube because this has been such an incredible session that I'm sure that the people that are in the chat and the audience want to hear more. And I also just want to thank you not only for sharing all of this wisdom, all this advice, and all of these AI tools, but also for joining and taking part in this live stream marathon because we're really helping raise money for a great cause, and you've been such a great part of it. So thank you so much for joining me.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And thank you for coming up with the idea to do this because it's so important. We've got to help our next generation be prepared and equipped and empowered. And this is just one way to do that. So thanks to you and the entire team at Riverside.
Of course. And so we're going to be right back with the next session, which will be led by me. Now I'm going to be in the guest and host seat, but I'll be bringing Stephen in to help me. But we're going to be taking community call-ins, doing a Q&A. So any questions that have been on your mind from any of the sessions, we are here to answer them. And if you want to call in and share a tip and be featured here about your own live streaming hacks, tips, maybe editing tips, feel free to call in. It's actually going to be my first time doing call-ins. So really excited for that. And continue to stay tuned for the equipment power hour and how to build your community with live streams. And then lastly, we're going to be meeting with some of the faces of DCTV to learn more about the incredible organization that we're raising funds for. So on that note, thank you again for joining. And we will see you soon on the other side for the next session. Bye,
All right.
everyone. All right, we are back. Hello. That was a quick break. Thank you so much, Stephen, for joining me. I am looking forward to this next session because we are taking community call-ins. We're answering your questions. So we have our eye on the live chat. And for anyone who wants to jump on the call, maybe share what you do live streaming, introduce yourselves, maybe give a hack for editing or recording, and be able to share some of your knowledge with the community. Seth's saying they're good to chat. If you want to jump in, there should be a live call-in button. Me and Stephen are here to answer your questions or to hear about what you're doing on Riverside. Otherwise, Stephen,
Yes.
have you been watching along for the Livestream Marathon so far?
I have been watching in the background and editing videos for the YouTube channel, as you do.
Oh, nice.
That's
nice.
right.
So what's
That's
coming
right.
up on YouTube?
Oh, well, I have my long form virtual event video coming soon. Also, I recently got an Osmo Pocket 3. I don't know if you're familiar with that camera, but it's pretty sweet.
You got
And
another camera? How do you even
listen,
have room in your studio for all these cameras?
but this one's tiny. Look at this, a little pocket camera. Okay. But here's the thing. I discovered as I was traveling last week, this can be used as a webcam with Riverside. One cable connects this to your computer. You don't need to download or install any utilities or software. And then this can actually be a 4K webcam with Riverside, and it can track your face, so it'll always keep you in frame. And it's not just zooming in, cropping. It's actually moving the camera to keep you in frame. So, yeah, I have a
Very
whole video
cool.
on that coming soon.
And we're going to be talking about equipment in our next session. We have a call-in. Let's take the
All right,
call-in.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hey, David. Oh, I can't really hear you so well.
Oh, sorry about that. How's that? Better?
A little bit.
The joy is I'm at work, unfortunately, so I'm not using my normal studio. So
Okay. Can you hear him, Stephen?
Very, very quiet. Just we'll listen closely.
oh, that's no good. It's coming through my normal mic. It should be fine. But if you can't hear me, we can move on to the next caller.
They're saying that they can't hear you. Ah, David. But are you close to your mic?
I'm right in front of it.
Oh, all right. Unfortunately, we can't really hear you so well. If you want to try calling back in, we'd love to take your question. Let's try it. In the meantime, if anyone wants to call in, you have that live call-in button at the bottom, and we'd love to hear what you're working on, take your questions, take any shout-outs, whatever you would like to call in. We're trying out this. We're really going live here. Dave says unplug and then plug it back in.
Yeah, you probably tried
Or-
that. But
Yeah. It's like the old Nintendo thing where you just like take it
blow
and you
on
blow
it.
on it. Exactly.
it works.
I still sometimes do that. All right, we have John. We have John in the live call-in.
Hey. Whoa.
Hey.
Hey, John.
Everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow,
Nice
how
to-
casual. Here I am with my microphone and my headphones and my setup.
No big deal. I'm kind of a Riverside subscriber and user pretty much every day. Thank you so much for doing this. This is so cool.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited about this live call-in. So thank you for doing this as well.
Absolutely. I thought I'd pop on and show some of the things that I love to do with the editor and some social clips. Kind of taking it a step beyond the magic clips. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great.
We'll give you the mic. Yeah.
All right, let's see if I can find my. I was thinking of doing this, and I was like, all right, which one of my Riverside sessions is okay to actually use as an example?
Thank you for taking that into consideration. We
Yeah, of
appreciate
course.
it.
Yeah, well, I do a lot of work with different clients for podcast editing and stuff, and it's like some of them might not want to be, on display for people who are watching on the live stream. So this is one that I do. That's a podcast called "I Have a Great Idea, but I'll Never Do It," and it's about like the crazy ideas that we have at 2:00 in the morning that we're never gonna do when we read them on the little scribbled notepad.
I have a million.
morning.
If you need someone for an episode, I had right when you said that.
Call our
like, ah.
hotline. It's calling 304-804-IDEA. Leave a voicemail. So one of the things that I was thinking is for social clips. First of all, I just sorry, I jumped ahead. I just went into the regular episode edit. You go to the top, you make it the dimensions that you want. There's my stupid face. And then one of the things that I think is an underrated feature in Riverside is when you can select it and go to keep only this. And you make your social clip and you kind of get started in an area and you're just like, I know the section that I want to go to. The magic clips maybe wasn't picking up on everything, but I know that this is a section that I want to check out. So just selecting everything, the 3 dots, keep only this, and then kind of like picking and choosing from there. So I'm going to actually undo what I just did. So one of the things that I love is searching for a certain area. So I know that like in this episode, we talk about cereal. So find the section.
I thought you meant the podcast at first, but you were talking about the breakfast cereal.
Breakfast cereal.
Like, you spelled cereal wrong.
So for this one, we we kind of talk about a Kickstarter campaign, and there's somebody who created something that's all about like a milk dispensing cereal spoon. Anyway, so I know that that's a little part of it, but it's like, ooh, it'd be great to do a social clip on that. What's up, Kendall?
Wasn't that like, I feel like that was a thing. Like, remember when it was like like on TV, they like show, maybe it wasn't, but on TV when they used to show like the ridiculous products and they had that as shown on TV store. That
This
definitely has to
this
be
kind
in
of thing, I
there.
think, comes around every few years, and then we all collectively forget about the last time somebody tried to do this, and then it's just a disaster. But anyway, so this is a section that I know where it's like, I want to do a clip out of this one. I want to share it on social media. So just kind of finding the section I want, and even if it's just rough, just starting it off and doing keep only this, and then kind of going through and selecting like, okay, well, I know that this section, there's a lot of crosstalk, so I want to like, mute a certain area, kind of going through from there, and then kind of figuring out where it's going to begin and end. And also, and I'm loving the new brand options, because then you just get to select your outro and have it be the default for all of your social clips. And I think that is just such a cool feature, because what I was doing before is at the very end, I would go to split at the very end. I'd upload the video that I would have to be like my bumper at the end. And now I don't have to do that anymore. And I think it's the coolest thing. So thank you for doing that.
Go ahead and apply the brand. Let's see it. Let's see what the brand looks like on the magic clip.
Yeah, let's show off your brand.
Whoa, this is, by the way, this is like a completely weird chunked out thing. So it's maybe not the best example, but I was just kind of messing around with this one, but it's got the captions that I want, the color scheme that I typically use. Where is my,
Hey, Dave, the call-in button is if you're watching in Riverside audience mode, by the way. Just saw that question in the chat. So I don't know if we can put that in the YouTube chat.
Let me put that link in here. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. So I've got my brand on there, and so it puts our little kind of like logo in the corner.
It looks so good.
You can,
Awesome.
of course, move that around. You can change the opacity, all sorts of stuff. It's so much fun. For the purposes of this one, for the layouts, did I have that selected in the brand? I don't think that comes up in the brand. But for
like for 9x16?
Oh, no. I meant for scenes.
That's in the
okay.
That's in the workflows. Yeah.
That's in the workflows, right? You guys have so many different things that it's hard to keep track sometimes. But I love that I can just...
I'm kidding. I'm marking that as a clip. Do that later.
See,
I'll press
and that's
keep
another
only
thing. And that's
this.
another thing. What is it? What is it? You press M to mark a clip.
Mark a clip. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's another thing that I love to do is while I'm recording, if I know like, ooh, this is something that I want to come back to later, mark it as a clip. But since you don't always remember, going back and doing the to keep only this. That's just one of my favorite things. Also, I'm not reading any of the chat, so if anybody is so bored by what I'm talking about, please let me know.
No, it's great.
No, they're excited about this. We had
Yeah.
some wows. We had some people didn't know that they could do this. I actually am going to I'm gonna build on top of this and say that, and Steven knows what I'm about to do. So if you highlight some text, just highlight it in the transcript. And you're doing keep only this. Wait, where did the hold on, do the same process that you do for keep only this. So highlight the text.
I think that it might be only, wait, maybe because I have that there. No, it might be because I've already done that. Is that possible?
Okay. Possibly. So what you can do instead is what he did was he highlighted the text, pressed the three dots and said keep only this. But what you can also do is click the three dots, and what you can do is press create new clip. So what I do is, as I'm watching a full episode of my show, or a webinar or whatever I'm making, I will highlight the parts that I'm like, ooh, that needs to be a clip. Yeah, you're doing right here. And then press create new clip. So press that. It takes only the part that you highlighted and puts it in a new tab. So then what I do is I use the tab all the way on the left to create my master edit. That's my full episode. And then I go clip by clip, tab by tab, and create all of those different clips that I identified as I go on. So that's my keep only this but flipped.
No, that's good too, because that's important to know if you're kind of going through your section over here, all of your edits. So never mind all this garbage over here. So what I also love to do for social sharing is to do the magic clips and use them as a jumping off point, because as great as it is, I feel like it helps to kind of go in and like finesse it a little bit. So sometimes maybe if like a certain word gets clipped off a little too soon, you want to just extend that out a little bit, or you feel like it's a great section, but it should start a little bit sooner. I haven't even looked at this one. What is this? Oh, decluttering. Sounds good. So if I'm going into this one, and I haven't even looked at this one before, it starts off with kind of in the middle of a thought. So that's when you can kind of go in and I know this doesn't make sense, but you just kind of select the area, hit restore. If it's from a little bit earlier, get it going so that it gives you the more of the context. Like I said, if you're finding that a word gets clipped off a little too soon, like this one right here, it looks like this needs like a little bit more because it was like right here. It felt a little abrupt.
Can I ask you a question real quick too?
Sure.
When you're selecting text, are you pressing shift and the down arrow to quickly select multiple lines?
No.
What are you doing? Are you just clicking?
I'm just dragging.
Oh, okay. You were doing it super fast. I was curious.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Yeah,
you're
no.
good.
I'm just doing it as if I was in a Word document or something, just
Sure.
of selecting.
Cool.
Is there a better way to do it?
I don't know. I thought I was about to learn something. That's why I was
I mean,
excited.
I'm doing the shift.
Ooh.
I'm doing the shift and the arrows now. Okay, that actually might be good because sometimes it can be hard to get just like the very, syllable that you're looking for. But because I come from a background, I know that there's a lot of people that have been in like a lot of the Facebook groups and community groups that are coming to the Riverside editor from things like Audition or Audacity, and where it gives you that like granular level of editability to be able to see that like, oh, you can grab these handles here and drag them out a little bit and fine tune. I think that it's an underrated way of approaching the editor here. And I think I'll stop sharing. I'm sure that there's other people who are looking to call in and talk about tips and stuff.
We do have another caller, but really quickly, I'm just going to say that Angela asked, how do you upload your end screen to save on Riverside to add to every video? Can we do the same with a thumbnail? And also want to add that like this is really cool that you're showing off all this. So by no means are we like kicking you out of here. This is really great, John. I'm really enjoying
Yeah.
this.
So here, I'll
And Shanna agrees. Shanna agrees that you're doing
okay,
great.
cool. Just for the sake of example, what I'll do is you can go into your uploads and let's see. You can upload a video. I'm going to pick one from a different client of mine that I know has like a really good short bumper outro. Sorry, it's just like endless things to click on here. Okay. So I just uploaded what I want my bumper to be. Let's say I go into my brand outro. I'm going to get rid of that. Now in my uploads, I have that outro that I just uploaded. And it is 9:16. It's showing it this way, but it's formatted for 9:16. So that way, now that that's there, go to apply brand. Boom, boom, boom. And now let's go to the end of this clip. Boom.
Very
Amazing.
cool. Seriously, really cool. We have some people in the chat saying, I need a training. Oh, I was just about to show it on screen. Okay, I need a training on this. Or, wow, didn't realize you could do all of this inside Riverside. And that will just really quickly put
Mark
me
that one too.
on. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna show that we have we have a live demo that we host every month. We don't have John on it, but we maybe should, Stephen. So we have a live demo that we host every month where we go end to end through everything on Riverside. So if you want to learn more about what you can do in Riverside, that's where you should go. You can also find it at riverside.fm/webinars. We have another caller that's kind of trying to come in, but John, oh, bye. Oh, you went so fast. Goodbye,
amazing,
John.
though.
That was
Sheesh.
great.
Thanks
Give
so
it up
much,
for
John.
John in the chat. Yeah. And now we have Seth. Big shoes to fill, Seth.
So I'll try to fill
Hello.
in. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, good. Just want to make sure that you can hear me first. Yeah, that was really interesting. So I've used Riverside for other like side projects, but I'm now using Riverside for my own project. I'm in the health and fitness industry, and recently where I live, I was a finalist for like best of my area for health and for like fitness, like personal trainers. And so now
Very
what I'm
cool.
doing is thank you. Now what I'm doing is I'm going through that list and interviewing the people that are best of. So that way, like I naturally going to be like with the people that are like of who of my area, like of Worcester, Ohio. And so what I've been doing is just I wanted to get a whole bunch of episodes done real quick and just get the audio version of it. But I plan on using a lot of the video side of stuff as I progress with it. So seeing how John uses it, especially with the branding part, like that's huge. That could definitely help me. But I mean, you guys have been using Riverside for a while, and you've seen probably a lot of great success stories. What do you see as like the biggest way for someone to take like basically an unknown channel and then like make it like the talk of the town per se?
Ooh, Stephen, do you want to take that one?
You know, it's always helpful, whatever your niche is, to think about how would some random person tell their friend about your content. And so if you're doing really amazing interviews and, you know, maybe you're able to pull out key moments from those interviews, like here are the 5 ways to not fail your New Year's resolution, or here are the top 10 things I did to, you know, when your guests are saying that, imagine someone sharing, you like, I just listened to this podcast and they had like the best New Year's resolution tips. Let me send it to you. Or I just listened to this podcast and, you know, they may not know your name, but they know they interviewed my favorite X, Y, or Z. And I thought it was a great interview. And so imagine how those random people might share your content, what they might say, and aim for that. Aim for that to be the interviews, how you package it, how the kind of clips you share. Think about that as the framework for how am I going to get the most engaging moments out there that people want to share with their friends.
Okay.
I would also, my recommendation is that if you want it to seem like the talk of the town, there are two things that you can kind of do. One is I always recommend guesting on other people's podcasts. So if you, hold on, I'm hearing a little bit of an echo on your end. So maybe if I just mute yours. Okay, we can't hear the echo anymore. I'll unmute you in a second. So if you want to seem like you're the talk of the town, first of all, I would guest on other people's podcasts. And because then other people can hear your content, hear your voice, relate. Like during this live stream marathon, there are people that have showed up that that people in the audience weren't following their YouTube channels, but you connect with the different guests, you connect with the different hosts. So using other people's platforms and being able to connect with people that way is one great way to do it. But another, and I'm just going to take this from like, there's a ramen shop that opened in my town, and I swear I'm going somewhere with this. There's a ramen shop that opened in my town, and I'm seeing posts about it everywhere. I need to try it because everyone's talking about it. So if you have the ability and like kind of like the funds to do something, like being able to get people to kind of advocate for you, posting, I listened to this podcast and I learned this, that, and this. Getting a few people within your space to do that, especially if you want it to be local, because you're talking about kind of a local kind of tilt to it. Getting people that are bigger figures in that local community can be a great way to get people to feel like everyone's talking about it. So
I would also say, if there are gyms in the area, fitness classes, small businesses who are in that field too, figure out how you can incorporate them into your content so they would be likely to share the clips that you're doing, maybe because you filmed in front of it or because you mentioned it or whatever. And sometimes just those little mentions here and there will encourage some of those local businesses to share it, especially if that local business is influential in your city or town. So, try to plug those in somewhere.
We have Dave, I'm just going to put up, I'm under the understanding that the best way to accomplish what you're asking is either to answer or ask a specific question. So, Dave, was that what this was in reference to? Maybe this was something else. But yeah, to answer the question that people are asking. So, does that help? I'll unmute you.
Yeah, no, that does help. So like for me in my local community, I'm pretty sure like everyone in my county has me as a Facebook friend at this point. And I have a couple books that I authored, and they did very well on Amazon. So like again, in with the Chamber of Commerce, and things like that. But I think like kind of like what you said, like having like other people advocate for you, because I could talk till I'm blue in the face about it, and no one's gonna bat an eye. But if I get like kind of like those mavens of the area, like the who's who and like the more influential people, if I get those people to talk about it, I think that's probably my winner right there. Sometimes just hearing it from someone else just makes more sense. So
I would also say
Awesome.
don't discredit just you saying and talking about it all the time. I tell the story. There was a podcast where I saw clips of it for probably a year on TikTok, never listening to an episode, but for some reason after a year I saw they had a guest on there that I knew, and it actually made me go to my podcast app, download that episode, and finally listen to it. And so sometimes it takes time. You have to be consistent, be everywhere, be posting consistently, and always, I talk about this all the time, but provide value. If people are getting value, they're learning something, or they're being inspired by the stories that are on your show, then they'll be more likely to share it and listen longer.
okay, cool.
Awesome. Thanks for calling in.
Yep, thank you.
And we have one more call in coming in, and then we have to go to our next session, which is all about equipment. So let's let in. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, I am doing well. We have a little bit of an echo coming from you. Don't know why. Okay. What was your question? Thanks for calling in.
Well,
Hello.
this is wonderful. We've got one producer here and one host, and we're all saying, wow, wow. We're getting so much out of it, so thank you. But in the interest of speed, we have an older audience, and I'm doing this because I've been on radio with a call-in show for decades, and I want to do a call-in show on my podcast. And this is the first time that I've had any technology that could do this for me. But I need a succinct way to tell my audience how to do what I just did. Because I have to tell you that at 77, it took me a while to click the right things, get your prompts on the camera, which was my microphone. So I have to be able to do that either in writing on my website in my invitations or right on the air. Because I want rapid call-ins and rapid answers. That's what I'm good at, and that's what I want to create.
I would recommend creating a guide. Do it in like the branding of your or your podcast,
Yeah.
and just have something, a guide, like a downloadable kind of PDF that people can click into, and it gives the step by step. That's what I would recommend. Or I would also say a video, but maybe I'm wrong on that one, because if you're watching a video, I'm not going to want to also watch another video, especially if it's live. So maybe written is a better way to go. Steven, do you have any thoughts
that's
beyond what I just said?
Well, I'm going to put a video link in the chat, which is our video where I explain audience mode, both from the host side, but I also show what the audience member experiences. And so, you could kind of clip that up and just show people that as a walkthrough. So I'll put that video in there. But yeah, that is a challenge. I think Kendall's right. Doing like screenshots where you circle, the button, so someone has a PDF or maybe even a page on a website. We're like, here's how to live call in. You're going to click my link. You're going to, watch it in your web browser. And then you're going to click the audience call in button, and you have that circled in an image. And I think really doing that step by step in images, like Kendall was saying, is a good idea.
And here's that YouTube video. And Steven, you actually have to jump out for a second for the next
do.
session. So I'll stay in here.
Okay.
We're going to do a little shift going on. But see you in a second, Steven, to talk about equipment. Hello. I have here again, that's the live call-in audience mode video that Steven just showed. And did that help answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much for calling in.
That was wonderful.
Yeah.
And
Awesome, and thank you for watching.
About music, let us know.
Music on like how to music overlay or how to use music in your...
And input your own music and so on.
Okay, perfect. I can send you a help article on how to do that in the chat.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you for calling in. All right. We are going to be live in another minute for our next session. So I will be having you all stay on the stream to talk about equipment. We're going to do a 30-minute power half hour talking about equipment with Marc Aflalo, talking about from Your Tech Report, talking all about the tech that he recommends. So get your tech ready, get your questions ready, and we're going to dive into it. And Steven will be joining because I can't imagine doing a tech session without our friend Steven. So invite your friends to watch along because we are live streaming again for a cause. For every person who tunes in, we're donating $1 to DCTV, which is helping free programs that help New York City youth learn audio and video to learn how to storytell and ignite social change. So thank you to everybody that's tuning in because you're doing this all for a really great cause. And we will... Oh, we have our next session coming soon, and we will be back shortly in another minute. Hello, we are back. Yeah, I just needed a break for a second to get some water. Otherwise, that's all we could fit in for the moments between that session and this one. And I am super excited about this session because for anyone who just joined us, you are joining the Riverside Livestream Marathon. Where we're going for 6 back-to-back sessions on different live streaming skills with some of the industry's top creators and most knowledgeable people that I know that I'm bringing onto this live stream. And the best part is that for every person who tunes in, for every view that we get on these live streams, we're donating $1 to NYC youth creators through DCTV. And stick around because I'm going to be talking with DCTV at the end of this session. But we have come to the session about equipment. So I'm excited to bring in 2 of the most knowledgeable equipment people that I know. First, we got Marc here joining the stream. Marc, thank you so much. Thanks so much for joining.
It's so nice to be here. I've been watching all day, and now to be part of it's kind of surreal. Hi, I'm in the box.
Oh my, he's in here. He's in the box. And speaking of boxes, here's another one. We've got Steven over here in another box.
I was going to do the mime thing. Can I do it here?
You can do it. Go ahead.
There we go. There. Anyway, great to be here.
Yeah, well, if you've been tuning in, you know me, you know Steven. We've already been here, but Marc, introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh, God, you're putting me on the spot now.
Who, me?
Yeah, exactly. I am Marc. I'm Marc Aflalo. I've been in the podcasting space since before it was called a podcast. Doing everything from live studio engineering, post-production, editing, recording, you name it. These days, I do a lot of podcasting, consulting, editing. Still do a lot of broadcast work, especially around NHL hockey here in North America, and that's me. And I'm a tech head. I've got a great show on SiriusXM called Your Tech Report, and I talk all about gizmos and gadgets galore, as Ariel once said. Well,
we love a Little Mermaid reference.
There you
Thank you
go.
for working it in. We talked about it on our pre-call. I just needed a Disney
totally.
reference.
Yeah.
Perfect. So let's start off. I want to talk with you both. Well, actually, I want to hear from the chat. What are you looking to start off with? Do we want to talk about mics? Do we want to talk about cameras? Do we want to talk about stream decks? Lighting? Oh, we've got Steven. He's already showing off. Maybe you guys are you're showing off a bunch of mics. So maybe let's start with mics. Marc, what is your top recommendations when it comes to microphones? What are your favorite ones? And we're going to get people in the chat.
controversy will start now.
Men
you
and
know
their
that, right?
toys. We're gonna have people in the chat also sharing. I want to hear what you're using, and we'll talk about maybe what the problems that you're having with your equipment. Maybe you're looking to upgrade, or you're looking for a less expensive option. Use these 2 guys as an encyclopedia. So let's first
great.
start with microphones.
I mean, listen, it's a hard question because there's never the right microphone for every situation. There are different microphones that do different things. When people ask me about mics, I think the go-to in the podcasting space in a studio environment is like the Shure MV7, like I'm using here, because it, plugs in USB or XLR if you want it. You got the versatility of it. But then there's people, I've got, 30 years of experience playing with big microphones like this Neumann here, which retails for way more money than I can even afford these days. But all different microphones have their own kind of unique use cases. When I'm on the go and I'm outside doing, interview style podcast recording or just anything like that, I love, a good wireless mic. And, I talk about this Rode Interview Pro a lot, and it's a great mic because it's $329. It's actually even less, I think, in the US. I'm in Canada, by the way. But you can record on the mic or connect it wirelessly to cameras. So it's one of those questions that when it comes to a microphone, look at the space you're in first, obviously, and figure out what you're dealing with. Because if you're in a room that's echoey, first you got to deal with a lot of those environmental concerns and pick the right microphone for those occasions. Shure makes a great, SM58, which is a handheld microphone, but you can be in the most largest room with an echo, and you won't hear much of it. Whereas larger microphones like these Neumanns in a room that has a giant echo, you're not going to even be able to hear yourself. So every room and every situation has its own different challenges, and there's always a microphone that's going to fit it, and budgets too, because a lot of people say, well, can I get a budget microphone for $60? And I know a lot of people are going to yell at me when I say that, yeah, you can. And also don't forget the microphone you have with you everywhere you go, which is on your phone, which it can be useful as well, given all the above, scenarios and how they fit into play.
We actually have Donnie in the chat saying, I'm just starting off my podcast. I got cheap equipment, but sounds okay, which leads me to, what would you say your top two maybe budget microphones? I know what Steven's answer is going to be, but I'm excited to hear him say it because I always love to hear from Steven.
Well, I'll say it. And also say, Earl had a comment about mic placement being important, and that is very important for all microphones. And the budget mic, I'll recommend the Audio-Technica ATR 2100X. It is my default recommendation for anyone starting out, or if you have a budget, it is $50, and it has a USB connection and XLR, so you can connect it to your computer, to your iPhone 15 or your iPad with USB-C. I put the link in the chat. And this is a great sounding microphone. And I used it for many years. I have co's that still use it today, even when traveling. So I'd recommend this. And I want to throw in a wild card, and I want to know if Marc has heard of this one too. A newer Shure mic actually recently came out called the Shure MV6. And I'll put a link to that in the chat as well. But the MV6 is a USB microphone, no XLR, just USB. It's $150, so it's kind of a step up from my first recommendation. But I actually talked to someone who was involved in the development of it, and it has kind of voice isolation features built in. You don't have to know what that means, but basically, if you have a noisy or echoey environment, maybe you struggle with street noise where you record, the MV6 actually does a great job of rejecting all of that and really focusing on your voice. So if you have an unkind recording environment and you're struggling with acoustical treatment, I think the MV6 is actually a great option. And we have a video on the YouTube channel coming up where I tested that alongside 8 other USB mics. So that's coming soon.
I haven't tried the MV6. I haven't tried the MV6 personally yet, but you actually recommended it, and now I want to get my hands on it. But it's hard. Shure's been making microphones for so long. They've really mastered the craft and now bring in the software side of things, and they're taking things to whole new levels, making it super easy for anybody to get started, which is why I really like that one.
We actually have Michael in the chat that I just want to say they've shared the ATR 2100X with a friend just because Steven's talked about it so much. I'm surprised you didn't say the Samsung Q2U.
Listen, here's the thing. I got that one down here too. I could pull it out if I wanted to, but
I have that loaded.
Here it is. I got both of them right here. Here I have the Samsung Q2U and the ATR. My biggest thing is the Samsung Q2U is a good microphone. The USB connection on the bottom is the mini USB, which is like that older style. And so, if you have a lot of newer devices like I do, if you have USB-C everywhere, you're going to need just that one cable to connect to this one microphone. And I don't like rolling like that. And so that's why the 2100X for me is preferable because it has USB-C. So when I travel or if I'm, recommending this, I say any USB-C cable you pretty much have will work with this microphone. And so that's why I recommend it.
Somebody had asked, Adrian had asked, so MV6 is good for man on the street interviews. I'm a travel podcaster and need to get audio from the street. Marc, I know that you had talked about, and maybe this isn't, I'm the least knowledgeable about equipment in this room right now, but you had talked about wireless microphones. Would that be a better bet for man on the street interviews, or?
Well, I think for man on the street, you definitely need to consider the fact that it's going to be a noisy environment. So with that Shure MV6, I'm not 100% sure it's going to be the best for on the street. You want something that's a little bit more directional so you can get it in front of people's faces. The wireless, the Interview Pro from Rode, I like this one for man on the street style because you don't have to use it wireless. It has built-in storage, 18 hours worth of storage, and it records in 32-bit float, which means you have a lot of flexibility in the post-production side for editing. So literally, you turn the mic on with the button on the bottom. If you have a Rode wireless receiver, like whether it's the Wireless Go or Wireless Me, it will work with it. So you can use it wireless if you want, but if you don't, just hit record there and it's recording, and you can go for 18 hours without a worry. So what I normally do is I have 2 of these together. I'll give it to a couple of hosts and say, here, go at it. I'll worry about it later. I've had situations where people have been doing like multiple like junkets with different little podiums of different people. I've just hit record and said, go, don't even worry about recording. Just talk, have your conversation, and I'll deal with it later. So for man on the street style, I think this is a great solution. And there are other microphones like this as well. You know, someone mentioned in the chat the DJI Mic 2. It's a
Yes, I was
wireless
about to ask.
it's a wireless mic, but you can buy these wonderful stands. There you go. You can buy these wonderful like little arms that you can pop them on, and that has 32-bit float recording as well. It has the wireless capabilities if you want it, but you can just hit record on the actual little transmitters themselves, and they're great microphones. And the cool thing about the onboard recording, if you do still want to use wireless, is that if someone does walk out of range, you can still fix that afterwards. So definitely I'd go with something a little bit more directional for man on the street style, and something that really you don't have to worry about cables and wireless and all that stuff. Worry about recording, getting the highest quality so that it sounds great at the end of the day.
And I want to just quickly, while we're talking about all of these different microphones, one thing Earl had mentioned, mic placement and the spacey recording. Also, I believe it was David in the chat had said, yeah, one of my hosts doesn't have their mic in frame and they have low audio and it's creating issues when I boost the audio. I assume I need to tell them to put in frame. Let's talk for a second about, no matter what mic you're using, best practices for how to use it, where to position it.
Well, I'll say my thoughts real quick. I'd like to hear from Marc. Also, Kendall, we needed this session to be 3 hours because
Yeah, please.
I want to hear Marc talk about all the stuff because now I want to get that microphone.
Maybe we should yeah. But
Well,
I'll have my people talk to Marc's people,
There you
and
go, there you
we'll
go.
talk about doing an extended version of this.
So I like saying a fist length distance, or like 2 to 3 inches. I usually put your fist there, and that's about how far away I like to be from the microphone. You can adjust it a little bit. Again, most microphones, if you're in this kind of range, you'll be all right. If you wanted to do an off-camera microphone, really don't use microphones like this, because if you try to put this off camera, like it's not good. Even if it's down here, it's not going to be good. So you can do lapels like we were talking about, like the DJI Mic 2, if you want a more discreet microphone look, or what you can look into are shotgun microphones. And so I have a couple of these. This is what you would use in like video productions.
Mm-hmm.
You do get into a more advanced setup with something like this. This microphone is like $300, plus you need an audio interface, and you need a very kind recording environment. You need a sound treated room. Can't be much echo because it's going to pick up on all of that. Now, I use a shotgun microphone, actually the MKH 416 from Sennheiser, which is one of the industry standards. It can sound great, but I had to really treat this room. And so you really have to think about what is the cost benefit of having the mic off camera, because it looks cool, but honestly, sound is probably more priority, because that's, especially if you're doing, podcasts or interviews and stuff. So keep the mic a fist length distance away. If you're trying to do an off camera, think about lapels or a shotgun mic if you have the whole room for that. Marc, I'm curious what you think.
Definitely room treatment. I'm in the same situation. I've got a room inside a room here that's very well acoustically treated. But even with a shotgun, and I have that same Sennheiser 416, just out of frame sometimes is about 2 or 3 feet away from you. And that's still, even though your room might be the most quiet room in the world, that microphone will teach you that it's not. You'll get things like hum from a washing machine that's above your head and stuff like that. So in terms of actual placement, the rule of thumb in the voiceover world is never more than about 6 inches away from your mouth. But there are techniques that I find, because people do like working the microphone and really kind of getting it deep, right? But the technique that I try to tell people, and this is something that I do when I do voiceover coaching and stuff like that, is don't necessarily talk right into the microphone. Talk past the microphone, because think about your breath. I'm breathing. If I'm breathing heavy into the microphone, you're going to hear me pop, and you're going to hear all the breath. But if you talk, I'm not moving any farther away from the microphone, but I'm talking just past it. So all my breath is going past it, not into the microphone, and you can still get that rich sound when you get close to the mic and have some fun with it. So, and the same thing goes for like man on the street style. A lot of people, if they're not well trained, they'll sit here and they'll have a microphone down, 6, 7, 8, maybe even like halfway through their chest. That's not going to be great when you're outside, because it's going to pick up a lot of that outside room noise. Sure, you can use AI tools and get creative with EQ and stuff to try and get rid of it afterwards, but nothing's going to stop. Get that right at your chin, get that really nice and close to you. Ideally, if you're talking to a subject with one mic, try to get it in their face when you're having that conversation, so you get the highest quality. But again, avoid the breath, avoid that air, because that'll give you all the pops and things that you're going to have to deal with afterwards.
So this is a power half hour, and it should be 3 hours. But I want to hear in the chat. Do you guys want to hear about lights? Do we want to hear about headphones? Do we want to hear about video? Where should we go next?
As
Is
those
there-
questions come in, I want to say too, I'm curious the mic arm you have, but I recently got this Elgato low profile arm.
Yeah.
And I like it because, as Marc was saying, that speaking past the mic, I can put the mic a little below my mouth so you see more of my face on the video, and I'm talking kind of over it rather than talking in it. And you just start hearing more of those mouth sounds when you get it. So, yeah, Marc, you killed that explanation. That was good.
Thank you. The mic arm, by the way, there's a company called Yellowtech. It's a German company. They're really expensive, guys. Like I inherited some of these from an old radio station that shut down. But Elgato, even Shure now, since Rode bought them, they make some pretty good options. I avoid ones that have the springs. The springs are always the ones that give you that old, remember those old lights in the Pixar movie that get all that noise every time you move it? I always avoid the springs. I love the low profile, especially now that video is important, because it looks kind of weird when you have a microphone like this in your face, and it affects your camera, right? Because the focus, look, it's going to focus on the mic and not on me. So I like the low profile for streaming and for podcasting. It keeps the focus on me as well.
If you want the one mic arm to rule it all, I would recommend the Elgato low profile one is good, but also the Rode PSA 1. And I'll put a link to that in the chat. But that's one of the ones I have right over here, and it's just it stays exactly where you put it. It's real flexible. You can run the cable along it. It's great arm.
Okay, so overwhelmingly, we got lights as a response.
Okay.
So let's talk lights.
So many places to go.
Yeah. So first, let's talk about placement of lights. So you need, when you're doing, let's say, like a talking head video like this, you want to have your key light, you want to have your background light. If I keep talking, I'll show how little I know. So take it away, Marc.
Oh yeah, great. So in this setup here, okay, and I have to admit something, okay. I did an interview with Steven a couple of weeks ago for my podcast, and I had to copy his setup. I needed the blue light behind me. I needed to fix some stuff. So I did do that. But that, I've got a little bit of a key light, like they call a hair light. It's above me, about 6 inches behind me. Just helps define the space between me and the background. So when you do light your background and you want to just get that depth of field, it helps keep the focus on me, especially when the camera is doing autofocus. I've got an Elgato Key Light Mini to my left, just literally arm's length to my left. It's at about 3% brightness. It's not crazy. And I've got room lights, just overhead kind of just pot lights that are set to like 20%. That's it. A lot of people go a little bit crazy. They get these big, newer lights or even small rig lights with diffusers, and I have them all. Okay, but the funny thing is that start with a dark room with nothing, and then add light gradually, and you'll dial in exactly what you like. Every situation is going to be different. The YouTube world thinks, oh, you need some darkness on one side. It needs to be lit from the, the dramatic look on the left. But I've done TV shows where they just want bright. So there's lots of options. Elgato makes the great lights. I love them because they're wireless controlled. You can, of course, control them with the Steam Deck because they're Stream Deck. But also online, look at Small Rig, look at Newer. They make these small little LED panels that are, $30, $40 that on paper you're like, oh, this isn't going to be good enough. Yeah, they are.
While we go to the next question, Marc, I wanted you to put the link in the chat for some of these lighting options that you're talking about. But I thought that no better than Steven to bring in for this next question, which is how to best avoid lights reflecting on your eyeglasses. we have Angela here. I wear glasses that deal with glare. Help, please.
It's a tough problem, as you can see, but I've set this up. Well, let me real quick. I just wanted to mention a couple lights, and then I'll share my light and how I don't have the reflection. This is one of my favorite budget lights right now. This is a small rig. It's $20. $20. Wow. It can mount on like cold shoe mounts, which you get on like tripods and stuff. Rechargeable, just recharges via USB-C. You can change the color temperature. A little light like this goes a long way. And then if you're wanting to, really upgrade it, Marc was mentioning the Key Light Airs. This is actually what I use for my fill and hair light. I have two of these. One's to my side, one's behind me. You can get them renewed on Amazon right now for $70. That's actually a great value. I think normally they're $130. And then my key light, which is the one you want to invest the most in, this is my key light. It's an Amaran 200X. It is more pricey, and it's probably overkill for my room, but I just wanted to buy one light and be done with it. And the bigger deal is the light dome, which is like the soft box that makes it a soft light and not harsh. And that's one of the things you need to not have that reflection. And also, so that's my key light with that big dome. And basically, I can reach out and touch it right here, but it's above me, I think higher than a 45-degree angle, pointed down. And it's very dim. I have it set at like 12% right now, but it allows me, because of that big soft box, which gives me an even lighting, you just don't see that reflection of my glasses. Now, if I look up, you'll start seeing it there, but I'm never really looking up this far. You know, I'm pretty good from here down. And so raising that light, even the cheaper lights that I showed a second ago, try to raise it up maybe with a tripod or just put on some books, anything. Raise it higher, point it down if you can to avoid the glare from the glasses. And again, the light on the side, you'll see it if I look this way, you see the light in my glasses there, but I'm pretty good, for everywhere that I'm normally moving my head. So raise it up, go off to the side, try and play with the angles to get rid of that reflection.
I'm surprised you didn't talk about the reflection off foreheads.
Listen, I am nearing the balding stage, and I'm going to have a whole host of new problems.
Makeup. Don't you got to use a good makeup brush. Get that shine off, guys.
I'm not opposed to hats either. I might start doing beanies. I mean, we'll see. I have baseball caps, but the problem with baseball caps is you're going to get shadow on your face.
Exactly.
So,
Stephen, if and when you do reach that phase, I can just see I already know the stream of YouTube videos that we're going to start getting. You're going to start branding it. How to best light your bald head.
I'm going to cover the whole gamut on the Riverside channel, from hair to glasses to no hair.
You'll all be there with us for the ride.
That's it.
All right, cool. What do we want to talk about next? Somebody was talking about streamers. Somebody was talking about, or not streamers.
Well, what's your camera? Can we mention cameras real quick? Can we do
Sure.
cameras?
Yes, let's talk cameras.
Marc, what's your camera? What are you using right now?
So right now I'm using the Sony A7C, the first generation. But the trick with my Sony camera, and really all the Sony cameras, is the lens. I'm using a 24 millimeter lens that has a 1.4 aperture. If I'm speaking Chinese to some people, the lower the aperture, the better the blur between you and the background. And that's also what allows me to use less light. Like, I'm using an ISO of 400 on this camera. That's really, really low, but look at the image that I'm getting and the depth of field that I'm getting. So I love that camera. It's on the more expensive side. I got it a couple of years ago, but Sony's got, the ZV-E10, the ZV-1, there's so many different cameras from them. But honestly, for people who ask me, there's, Insta360 makes an incredible camera called the Link. It's a 4K camera. It's a webcam. It's in that category, but it looks almost as good as this without that depth of field that you'd get. But there are lots of great ways to get this really, really nice look without spending thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and I would just say, if you're starting out, use your phone, especially if you have an iPhone and a Mac, you can use continuity camera. And so I would do that. That really long link I just put in the chat. Sorry, I thought it was shorter. That's the link that Marc would mentioned. Listen, use your phone. Your phone is going to be the best camera until you really get up to like high-end webcams or mirrorless. I use the Sony A7 IV, so we're both Sony guys, and I really like it for the focus. And that's one of the things, if you're making content, you have long video podcasts, I never want to think about focus. Am I in focus or not? And when you get to those mirrorless cameras, then you have to think about autofocus, manual, is it tracking? And the Sony's autofocus, like, I can hold my hand up and it's going to focus on my hand that quickly. I can take it away and I know it's focusing back on my eye. And I keep it on that eye tracking to make sure I'm always in focus. And one of the I just wanted to mention, because I have a video coming on this soon on the channel as well, the Osmo Pocket 3, you might have heard about this everywhere. Recently discovered, you can use this as a webcam and you can face track yourself with it. It's 4K 30 as a webcam. Most mirrorless, if you use it as a webcam, it has a lower resolution. So the Osmo Pocket 3 is not cheap, but if you wanted a content creation camera and a webcam, this is a great option too.
I got to mention, though, by the way, with the iPhone, using it on a phone, use the back camera. Try to use the back camera on the phone for continuity camera. There are great accessories like this from Belkin. It's called the iPhone MagSafe camera clip.
Yes.
It literally MagSafes onto the back of the phone, and you can sit it on your MacBook if you want to use your MacBook, and it'll face forward. And it's a great little loop to kind of hold your phone as well, and it comes on and off. So, using that with continuity camera. I know some people who use Riverside just use the app on their phone and they record themselves just with the phone on a tripod, and it's one of the best cameras that I've seen.
That's it.
That's what I used to do for all the webinars that we were doing for Riverside before we
Yep.
got this fancy camera that we're using over here in the studio that I don't know what it is, but Stephen does.
The Sony ZV-E10, I think,
Yeah.
or E1, yeah.
But so basically I was just using my camera on my phone, and don't use the selfie one. Oh, that's my daughter. Don't use the selfie side, use the back, and you will be able to get, it's really great quality. And so using something like the Samsung QTU or the ATR 2100X, that is kind of, I would say, if you wanted to invest in some equipment, but make it the lowest investment, then that's what I would say. And headphones. Wearing headphones
Always.
is important. What's your go-to just to... we definitely... Marc, we're going to have you back for more than a power half hour because this is... We haven't even scratched the surface, and I think the people in the chat are loving this. So what's your go-to headphones?
So this is two types. So if I use over-the-ear headphones, like big headphones, I'll use Sony MDR 7506. They're about $79. They're the go-to in the broadcast world for mastering nice flat audio. You'll get a nice clean image. When it comes to stuff like this, where I don't want you to see the headphone, I've actually got a custom molded headphone that I got years ago. They've gotten cheaper. They're not that cheap. Maybe about $500 to get them in, but it's perfectly molded to my ear. Beautiful isolation. That's great. But if you want to go, just look for in-ear monitors, IEMs. Yeah, Sennheiser makes some great ones that start at under $100, and they're great because they kind of wrap around your ear and you can snug them behind you, so you don't look like Stephen with the cable hanging down.
Now listen, I normally put this in my shirt so you don't see it, but I was in a rush. And I will say I put a link to a Shure in-ear on Amazon. They're $100. But that would be a great option. When I'm recording, I don't typically quality is nice and being isolated, but any wired headphones is going to get you better end product than using the speakers on your computer and such. So $10 pair of wired headphones from Walmart, that's fine too. Plug them into your USB microphone if you have it. Most USB mics have that headphone jack, so you can plug them right in there and use this as your speaker and mic, or you can plug them into your computer. But yeah, just any wired headphones.
What would be the difference between plugging them into the microphone and the computer? What should people be
Go
doing
ahead,
when they're
Marc.
using
You go.
Riverside?
Latency, like delayed. So if you plug them into your computer, you're not always going to get that instant, when I speak, I'm hearing myself like I'm live. They'll get a little bit of a fraction of a delay, which I promise you will throw anybody off. It's hard listening to yourself delayed. When you're plugged into the microphone itself, you're hearing yourself real time in that microphone. There's no post-processing or anything. So you'll get that accurate representation. And thanks to mics like these that have the built-in headphone jack, they basically act as your interface. So you can also set to hear the return feed so that anybody like you guys, I can hear you guys on this mic right here. So it's always better to least amount of latency or least amount of delay to make it clearer for you.
Yeah, and even the ATR 2100X we mentioned before, that has a headphone jack too. You can just plug it in there. I saw you, Donnie 2620 says you got fancy equipment. $50. I'm telling you, $50 for this mic, and you could go a long way. You can even use it with your mobile devices and iPads.
So that is all the time that we have. This was
What?
really when I called it a power half hour. I know. Wow, this flew by. They've all been flying by, but we got another wow in the chat. I think that this has only proven to us that we need to do this again and do
Anytime.
a community roundup where we have people ask their questions and we talk about different equipment, because this was a lot of fun to watch and super useful and helpful. So thank you, Marc, for
My pleasure.
joining. And thank you, Stephen, for joining me on yet another session. And if you guys wait around just for another minute, I'm going to be bringing in Steve Folland from the Being Freelance community, and we're going to talk all about how he built his community using live streams. So if you want to build your audience, if you want to be able to get more listeners, grow, this is an essential one to watch along. So we'll be back in just 1 minute for that. And thank you all for watching, because again, we are raising money for a great cause to help young creators learn how to use media to ignite social change and tell their stories. So thank you all for joining, and stay tuned. All right, bye. All right. That was just a quick break that we just had, but we are on to another session of our live stream marathon. If you are just tuning in, we have been going live all day with back-to-back sessions with people in the live streaming community to share their tips and advice on all different topics running the gamut of live streaming. If you've been tuning in all day, we have a lot of people in here who have just been watching through the whole marathon. Thank you so much. And for anyone who's just tuning in, you are helping raise money for a great cause. So for every view that we have on this live stream, we are donating $1 to DCTV's youth media program, which helps teach young creators how to use media to tell their stories. And in our next session, we're actually going to be hearing from those creators and hearing more about the organization. But we are here for a session with Steve Folland. Here he is, bringing him on in.
How you doing?
Good. How are you? I'm very into these little live lower thirds that we've got going on.
Oh yeah, what are you
So,
gonna write under mine?
ooh, there's your session. Build your community with live streams.
Mm.
I know. This is a great topic because we've got a bunch of people that are in the chat and they have podcasts or YouTube channels and they're looking to get more people to join their audience, to join their streams. And I mean, I'm a community manager, so I am a little bit biased, but I think that doing that takes building your community. So I'm excited to jump into all of this with you, Steve.
Hey everyone. It's been so good, by the way. You're a trooper, aren't you, all this time?
Thank you.
That
Thank
little bit
you.
comes up at the end and I think, what's Kendall doing? Is she running out? Is she making a cup of
I'm
tea?
I had coffee. This is like at this
Here
point
we
the
go.
coffee's lukewarm. It's been 2 cups. I maybe stand for a second and then I sit back down and we're just going for it. Chugging
Yeah.
Gatorade. Yes. So for anyone we have a few Steve fans in the chat and it's obvious because who wouldn't be a fan? But tell us, I'm just lifting you up before we start.
No, thank
We're
you.
seeing this, people who have been tuning in all day have just been seeing it devolve. But Steve, tell us about you. Give a little intro of what you're all about.
Yeah, so 10 years ago, I started the Being Freelance podcast because I was a freelancer. I do podcasts and videos for folks, but I didn't really know how to be a freelancer, so I started talking to them. And then out of that has grown a course for new freelancers, but most importantly, a community full of amazing freelancers. Originally, we were on Facebook, now we're on Circle. And it's a place where you can come and hang out and sort of ask questions, celebrate the good stuff, commiserate the not so good stuff, but sort of linking it all together. There is loads of live streams. In fact, before the community even existed, it kind of started with a live stream. Like it was the end of 2018, end of 2018. I was on Twitter. There was a conversation happening about people bemoaning awards. You ever get those emails like where it's oh, you've won an award, but hey, you've got to give us some money to get the award, and so everybody's going, it's a scam. And I went, well, right, that's it. I'm gonna host an awards show for freelancers. It's going to be called the Non-Employee of the Week Awards. And the winner gets some biscuits. And I said, join me next Friday, 11 a.m. for the very first ceremony. And that's what I did. I went live on Twitter the following Friday and have been ever since the non-employee of the week. So what was that, 2018? But the fact was, it kind of gave me the confidence. People came together, people enjoyed it. And it was literally a couple of months later, January 2019, that I launched the Facebook group as the Being Freelance community. And there you go. Look, there's Charles. A non-employee of the week winner is in our midst. They get a trophy with the Being Freelance. This is I've got to be very delicate. It's full of water. And biscuits have been sent to Brazil, Australia, America, Canada, all over the place. But yes, that's how it started. We do plenty more things, but I've got a video. I can give you a taster of what the Non-Employee of the Week Awards was. It's a very classy affair. No expenses spared on the
Black
ceremony.
black tie only.
Yeah. Some of that might not come across. It might look like a man running around a car park, but bear with us. This isn't any old car park. This is the arena of dreams. It is time for the Non-Employee of the Week Awards. Biscuits covered in glory. Gareth Hancock. Frankie Tortora. Pippa Ankra. Hello. Don't worry about me.
That's all right. I haven't spoiled it for you.
You haven't spoiled it. You made it better.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sarah Donaldson, Lucy Gray, Ross Whittle, Alice Hollis. That's the Non-Employee of the Week Awards. And
Incredible.
that, I mean, I know we're going to talk about repurposing. I know you've been talking about it a lot this afternoon because I've been watching. But that was obviously lots of different ceremonies stitched together in order to promote it coming back after, I don't know, it might have been a summer break. It might have been a COVID break. Who knows? But that's what that is. So it was originally going live in the Facebook group. We now go live on Riverside. Actually, we've gone live on Circle as well. Although it's quite funny, the Riverside quality is almost too good because everybody can now see that the mug that I throw up in the air has a massive chip across it. It is a stunt mug. It's not the one I give. People are like, it's not the one you give away, is it? So,
but maybe
thanks.
that's like a thing that one lucky person can get that stunt mug. I think it's something to aspire to.
Yeah, it is a stunt mug. Don't do that with your real mugs. So yeah, that's what we've been doing with the Non-Employee of the Week Awards, and it kind of starts with sort of like a roundup of what's happening in the community. It comes straight off the back of us doing co-working live, and yeah, kind of like a bulletin. You know, this is what's coming up next week. Come and join this. This is what some of the cool stuff people have been doing, and then I open the envelope and announce the winner, and everybody goes, "Hey!" You know, it's a badge of honor. But yeah, it's a nice thing. But it also serves, and I think this is important. You can use live streams to create engagement within your community, but also to put them out publicly. So it's like publicly you put it out to bring people in, and then once you've got them in, you do them in private to sort of bring people together. But then you take that content and put it back out in public to try and bring people in. So each of the bits of live streaming, or most of it, it's just me, repurpose to spread the word.
I think that is such an interesting point when I was talking with you before about the idea of public and private. So you can do public live streams to bring people in, but then like there are a lot of creators, like especially podcasters, who have like what's the name of the paid subscription platform?
Like a Patreon or something.
Yes, Patreon. Or Substack,
Yeah.
or there's another one that I'm thinking of. Somebody put it in the chat. But so that once people actually join that, you can also give them more kind of content with those live streams. So Ko-Fi is one of them. Yes. So I think that that's like such a smart way of thinking of your live stream, that you can do some to bring people in, but then others are just for your community to even get to know you more. Because remember, people are watching your content because like there are a ton of different channels, different podcasts that are on the same topic. But I think, at least for me, the ones that I watch are because I love the host. I love the way that the host talks. I love the way that the host interacts with people. So if you can give people more of you and more of that and more of your voice, I think that that's a really great way to keep people in your community and also hear what's important to them. So this kind of leads me to, as you're building out this plan, talk to me about, like, there are a bunch of different types of live streams that you do, and we're going to go through each of them. But when you're thinking about, for everyone who's watching this stream and saying, wow, I want to create this kind of thing for my audience, how did you go about, one, knowing your audience, two, coming up with the ideas for your live streams, and how can somebody build their own community plan using those kinds of steps?
I think part of it is by existing within. So you can have a community. Imagine like a community is like a pub or a bar where people are hanging out. If you were just to stand in that bar, you get a sense of the conversations that were happening, and so you get to hear what people might want. You get to think of things you could put on regularly to help draw people back in. But really, if you were head out of the doors of your pub and your bar and to sort of go out in the street and to start to see people and listen to what they're up to. So for me, hanging out with them on Instagram or LinkedIn, for example, because I'm after freelancers, right? I want to communicate with them. I want to be with them. I'm one too. So I go to where they are and I chat to them there as well. So I'm not just in the gated community, as it were. I'm out there with them. It sounds weird, but out there with them, and therefore listening to what might be helpful. And then we put on those things that you might put on in a bar to bring people in, to sort of create that literal sense of community, because you all get to know each other. So you might be showcasing some of the stuff that people are up to. You might put on, so if you do a podcast like I did, being freelance podcast, you might do a live version of that podcast, and eventually you put it out on your feed, but you do it originally within the community. We actually do one only that exists within the community called the Freelance Disco, where we have like live. Basically, we did one yesterday. Actually, you get a guest on from the community, so you hear more about their story. They've never been on the podcast. People get to hear more of their story, but they punctuate it with the soundtrack to their freelance life, we say. So it's music videos that they've enjoyed throughout their life. So we all get to enjoy that. And people can watch the replay. There's like a whole big wall of replays that we've done across the years. But there's a fun element in joining live and getting the comments and knowing that you're all there in that shared moment when normally you're all just sort of isolated at home.
I think that that's such a cool idea. Is if you're a person you're creating content, that you have the ability to bring people that are listening onto your show, maybe having them as a guest for an episode. Like, for example, let's say that you have a podcast that you're talking about a show that you watch. Having somebody that listens along to that show and then maybe having them on as a guest, how many people would then reach out to you and say, like, I heard this, I would love to come on the show. That's how you're able to then connect with those people and learn more about them. And first of all, you can get more guests that way. But second of all, you can speak more to your community and hear about what they care about. So, like, for example, when I was starting community management, what I would do is, like, every time that somebody would tag us on Riverside, like on Instagram, I would reach out to them and be like, hey, thanks for the tag. Tell me about what you create. Like, let's actually create a conversation and learn more, because then I can make content for you all that you actually care about. So, kind of with that said, I want to talk through what different, and I want the people in the audience as they're listening to this, maybe start brainstorming ideas of how you can, like, ways that you can do something for your community that might be based off of something like this. Like, this would be a session where you're inspired through, like, for your own ideas of what you could do to build your community based on what they care about. And before we go through the different kinds of things that you talk about, I also really agree with the idea of like a bar or a pub. I say it a party. Like, when you're building your community, you want to think of like the party you'd throw. So for example, like, if I'm going to have, like, you want to make a party about, like, where people would want to go to. So who would I invite? What would I do there? Like, if I'm going to invite, like, my boss and my parents, like, am I gonna throw a rave? Probably no. You know, like, and I know that that seems like a strange example, but it's about the way of like thinking who you want to come to the party and what you can put at that party to make people want to come. What kind of food? What's the entertainment? What kind of music are you playing? When you think about it that way and you think of your own audience, you're able to really build out a program that you're like, if I was this person, I'd want to show up there. So baseline starting at that pub, that bar, that party, thinking about it that way, I think is a really cool idea. And it's something that I actually also do too.
Yeah. And I think it sets the tone, doesn't it, as to what people can expect. And therefore, if people are passing by your party, they're going to know whether or not they want to come and knock on the door and join in or not, just from what they're seeing through the window. So I think, yeah, it sets a sort of a tone and a language as to how everyone's going to sort of interact within the community when you go live.
Exactly. So let's talk through the different ways that you're going live. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we have the Non-Employed a Week Awards every Friday. We do live Q&As, so like an expert will come on. I imagine you've been watching a lot of live Q&As today, right? We do the Freelance Disco, like I mentioned, which is a bit like a live podcast. But let's be honest, you couldn't put that live onto YouTube or whatever for rights reasons. So I do it gated within the community, but it's a lot of fun. And we still put them out. I've got a highlight reel of that I can play, for example. We do a book club, which you might not think of as a live stream, because really it started out as a Zoom call, Google Meet, whatever. But actually, from it, we have the opportunity to create more content. So we all come together, we're discussing a business, but will it help our freelance business? It's a lot of fun. They're actually a good laugh, as well as some serious stuff that comes up and great discussions. From that, I can create like book reviews, like this, quoting from what happened. And the reason I can pull from the quotes is because I've got transcripts. So there's no reason, if I had their permission, why I couldn't create, for example, using Riverside, if there was, us meeting on here instead of on Google Meet, a quality video to go on out on LinkedIn or YouTube. So repurposing something like a book club as well. We have our co-work calls as well, which is maybe pushing the boundary of what a live stream is, but we do quite a lot of interactive games within it as well. So we chat, get to know each other, we work, and then we come back, and eventually we sort of take classic game shows off the TV and do those live within it. And again, clips from that can be used online to help encourage people, give a sense of what we've got going on. I feel like that's probably. Oh, and we just get together and have a chat, like a tea break social, just a coffee break chat, shooting the breeze, that kind of thing as well. But really, if you were doing this, you could say to somebody, hey, how about we have a discussion about this topic, that topic? And again, it's a nice thing to bring people together over a coffee online about, but actually maybe you could repurpose that afterwards as well.
Exactly. And I also want to talk about, so you go live in all of these different kinds of ways. And I think that that's about how you engage your community in real time. But you also do a really good job at kind of repurposing your lives to bring more people into your community. So I think that that's like kind of the genius of what you're doing, which is you're bringing people in live, talking with them, having them connect with each other, which is great, and creates a kind of loyalty within the community, makes people get more out of it. And then afterwards, you're using them as a way to draw more people in. So let's talk about like the repurposing part of it. We have Amy saying love the disco and non-employee of the week.
Yeah,
Somebody also said travel trivia with a prize just came to me, perfect for my audience. I wanted to do a roundup later on, like a little bit of a game where we can all kind of work together in the chat, and then we'll work on it live about different ideas that we could do for different audiences. So if you tell us who your community is, we can think about some cool ideas for what you can do with your community. But we do have a quick question. Would you recommend having a variety of different guests or stick to one type of guest?
Well, variety is the spice of life, isn't it? I mean, it's if they're from within your community, then I think it's great to sort of lift stories out and people's experiences from within the community. So there's two sort of different things, isn't there? There's the content that you might create publicly. So for me, interviewing freelancers about their story, or I could be, talking to, I don't do this, but I could be interviewing a productivity expert about, how to get the most out of your day. But then you could create panels, again, be it online or, going live on something like LinkedIn, where you're bringing together people who you think might draw in an audience to speak to the people that you want to get to join your community, or you get people from within your community, lift those up in front of everybody else's eyes and have a chat with them, be it only within the community and then repurposed, or going live on YouTube or LinkedIn, for example. So yeah, it's I think as well, in answer to Donnie's question, experiment, see what works as well. That kind of goes for most things, but including with you might find one guest that you really gel with, and before you know it, you've practically got a co-host on the go. So you never know.
I think that also, like, when we continue kind of the party example, is that one of those ways of getting people to join your party is going to other people's parties and then wanting to come to yours. So like, that's what I love. Like, so for example, we have at Riverside, we do this podcasters roundtable. And so what I do is I bring on different podcasters and we talk about a different subject. Maybe I found 3 of them that are great at social media. So let's have them on and we'll talk about what their social media strategy is. Great. The people that are following them are also people who want to learn about social media and want to learn about podcasting and recording. So then I can get in front of their audiences, and I know that those are people that are interested in that topic, and suddenly they want to follow that host to wherever they're going. So that party being at Riverside. So it doesn't need, I think that when people think of guests and stuff, about how much it can, like, how many people can hear about the product that they're working on, like, it doesn't need to be this giant guest. If you have somebody that connects really well with their audience, that fits really well with the kind of content that you're making, getting in front of their people, it's like, those could be, even if it's 10 people, those could be 10 people that like really fit you and really would be people who would want to join your community also. So I would also never underestimate the power of just talking with a community member, somebody that's listening to your show and connecting with them that way.
Yeah.
But let's talk about repurposing.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. Yeah, I can play a clip from the Freelance Disco. So the Freelance Disco kind of gets repurposed in 2 ways. First of all, it's a live show, and it's fun to join in live because you obviously get to react to the stories, you get to react to the tunes which are happening as well. And then we repurpose it by simply putting it back out as a video within the community. So it's hosted privately within the community so that they can watch a replay as well. I then create a version of it to go out on socials. So this is an example of that. Molly Scanlon, our guest DJ in the Freelance Disco today.
It just always makes me cheerful. When I was a teacher, I ended most PE lessons with it.
I want to be in a class with teacher Molly. That's what I'm thinking.
It was a good time. Sometimes we just sack off phonics and talk about the World Cup. Green tea. And I was like, I would love that right now. She's also singing about knowing your own worth, and if other people don't recognize it, then move on. And she uses the word pivot, so it's
yeah, so there's an example. So I mean, it's marketing in a way, isn't it? That's the whole point. It's bringing you back into hopefully wanting to join a conversation by using that on social media. Yeah,
exactly. And I think, like, and even from what we're seeing in the chat, we have Michael saying Steve's energy is contagious. We have another comment about how it's so fun that's exactly the kind of energy that you want to be creating when you're doing this repurposing. Like I want to I think that people are like, will usually just take a clip of their conversation and just put that out there. And I think that creating some sort of, even if it's just taking little bits from different parts of your recording, putting them together and creating kind of a trailer of the conversation that you had, you want people to be like, oh my gosh, I want to be watching that. So for example, like I left that feeling like I want to watch that disco chat. Disco, what was it again? Just
The freelance disco.
Freelance disco. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And we were also talking about like you also want to create something that your community wants to share too. And Steve, I know that you have an example of like, yeah, I want to talk about
From the Non-Employee of the
creating.
Week Awards.
Exactly. Like I
Yeah.
want to talk about when you're creating things too. So there's one repurposing method that it's like, okay, I want to bring people in. I want people to watch the full thing. There's another repurposing method that I think you really knocked out of the park here, which is making people want to share that piece of content because they feel personally connected to it. So when you call out different community members, they want to share that and and then they're putting that content in front of their audiences. And that person might want to join your community too. So creating those different circles. So I want to show that UGC example that you had shown me.
Yeah, I've got it here. It's that whole thing of, and the prime example is the non-employee of the week, which is what this is, because of course that person is being celebrated. They're going to want to share that across their socials. In this instance, this was a recent, literally just a couple of weeks ago. Emily took it, remixed it, put this out on Instagram and on her LinkedIn as well. Time for the Non-Employee of the Week Awards. And the winner is Emily Jones! Come on! Emily is a purpose-led branding and web designer, Two Shoes Creative. The ceramic trophy, that is coming to Stevenage. Good boy. Did you spot the chip on the mug? So yeah, I had my high five.
Riverside quality.
She upgraded with 2 high-fiving cats, which of course got lots of love on both Instagram and LinkedIn as well. So that's, Emily Jones, who's a freelance marketer. I should say thank you, Emily, for sharing it. But we've had acceptance speeches as well and all sorts. So yeah, but most usually people will, repost it, for example, and help get the word out there.
And that's not also just about building community, I feel. I think that there's a lot of gratification too in what you're doing because everyone's working really hard on this content that we're creating. And so to be able to create something that somebody else can share, and even if it's not going to get you more community members, just it'll like that feeling of, wow, I get to see this person smile. I get to see this person interact with my content. I think that that's something that a lot of creators kind of aspire to, getting those messages on social, getting those tags. Like it's nice to be able to actually communicate because we're all just kind of sitting in these studios or the studios that we make at home, like kind of speaking into the ether. Maybe we have a guest on with us, but we're kind of creating remotely. So it's nice to be able to create something that somebody can interact with and like feel connected and part of something.
Yeah, and with a live stream, you get that twice. You get the people, just as we're interacting with all of these lovely folks in the chat right now, you then get that reaction again when you share it again later or take clips from this and start sharing that as well. So it's just a win-win if you're talking about building your community with live streams, which I think was that lovely lower third that you put on earlier.
Oh yes,
on. Yeah.
Speaking of lower thirds, speaking of, Michael just said, seeing positive engagement from a member is my green flag for joining new communities. So I think that celebrating the people in your community definitely is a green flag. It makes people want to come in. Actually, that leads me perfectly into something else that you wanted to share. which is I think that it's also very cool that you record kind of conversations that you have with your community members and use them as kind of testimonials, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so this particular one I didn't do live at the time, but I did do it on Riverside, and the fact is, there's no reason why you couldn't do this live. In fact, it will be I will do this live in the future. So the idea is you get a community member on, you chat to them about, what they're up to with their business, but you also ask them what they think about your community, what they've, the stories that have come out from the community. So yeah, I'll play one of these. This is with Jess, who's an illustrator. She actually took the course that I did for new freelancers years ago, and then joined the community and found a co-mentor from within the community. She had a great story. I knew she did, and we had a Christmas lunch. Well, we did it last year, but the year before last, we were walking down the street in London after a big Christmas lunch, all of us together, and I was thinking, do you know what? This conversation we're having, we should be having this, as a live stream, or in this case, me recording it and putting out. So yes, totally something that you could do within Riverside as well. This is Jess.
Hi, I'm Jessica Harleston from Jessie Illustrates. I'm a professional illustrator and also deliver lots of workshops and projects. And I've been freelance for nearly 5 years. So it's that sense of community, being part of something a bit bigger than myself and also outside of my sector. I met a new co-mentor through being freelance. So Joe, we got on really well at one of the social events, and that's been really useful to help making sure we get everything done and supporting each other. And then I always try, if I can, to attend their co-working sessions, and they're just fabulous. Just an absolute joy to be part of.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, so
That's
how about
awesome.
that? Maybe you could do some sort of live testimonial and repurpose that as well.
Exactly. And I also think that it makes people want to join by seeing other people having such a great time. So I think I want you all that are watching this in the audience to think about ways that you can do that with your own community. Why not the next time somebody reaches out about the content that you're creating, hop on a call, you just record it, you do it on Riverside, you record it, and then make a clip, and that can help bring you more content, but also it could help bring more people to come forward and want to speak with you. And I think it was just a really smart way of creating community-led content that also brings more people into that community. We have a question from Marc in the chat, which is, Steve, do you encourage live call-ins usually?
I love the idea. We have done it. So, for example, we did episode 300 of the podcast as a live, of the actual Being Freelance podcast, as a live episode only within the community. And then, towards the end of it, was like, anybody else got a question? I can see all the questions, just like we can here in the chat, and got a couple of them to join us live. So when you hear the podcast, you just hear them speaking, asking their question, but actually within the actual live show, there they were suddenly on the screen, and it was great fun. Really good.
We also have another question in the chat, and feel free, everyone, to drop in your questions and how you would want about how to build your community. But David said, we're working at building our actual contact list of people who are following our helicopter maintenance podcast. Did you have the list before starting live streams, or do you believe more in the make and they will come approach?
Did I have a list? Well, if you're talking about, did I have a list as to join the community? Is that what we're saying? I built the podcast. I mean, the thing, I never meant to build a community. So I created a podcast. The podcast grew, and I realized there were more and more people talking to me from around the world. Wouldn't it be cool if those people spoke together? So that's I guess I kind of built it and they came. Would I do it differently now? Maybe I could, intentionally build growth into it, and I can intentionally get people onto an email list to try and get them into the community and so forth. I do think getting people onto your email list is crucial. in whatever you're building, really. So, by the way, that podcast sounds amazing. So, and I'm thinking of the, the live stuff that you could be doing with your helicopters as well. So, yes, yeah, I hope that answers the question anyway.
And let us know if it does not. But we have another question. How often do you go live? And is it the same day and time each time so your community knows when to expect that live to happen?
Yeah, good question. So the non-employee of the week awards are always Friday at 11 o'clock our time. But other things, I mean, so the freelance disco, it usually is at 2 p.m, but it's not every single week. So some of them are like weekly appointments. People literally have them in their diary. Great thing about so we're on Circle is that you can RSVP to events, and it reminds you. I just put the Riverside URL to my studio in there, which is all branded with the non-employee of the week stuff. It looks great. So yeah, those things are regular. People know that they're going to happen. Other things I have to kind of promote a bit more. The book club only happens a few times a year because obviously we need time to read the book. So yeah, it's a bit of both, but I do think it is good having at least one thing which is like a regular water cooler type moment that brings everybody together, whatever time might suit your community. 11 o'clock just kind of suited my life really at the time when I did it, but now we deliberately have co-working first. So there might be 20 to 40 of us on a call, so I know surely some of those people are going to join us live at 11 o'clock, but you always have to keep shouting about things in order to remind people.
And would you say, so first I want people in the chat, write in who your community is, like what content you're creating, who your community is. Maybe we can all together brainstorm some cool ideas of ways that different people can go live for their communities and draw some more people in. And while people are writing that in, I want to ask for you, is there something that didn't really work well for you? Like what's worked really well, but what hasn't really worked well for you as far as live stream that you tried out and maybe just, maybe wasn't your thing?
Well, I know everybody likes a failure story, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure there was
everything
one.
Steve touches turns to gold.
Yeah, it sounds a bit smug, doesn't it? I am sorry. It's not very British of me either. We normally like to go. No, I think the thing is though, when you go live, it's it really doesn't matter if it doesn't work out, does it? So maybe I've just wiped it from my brain. But most things have worked out. I really can't think of one. I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's all right. This was just we're
one thing as well, because we've talked a lot about live streams within the community. There is as well. So towards last year, we did the book club. So the book club is enclosed within the community. But what I thought I'd do in order to promote the book club was invite the author of the book to do a live stream with me on LinkedIn, so that we would talk about, what the book is, what people can expect to get out of it, and so on. We were only on for about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, something like that. We went live to LinkedIn from Riverside, and then within Riverside, I trimmed it down, and like within, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes of finishing, I could then share that straight away onto LinkedIn, onto Instagram as well. Those are the main places I'm active. So I've got a clip of that, of taking, somewhere in here I have, I reckon it might be this. Is it this one?
Time for the non-employee of the week.
Oh, I love this one. Yeah.
That's me and a dog. What was the book? Oh, no, it's this one. So this is me live on LinkedIn, but then taking the core message of that and repurposing it afterwards.
It's called The Best 90 Days Ever, and it is a daily 10-minute marketing task.
So if you fancy joining us for the next Being Freelance Book Club, 1st of October. So if you started on the 1st of July, that is 90 days to get all the way through.
The main thing is that it's about consistently promoting your business.
Yeah.
It's a 10-minute task. Do not let it take more than 10 minutes. If it takes more than 10 minutes, then that's on you. Because it's designed to be 10 minutes. So don't let it take any longer, and then you can fit it in. stick to the 10 minutes, get a timer, make it quick. And that's all you need to do. And I think people can do that over the summer.
So that's an example of a live stream which wasn't within the community, but was designed to draw people in to take part in the book club within the community.
I just think that all of the content that you're really repurposing is so smart. I want to get to I love the dog video because he showed me it earlier, but I want to get to some of these ideas, and let me know if any of them pop out to you that you have an idea for. So, I lost my place in the chat, but my ideal audience are corporate women leaders. I would say, I mean, Steve, you can also jump in. I would say that a cool idea would be to do kind of what Steve's doing, which is create kind of a space, a call that they can all get on and be able to talk with each other. Kind of like a co-working space, but maybe just like a coffee break type of space that you're live and can take people to call in. Do you have any things to add to that?
Yeah, I like the idea of that coffee break within the community. So they know they're on a private call, and it's on the internet. So to a certain extent, stuff can go beyond the walls, but it can feel pretty confidential within the community. But then you could repurpose some of those quotes to put out there to spark conversations elsewhere with their permission. So I like that idea. Also, again, the idea of a book club or a tool discussion or a podcast, podcast discussion. Is there something that you can bring people together to sort of share their thoughts about it and maybe draw out a part of their stories from that as well?
We have next mixing babies and business, entrepreneurship, flexible and remote work. I talk a lot about activism, pitching, presenting, podcasting with kids. My first thought comes to mind, I'm a new mother. So I would actually say that if you did a series of just like 5-minute live streams, because like I'm so busy and my head's cut off that like I watch things like I used to be able to watch things. I think that'd be really smart for your audience to just do like a 5-minute quick video on just a topic that day that they could just watch in that 5-minute break that they get from the craziness of life. I think that could be a really cool way to create content that's speaks to your audience but is also digestible for them in a way that like they feel really heard and seen. I think that could be really cool.
Yeah, I like the fact that 5 minutes is the exact length of a Peppa Pig episode as well. So you could press play on that in the background, have the kid watching that, and then you come on and do something. Yeah, I think I have 2 kids and I co-host as well for Doing It for the Kids podcast. There's a community called Doing It for the Kids, and we actually do a live stream of our podcast within that community where we have a member of the community. So that I should explain, backtrack. The concept of the Doing It for the Kids podcast is like an agony aunt and uncle. So it's me and Frankie from the Doing It for the Kids community. The community send in a question, we do our best to answer it, and then the following week we read out everybody's answers beyond our own. Okay. Then the live version of that podcast actually is having somebody on the call with us, asking the question, and then we can sort of bring in people's comments from the chat and so on and so forth. So that has worked really well for us. So again, you could do something similar where maybe you've found time to bring somebody on, hear their experience, and then try and solve a problem. Or I mean, mixing babies and business is excellent, but it's also hard and it's messy. And I think so are live streams. And so I think there's this really nice link to be had. Like if something is going to go wrong on your live stream, that is only going to relate to your audience even more. If you're trying to do something, if you're trying to do it from the car and there's a nap happening, and at any moment that child could go off in the back, there's that element of relatability. So trying to bring it back into how your audience exists and relate, I think there's lots that you can do in there with kids.
I definitely think so too. I think that I really like those ideas a lot. I'm now going through Oh, here's a fun one. THC knowledge, growing tips and tricks in plant health.
What's THC knowledge? But growing tips so plant health. THC. What do you reckon that stands for? But
I don't know THC. Okay.
But again, is that weed?
Yeah. Amy's in the chat.
Well, I mean, it could be topical sort of news that you're live streaming about those sort of things. It could be a Q&A around it. It could be people's, we're going to be blunt, topics audience want a place to discuss. Well, yeah. Again,
That's actually a funny name for it.
The mixture of having people doing a live stream in public is one thing, but the fact that you could also have live streams within your community that are private, where maybe people don't want to be seen in public, I would just bear that in mind. But I think always just think about what you would want to watch, what would be fun. Actually, it doesn't always have to be fun. It has to be engaging. Some stuff can be heartbreaking and still really draw people in and have those shareable, relatable moments. So it doesn't all have to be, chasing a dog around a garden or whatever.
Speaking of chasing a dog around a garden, one question actually that came in: how do you invite your audience? Is it email, social media, ads within your Facebook or your circle group? How are you inviting more people to join your live streams?
It's exhausting, but as anybody who has a podcast knows, making the podcast is one thing. The rest of your time is spent shouting about the podcast to tell people that you have a podcast. That is so much work. And it's similar with a community and with your live streams that you might do. If you want people to show up, you just need to keep telling them. If a really good way to do that might be show you like doing a behind the scenes, getting ready for it, sharing that on Instagram. Do that 24 hours before you do the actual live one in your stories, and then put on the countdown feature so that people can click it to get a reminder when you're about to go live. So for example, Kendall and I were chatting the other day about this, and both of us shared that picture about the fact that we're going to do it. So it's creating those sort of opportunities behind the scenes is quite a nice time to do that. You could, even if you were doing it within your community, share it as a Facebook event or a LinkedIn event, or wherever your audience is. Show up where they are, create many bits of content that then bring people back in, tell them when it is, and whenever possible, try and get people onto your email list, because really that's the only way that you can pretty much guarantee that they're going to see your message and remember. But it is great if you have a, the Being Freelance community is on Circle. So there are events within there, and then you create an RSVP, and then it gets into their calendar. And even if your community wasn't built on a platform like that, maybe you can create a shared Google Calendar so that people can add your events into their calendar that way. So try and think about the ways you can literally get into their calendars and have reminders pop up.
That's a great idea. Somebody had just asked, if you just started your podcast, can you also do live streaming your podcast at the same time? Steve, you're doing that, right? Only for some.
Well, I mean, if you've just, you can absolutely live stream your podcast. In many ways, if you're going live, it makes editing a podcast easier, because it tends to change your sort of mentality in that you've got a beginning, a middle, and end. That you've got to finish at a certain time, things like that. You might have that live element of bringing in the chat. So it's not a bad place to start, from, if we're talking about being a podcast producer, to think about it as being a live show anyway. I think it tends to keep you on your on your toes. But why not? It also means that you might pop up in front of people and have them then sort of come back and join you, subscribe, listen to it, so on and so forth. So yeah, why not?
As far as and also because so many platforms are right now really pushing live, you get notifications from Instagram all the time saying so-and-so is live, because kind of try to utilize that. Or when you're on Twitter, it's at the top bar saying that somebody's live. if you want to, you can definitely utilize live streams to get in front of more people because the algorithm is favoring it. And like in TikTok, also YouTube. So if that's something that you want to try to do, I would definitely say go for it. But I would also recommend if you want to go live with your podcast, I would actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, I would start not going live for your podcast because I think that you need to find your voice and your flow. And I think that it's really easy to get knocked off of that before you have your confidence with how you're hosting a conversation. So I think that when you have people in the chat, or maybe you don't have anyone watching, maybe we talked about in the first session today with Kevin about the idea of what if nobody's watching. There are a lot of pressures that come with being live. And so if you feel like you don't have that foundation, I wouldn't build upon it with live. I would start by recording a few episodes where you don't have to worry about who's in the chat. You don't have to worry about answering the questions or how many people are watching. And you can really just focus on having the conversation, build up those skills, and then maybe tack on live on top of that.
Yeah, it's a good point, especially if you've not got the confidence, I guess, within it. And yet I also know people who have started with Instagram Lives, realized that they really enjoyed interviewing people on Instagram Lives, and then decided to rip that audio and turn it into a podcast, and then eventually started a proper, in quotation marks, podcast. So if you sort of thrive within doing things live, I know people have did podcasts on LinkedIn lives, both visual and, via Twitter audio events and Clubhouse and all of that, and then have gone, hey, this is working. There's people who like this. We're enjoying it. Let's start a podcast. So yeah, it's don't feel the pressure to go live though if you don't want to at first.
Exactly. No, I totally
sorry, I
agree.
was going to say, you're absolutely right about the notifications coming up though, and this is the thing, making the use, if you go live on Instagram, even for 5 minutes, you're suddenly going to pop up, all your followers will be told, it will be right there at the top in their stories, and it will then get sort of saved into a reel on your profile and things like that. So how can you do that? If you're trying to get people into your community, can you talk about something that's happening in the community? A bit like I do with Non-Employed a Week, just a small sort of bulletin thing at the start of the week. Or if you want to get people to watch your podcast and you're talking about going live, can you talk about something which is in the podcast? Can you play clips from the podcast and then discuss them, bring somebody else on? It's utilizing the fact that platforms will highlight you and make you more discoverable, perhaps if you're already going live. Make the most of that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I want to also say that we're getting to the end of our session. So I wanted to just say thank you for joining for this live stream, because this has been like, I'm just very inspired by the kinds of content that you're creating. And I think that there are a lot of ways that if people in the audience, if you're watching this and are seeing the different ways that he's connecting with his community, really just take a second to think about what your community would connect with, how you can create content maybe on an individual level for each of them after they interact with you. And I promise you, the amount of work that goes into it, you're going to get that kind of gratification back in the way that you're going to feel that you're connecting with people, and that's what you're making content for. And also, it's going to pay back in the way that you're going to be able to connect with new audiences. So I hope that this session was inspiring for all of you, because I think that the way that you're purposing your content and creating a community based on what you're live streaming is just really inspiring to me as well.
Wow, thank you, and thank you to everybody for joining us as well. It's been a lot of fun. And if you're freelance, you can come and join in it free. Kendall, you're already hired, right? That's the thing. Right.
Well,
you just have to watch the dog content on Instagram and
exactly.
LinkedIn instead, right?
And it depends on how I did in this live stream. Maybe I'm kidding. But awesome. And I wanted to say for everybody that is watching, you have been tuning in all day, learning about different live streaming and different live streaming skills and how you can apply them to your work. But you've also been helping us raise money for a really incredible cause. So to close us out from our live stream session, I am going to be on for the next session, quick 30-minute session with the nonprofit organization DCTV that we've been talking about all day, to hear about the work that they're doing, and so you can really see what your contribution is going towards. So thank you, Steve, for joining, and would love for you all to stay tuned to stay for the next session, our last of the day. So thank you again, and yeah, stay tuned. See you in the next one. Bye. All right. We are back with our last session of the day, and I want to thank everyone who stuck around to learn more about the organization that we've been raising funds for all day. We're going to be talking about DCTV, but to start us off, I'm going to play a little bit of a video to get you an idea about more about them. So here we go.
Baby, you know. Nothing today, nothing. Action.
It's always important is to keep revisiting the material.
Awesome. Really excited to be talking with some of the people that are going to be joining me. So let me bring them in. We got a bunch of people coming in from backstage. We've got, let's show them all here. All right. Thank you all for joining me. Am I missing anyone?
I think
Hey,
Dara
man.
is missing.
Okay.
Is Dara here?
Well, let's start off. I want to talk with you all. First of all, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I'm really excited that we've gotten to spend the whole day helping raise funds for your organization, and I'd love to hear more about it. So, first, I want to hear about DCTV Youth Media because that's what we've been talking about all day. So, I see you guys over here. If you want to introduce yourselves and tell us more about DCTV Youth Media.
Hi, my name is Kira Marie Britt, and this is my co-host,
Johnny Ramos.
Yeah, and we're, as well as Jesse Antigua, who's over there taking pictures of us behind the screen, are part of Youth Media.
Nice. And tell it that, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what the program is about. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, tell me about that was going to be my question. So I'm glad that you're one step ahead of me. Tell me about what the program's about.
The program is where we teach high school kids age 13. Well, we go from age 13 to 24, where we teach filmmaking skills. We teach documentary, narrative, experimental filmmaking, everything from pre-production to post. So the students learn how to make documentary films. They learn all the aspects of sound, camera, so every aspect of film production.
And we actually have some students behind us right now. Hey guys, do you want to say hi?
Yeah, we have some kids. They have school
That's
off
awesome.
today, so.
No New Year, baby.
Yeah, so we teach everything where the idea of our students get to learn how to tell stories. Their voice matters in our society to be able to tell the stories from their communities and issues that they're concerned about. So we give them the free range of giving them cameras and the skill set to make films from conception to the end. So, just to give them their voice within our society.
And we have a little film about the Youth Media Program. Can we share that with you?
Yeah, sure. Feel free to share it. As you're loading that up, I will say that we've gotten some really great comments in the chat. Somebody is saying that all they had was their parents' Super 8 camera when they were getting started. Or Michael said, I wish I had access to this type of exposure when I was in my teens. Let's inspire the youth. So really great work that you all are doing. So definitely want to see more about it.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to play it. I hope you guys enjoy.
A lot of us learn in school how to like write our stories and like be able to communicate them through words, but being able to communicate your story through images is completely different. And ironically enough, the process to be able to tell your story, I didn't really unpack it until I got to DCTV. And being able to be with teachers and youth leaders who are really passionate about having us tell our story from our perspective allows us to be able to tell our story in unique ways.
To me, the most interesting parts of filmmaking is the actual filming. I love holding the camera and looking at things up close and far away and just capturing beauty in anything and making people see the world more how I see it.
The one thing I think people should know about DCTV is how open it is to everyone and how teachers will go above and beyond just to ensure that your film is made and to provide you with more than enough resources.
Something people should know about DCTV is it's a safe space, and I feel like more people should know about it because people can use its resources, and also just having a space just to come in and just like ask for advice is just like a good thing to have. And I feel like not a lot of kids have that when they're growing up in specific places or even like neighborhoods.
That's incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you guys for having us.
Yeah, of
You know,
course, of
also-
course. Yeah, so tell me about,
Also,
okay,
the-
so we just saw that video. Oh, I said, sorry, I interrupted you.
No. You're good.
All right, no, so I just saw that video. Tell me about, like, what's a typical day like for somebody that's in this youth media program?
Okay. So students will come to the beautiful firehouse after school. So some of them get out around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and then they come to our programming. So some of them come twice a week, some of them come three. They come whenever they can because they have, as you can see today, they're here doing projects, finishing up some editing. But within the regular day, they come, they sit, they debrief on their day. They have teachers teach them the different things. Some days are sound, some days are editing, some days are camera. So there's different focuses throughout the time that they're here. It follows a typical school year. So they have a winter cycle and a spring cycle. And then we also have our summer media program, which is about a month, I would say, during July. Yeah. And that's like our kind of year. And it just keeps going.
I mean, we just don't teach film production. We're all mentoring service. You know, kids come in here, they can do their homework. We help them with college preparedness, with their portfolios. You know, all of our students graduate high school, they go on to college or go on to work in the film industry. So we give them, you know, job readiness and the idea of workforce readiness. So, you know, our students learn everything that our teaching level is college level.
And I was going to ask, like, so it
Our
was
students
what?
learn
Oh, sorry, your feed was a little bit choppy. Can you hear me?
everything that
Okay, okay.
We see.
If there's
Yeah.
like, if there's one thing that you really hope that the people, the youth creators who are joining your program, kind of take away from it, what would that be for each of you?
Well, for me, I really want our students to find a place, opportunities to tell the stories that they want to tell their communities. I also want this to learn what media can do. The students learn what media, television.
It seems like I might be, let me know in the chat, but it seems like your stream is breaking up a bit. I want to actually bring in Mike. Hello, Mike. And I want to actually, because their stream was a little bit choppy for me. It might just be me, but if you would be able to talk to me about the workshops that you guys host during at DCTV.
Sure, yeah. So my portion of DCTV is kind of the continuing education part. While youth media focuses on the younger audience, I focus on continuing education, 18 years and older. We try to offer as many workshops in as many different parts of production as possible, pre-production, producing, production. A lot of our popular workshops are focused around production, camera skills, audio skills, stuff like that. But I really try to work on the ground with our instructors and our students to figure out what they really need and what really they need to develop in order to succeed in their professional lives.
Yeah, so how do you kind of figure out what kind of workshops that you're going to have for the next session?
So, as the workshop manager, I base my decisions on a few key factors: feedback from past participants, trends in the media and film industries, and the evolving needs of our community. I look at the skills that are in demand and offer workshops that will help people grow their skills, whether they're beginners or professionals. I also collaborate with instructors to make sure that each workshop is timely, relevant, and offers unique learning opportunities. Ultimately, our goal is to provide a well-rounded selection that gives our students the skills they need to thrive.
Awesome. And Stephanie actually wrote, well, Dave had asked, I'm upstate, would love to be down there and participate. And Stephanie had written in, DCTV Youth Media is primarily an after-school program, but we also have in-school arts programs in the public system. Oh, I think that was from the question before, asking, is it an extracurricular faculty or full-time accredited, and for what ages? So that's really great to know. And so are there any upcoming workshops that you're particularly excited about and kind of want to shout out here?
Yeah, sure. Well, to answer a little bit of what the other comment was about, if you did want to travel down to see us, we do have like one-day Saturday workshops that are from like 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So you could travel down and take a workshop with us and travel back up. People have done that in the past. But for our current season of workshops, I've actually developed a workshop called How to Pitch Your Documentary. I'm really excited about it because it combines hands-on learning with a lot of real-world applications. And I managed to get an instructor with a lot of experience, and she's really, really dedicated to her craft. I'm also developing a workshop for podcasting, and it's entirely taught in Spanish. I'm really interested in...
That's really cool.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of our community is very varied. So I really want to bring workshops to a new community, and I'm really eager to serve them in any way we can. So the podcasting class is something I feel is really relevant and new and fresh. And not a lot of workshops are out there right now that are bilingual or Spanish or other things like that.
Yeah, and actually we also, and I want to make sure that I'm getting to everybody that's in the chat, but I think that for the podcasting one, I'd love to have, if you have a link about that, I would love to be able to tell the community more about it. So feel free to send me a link after we wrap up.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to also, here, I'll bring you in. Hold on. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Thank you for joining the stream. I wanted to hear more about DCTV, kind of an overview. So we've heard about DCTV Youth Media. We just heard about workshops, but tell me more about kind of how DCTV came to be, how it plays into the community, and really how Riverside, our community, can help support you all, besides the stream today.
So thank you so much for hosting this session and supporting via fundraising. It means a lot to us to have this opportunity to talk about our programs and services, but also just to have so much support from the community, and just, you know, looking through the comments and seeing how excited people are getting to learn about these programs and services. This is what we want, because we want to be an accessible place. We want for people to know that there are opportunities out there for them. In terms of DCTV, we're a nonprofit media arts organization, and it's a really unique space in which someone can really journey through documentary education, documentary production, and documentary exhibition. And it was started back in 1972 by John Albert and Keiko Suno. They, through use of the camera, and it's interesting because John was a taxi driver, Keiko was a filmmaker, and Keiko taught John how to taught him how to use a camera. And
That's
they were
awesome.
looking around their community and just seeing things that weren't right. They were seeing corruption, they were seeing community members in need of help, and they thought that their stories should be told. And so they started to train members of the community on how to use a camera and how to tell stories, to raise awareness about the different issues that were going on. And so it's very much rooted in education and teaching people about how they can contribute to society. And so even just, you spoke with Johnny and Kira, and Jesse runs the program as well, but there's nothing more powerful than someone learning about and pursuing their purpose in the world. And through the programs and services that we offer, we create spaces in which storytellers can learn, they can produce, they can network, they can share resources. We don't want to teach people what to think or what to do. We want to show them what's possible with a camera. We want to show them what they're capable of, but then also in them telling stories, how they're able to give voice to their fellow community members. Students who come through the program, it's really amazing, because whether it's students in the youth media program or people taking continuing education classes, you sort of learn that your community is beyond your block, beyond your city, but really it's national, it's international, and it's a really powerful thing to learn and understand, especially from a young age.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think that we connected so much with their story and your mission at Riverside, is because the more people that you can make possible to tell their stories, the more stories get told, and the more people can hear those stories, and you have a diversity of stories. So it's definitely what connected us with your mission and what you're all doing at DCTV. We do have a question in the chat, which is, if you're a young person who has to work and is not in school, can they participate?
A young person who has to work and not in a school, yes, you can participate. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not just for students who are in school. Students who are not in school can also participate in the program, for sure.
Amazing. And we have Dave in the chat saying that there are so many audio video opportunities and that you're all doing a really great thing. So just wanted to thank you again for doing that. And is there anything I guess to close us out, like, is there anything that you'd like the Riverside community to know about DCTV and how their support can, like, how is the support that we're having today making a difference in your programs?
Mm-hmm. Just looking at the state of the world, looking at the state of our country, looking at the state of our state, just documentary was really created for a time like this. And it's really important for people to understand what's going on, to be educated, to learn. So media literacy is very important at this time. Hearing stories holistically, not just bits and pieces, but really documentary gets into the layers of stories, of the issues that are happening right now in society. And it's really important for those stories to be told. It's really important for people to be educated. It's really important for conversations to continue to happen, right? So that we can continue to find resolution to a lot that's going on. And this is a space in which it's been a stepping stone for thousands of people, over 70,000 people since 1972. It's been a stepping stone. It's been a place where people can come and have an opportunity. They learn something that they didn't know before. When you support DCTV, you're supporting a young person in their personal and professional development and learning how they can contribute to society through storytelling. You're supporting, you didn't get to speak to our cinema folks, but you're supporting an independent filmmaker who wants to screen their content. They want to have that publicized, but they don't have access to a distributor. You're supporting people that can now have access to affordable and free opportunities to move forward in their personal and professional development. And so thank you all. Thank you all for your support in advance. We really appreciate it. It definitely makes a difference for the people that pass through our space and the community at large, because filmmaking is a string that all the pearls come together with, and it keeps our society going. We're preserving history and also progressing society through film, through those conversations, through those important issues that are continuing to be discussed. So thank you in advance for your support, but that's what you're supporting. You're supporting
That's
people.
amazing. That's just really amazing. I'm really happy to hear about all of that. And I really do think that we talk about hearing stories, but one of the ways that people connect is through hearing each other's stories. That's where you can find common ground. That's where you can find ways to communicate with each other. So I think that you're exactly right, that now, here and now, it's just a really special time to be able to support organizations like DCTV. And so I want to thank everybody that's in the chat, everybody that tuned in today, everybody at DCTV for joining and for tuning in and for helping us support such an amazing organization. So thank you so much for joining and for everything that you all do.
Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, Riverside. Thank you to everyone listening.
Of course. And with that, I am just going to say again, thank you everyone for tuning in to this live stream marathon. This has been so much fun, and there have been so many takeaways. For everyone who's watched live, we're also going to be sending you a recording of each of our sessions. And until then, happy creating on Riverside, and we can't wait to see what you put out, and we can't wait to see it live. So thank you so much for joining all. Bye.